Select Committee on the Taxation of Gas Resources. I begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet and pay my respects to their elders past and present. I extend that respect to Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander peoples here today. I'm Senator Steph Hodgins-May, the Chair of the Committee. I'm joined in the room by Senators Varun Ghosh, Lisa Darmanin, Dean Smith, Fatima Payman and Senator Susan McDonald and David Pocock by teleconference. The committee will be conducting... Oh, yes, and Senator Pete Wish-Wilson. How could I forget? The committee will be conducting today's hearings via video conference and in person. These are public proceedings being audio streamed live via the Parliament's website, and a Hansard transcript is being made available. I remind all witnesses that in giving evidence to the committee, they are protected by parliamentary privilege. It is unlawful for anyone to threaten or disadvantage a witness on account of evidence given to a committee, and such action may be treated by the Senate as a contempt. It is also a contempt to give false or misleading evidence. Witnesses also have a right to request to be heard in camera. If a witness objects to answering a question, they should state the ground upon which the objection is made, and the committee will determine whether it will insist on an answer, having regard to the ground which is claimed. If the committee determines to insist on an answer, a witness may request that the answer be given in camera. I remind senators of their obligations under the Behaviour Code for Australian parliamentarians to treat witnesses with dignity, courtesy, fairness and respect. I remind committee members and witnesses who are appearing via video conference and who are not speaking to please mute their microphones. I now welcome Professor John Chandler of the Centre for Mining, Energy and Natural Resources Law at the University of Western Australia. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees have been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
My full name is John Anthony Parsons Chandler.
Thank you, Professor Chandler. I now invite you to make a short opening statement if you so desire, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you. First of all, good morning to you all, and thank you very much for inviting me to give evidence. Can I ask you whether you've got a copy of my introductory statement? I've got a few hard copies if you need one.
I believe they've been...
Everybody got one?
They have been distributed, I believe.
So, does anybody need one? There are 3 here if you need them. What I've tried to do in my statement, or submission, if you will, is to produce some ideas which the committee might find useful. And if you go to the second page, there's a short summary of my submission. So what I intend to do, if it's all right with you, Chair, is to probably talk for about 10 minutes, no more than that.
I would strongly encourage if we could keep it much more succinct than that and move to questions. We have
sure.
a number of senators. Thank you. If it's possible to shorten it.
I can certainly shorten it.
Thank you so much.
So there are essentially 2 points that I want to make. The first is to draw the committee's attention to the significant overhang of decommissioning liability, which is almost certainly going to be a deduction from PRRT and income tax. And I haven't seen any modelling in relation to the effect of that, but certainly in the United Kingdom, what's happening is the government is having to pay money back to the oil companies. So you might want to take that into consideration. We are talking about 2 taxes here, of course, income tax and petroleum resource rent tax. And if you look at today's financial review, you see the government, in view of the political situation trying to get fuel, a bit concerned about changing the tax structure and emphasising the fact that oil companies pay income tax, as of course any company does. I think an important focus of my presentation is what is paid for the gas and whether the PRRT is effective in doing that, or whether we're better off shifting to a royalty arrangement. So that's my first area, and I'll talk a bit about royalties and why they're beneficial. Now, the second point is I recommend that the government take on board the idea of stewardship in relation to its attitude generally in management of hydrocarbons generally, which is gas and, of course, petroleum or oil. And I'll deal briefly with that, and hopefully we'll be able to expand on that in questions and comments. But stewardship is simply safeguarding oil and gas for the long term. Okay? So not just looking at short-term considerations. So the starting position looking at reform options is that the Australian people own its natural resources and therefore is entitled to payment when passing title to the companies. and that is what a royalty achieves. And Australia has gone down the road of trying to recover an economic rent, which is what the PRRT does, and it's a complicated tax. And on page 3, I raised some of the criticisms of it, and certainly the Greens in 2022 suggest it's possible to repair it and impose a further levy or tax. I don't personally advocate the repair approach because it is a complicated tax, and trying to repair it will involve difficulties and time. So I suggest replacing it with a royalty. There's quite a bit of academic discussion from Diane Krall, amongst others, about the benefits of royalties. In terms of the numbers of decommissioning liability, the Decommissioning Directorate, and this is on page 4, has a report on its website which estimates the liability just in the offshore of $43.6 billion. So we're talking about a significant amount of money. And I'll give examples of what's happened in the UK. Now, I think a very important point, talking about markets and future projects and things like that, was not my area of expertise. But I do make, I think, what is a critical point on page 5, that a key consideration, this is at the top, a key consideration which must be borne in mind is around 30% of hydrocarbons are vital components of things that are essential to human life, like fertiliser and medicine. So irrespective of what happens to prices in LNG supply, Australia is going to need hydrocarbons, including gas, and must maintain adequate reserves for Australia long term. And of course, the current war in the Middle East has highlighted our problems in getting access to diesel and petroleum. Now, moving on briefly to stewardship and sustainability, I made a submission to the Senate in 2021, which I attached a copy of. And as I say, the idea of sustainability is looking at things for the longer term. And I suggested there a change to the petroleum legislation, which I set out at the bottom of page 5. The Minister and all public officials performing actions under this Act shall carry out. Now, that was in the context of resource management, right? If you substitute the word taxation, that is where this committee is required to consider things. So carry out taxation of petroleum resources as stewards of that petroleum for present and future generations, and accordingly must balance short-term needs with the need to safeguard the ability to meet long-term needs, especially where things done to meet short-term needs may have detrimental long-term effects. And I elaborate that, and I elaborate some of the concepts on which this is based, like intergenerational equity, which the Treasurer is now calling in to look at changing the tax base, and sustainability. And I define sustainability on page 7, which I've used in my most recent book. Now, cutting to the chase, hopefully, what does all this mean for this committee in a practical sense? And on page 8, I set out a series of questions which hopefully you might like to think about and certainly ask questions about. And a number of them, of course, you'll already be doing or have thought about. So, but in a governance sense, for example, I start off by saying, well, will the committee set out in its report the objectives that should be achieved and key performance indicators to measure progress? Will its recommendations simplify the taxation of gas and make it easier to administer and collect? Will its recommendations ensure an adequate and predictable tax return from existing projects? I'm sure something which is at the front of your minds. Will its recommendations provide a variable rate to capture higher prices of gas? And then I talk a bit about future gas supplies, and again in the paper today there's mention of gas reservation, and that may possibly have some impact in terms of preserving gas for the Australian people. But you could, for example, consider, if you were to impose a royalty rate, this is the first point, an incentive for domestic gas suppliers, such as a reduced royalty rate, and further things like setting up a future fund. And when we talk about decommissioning, a possible idea is withholding any refund of PRRT until a company has fulfilled its decommissioning obligations, or reduce any refund if the company defaults in its performance. The final point on sustainability. What in my writing I've crossed over and dealt with is what regulators are doing in terms of decommissioning and rehabilitation. But there's no sign that the economic sustainability and broader contribution to society of gas projects is being tested by the regulators at the development stage. One way you could deal with that is to require an economic and tax report on the projected costs and tax payable to be a requirement of development approval of a new project. And that would be a fairly simple solution from a tax perspective in ensuring there is some due diligence on the economic and tax sustainability of a project. Those are my...
Thank you, Professor Chandler. And yes, your statement was circulated on email this morning, I believe, as well. I might kick us off. Professor Chandler, you mentioned gas projects being able to reduce their PRRT liability by claiming deductions for decommissioning and clean-up expenses. Can you estimate the cost of future decommissioning? What do you think are the problems arising from those costs being deducted from PRRT?
Well, as I say, the estimate that I cite is the one from the Decommissioning Directorate is over $43 billion. And, of course, that's an estimate that's likely to escalate. So if all that is deductible and can be set against PRRT that has been paid and income tax that has been paid, the impact is that, in fact, the company could get a refund of tax it has already paid. So, if you will, this is sort of the problem you could be facing is the amount of tax that has been collected has been too low, but not only that, you're having to give it back. Now, is there experience of this? Well, there is in the UK, where I've given examples of the Treasury modelling and reporting, where they show the amount of PRRT that is being refunded currently. Now, they impose 2 additional levies, of course, which is something that other countries have done. So does that answer your question, Chair?
Yes, I'll move on to your comment that you think you're sceptical that the PRRT can be fixed. Is it your view that it would be better to scrap it and start again? What's your... I
think, yes, suspend it or scrap it. And that's because it is a complicated tax, and I think what history has shown is that the oil companies and their advisors have been very skilled at making the best they can of it. Now, you know, companies are under no legal obligation to pay more tax than they have to. You know, their fundamental duty is to earn profits for their shareholders. But as a nation, we might want to think more broadly about what we expect them to do. And, you know, in my submission to the Senate, I referred to what the UK was doing, is introducing a principle of maximising the economic recovery of petroleum. So in a tax context, you can't, I think, impose that kind of obligation. It's more a resource management issue. But what you can try and do is have some sort of due diligence at the start of a project, particularly one which is going to involve huge capital expenditure, so that it looks as if it's going to be sustainable. And it's going to be able to meet, for example, its decommissioning costs.
Your research looks at mining jurisdictions across the world. What's your impression of the influence of the gas industry in WA and Australia compared with in places like Norway, where the PM simply laughs at suggestions that higher taxes would drive out industry?
I think the Norwegians are a very interesting story, and I don't want to talk too much about this, but they had initial experience of dealing with large companies for the development of hydroelectric power. And they saw, as a relatively poor country, hydrocarbons as a store of wealth. So they wanted to actually capture the benefit of it, and then at the end of the day still be able to do their fishing and have their agriculture and those kinds of things. And they were prepared to negotiate quite hard. And you know, they have very significantly higher rates of tax. Now, they have advantages. You're not comparing apples and pears here. I'm sorry, you're comparing apples and pears to some degree. You're not comparing apples and apples because they've got fairly large fields. They're close to markets. You don't have the remote problems that you have in Australia. So there are differences. But they were willing to take on the companies and negotiate hard, whereas I think the attitude in Australia has been sort of kind of, if you will, the lucky country type attitude. You know, we're always going to find more of this stuff. You know, we really need to get these people to come in and develop it, and we'll get some benefit out of it. We'll clip the ticket on the way through, but haven't really looked seriously at trying to maximise the benefit we could get out of it. I don't think there's ever been the appetite at the federal level to do this, or the skill necessarily. And you also have this problem that the oil companies that have come in have largely been foreign oil companies, very expert, dealing across a number of jurisdictions, and they've played it hard. Having said that, there are positives. We've got a number of large projects. We're selling a lot of gas to places like Japan, Korea and China, and there is money being made. The question is optimising it. And what is the position for the future?
And so just to, I suppose, tie these together, do you think a gas export tax would maximise the returns for Australians?
It's, I think, very simple in one sense with an existing project, because you can see how much tax they're paying, and you can design a royalty which at least matches that and is simpler to collect and has less holes in it. I think, given sensitivities about sovereign risk and things like that, to actually increase the level of tax is something that you might want to think about, but you can at least, in a simpler way, match what is being paid already and make life easier and more, hopefully, predictable for the future.
Thank you, Professor Chandler. I do need to rotate the call, so I rotate to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Professor Chandler. One of the suggestions you made earlier was in relation to reporting as a condition of an approval or
Yes.
a licence. One of the challenges we've had, or at least I've found on this committee, is getting an accurate picture of how tax is paid across different jurisdictions, across different projects, and across different categories of tax.
Yep.
And I was wondering if you had any insight or observations about either a repository of such information or the way in which it might be best to collate it.
I wish I did. I think this is a very difficult area. I have done first of all, I'm not actually a tax expert. So I have not done a comparative review of tax systems. There are a few countries which have a royalty regime. They include Russia, Azerbaijan, and then there are others which are sort of included in the statement that they have a royalty tax, a PRRT, such as Norway, whereas my impression is that Norway doesn't have a PRRT as such. It has a kind of an income tax based on oil company profits. So my impression, and I can't really put it more strongly than that, is that nobody really has a PRRT in the world that really works. They have different models of tax, and there are publications, probably by the EIA and others, of the amount of tax that they pay. How they actually get it, I think, will vary significantly. And look at the UK, for example. They started off with a PRRT, they have a corporations tax, and then they had, I think, a levy and something else as well. So, you do have a choice. You can go for a royalty mechanism, which people like Diane Krall have supported, or you could try and have extra levies and things like that on super profits. So I'm sorry, I can't help you.
Oh, that's okay. There are a number of different goals or purposes that are served by the structure of different taxes, and they have different, I think, risk and benefit profiles. In terms of evaluating those things, are you aware of a framework or essentially a method or a tool that the committee might use, hypothetically speaking, to assess what the likely benefits and detriments or trade-offs are under each tax regime?
I mean, look, there's certainly some academic writing on this, which is, I have to say, not particularly current. And I can certainly try and send the Secretariat some sources. I think what I would suggest is that it is largely a matter of common sense. What are we trying to achieve here in terms of recovery of revenue, and what are we trying to achieve here in terms of preservation of some of this resource for the longer term, and incentivising companies to come here and develop it in the first place. So there are certain tools that you can use, like tax holidays, reduced rates, deferring tax and things like that. and they will be probably writing about all of those things. But is there a sort of kind of a magic answer that this and this works? I don't think there is.
And then in terms of prioritising characteristics of tax systems or specific taxes, you've mentioned simplicity, and I think what comes with that is ease of collection and difficulty of avoidance or minimisation.
Yeah.
Are there any other criteria that you think are of a particular importance in this context?
I think you've certainly hit the main ones. I think that if you've got a simple tax which is easy to collect, you're going to have transparency. So, you know, your point earlier is, well, how can we tell what's being collected? You know, I mean, hopefully you can actually see that more visibly, and you can link it to something, whether it's the price of the product, or let's say the price of the product, or the amount of the product that is produced. So that makes life a lot simpler than trying to calculate an economic return, which is difficult. I think we find it difficult in Australia.
And I've just got one more question, which is, are you able to offer any observations relevant to the terms of reference of this inquiry in relation to how large energy exploration projects, oil and gas projects, transfer losses within group of companies and potentially also charge for services within groups of companies?
I know that in the UK they have something called a ring-fence corporation tax, and the purpose of that is to prevent losses from other businesses being set off against profits from the production of hydrocarbons. So there are certain things that you can try and do to, as it were, ring-fence the profitability. But transfer pricing is, of course, another issue in that you find that certain of the oil companies, let's say, have marketing organisations in Singapore, and I've seen material published about that, and the ATO examining those kinds of questions as to what's happening with the margin. And one of the questions of the PRRT is, what is the input price you use for the gas? So I mean, there are all sorts of questions like that, which are essentially quite complicated. I mean, I think you'll find that, I think it's the Norwegians use a market value price. So they levy tax on the basis of what they think the market value price of, let's say, gas is, rather than what the company says it's been able to obtain.
Thank you, Professor Chandler. I'm sorry, I'm going to have to rotate the call, and I will pass the call to Senator McDonald on the phone.
Thank you very much, Chair. May I just confirm everyone can hear me clearly?
Yes, we can. Senator McDonald.
Terrific, thank you. Professor Chandler, thank you so much for coming to give evidence today in your submission. I have really enjoyed your presentation so far and wondered if I could continue with this discussion about other jurisdictions. I note that what you've said about not being a tax expert, so I don't seek to push you on that in that regard. What I am interested in is this point about what the impact of additional taxation would be on investment in Australia, given that we have companies who invest both here and offshore in other places, and given that we have seen the most recent new investments being made in Alaska, Louisiana, Canada. I know that Argentina is very aggressively pursuing gas investment. I just want to talk to you a bit more about how confident do we really feel that an additional tax levy, whilst there may be a benefit in the short term, in the longer term the outcome would not be just a chilling or a complete halt of future expansions and development on gas projects here in Australia, given, as you've already identified, the increased cost of producing LNG here compared to jurisdictions that don't require that technology?
Look, I think the simple answer is that oil companies on the whole are international and will start projects and do developments or expand projects where they can make the most money. It's really as simple as that. So you can try and compare yourself with other countries which seem to be more attractive. There's a book, a series of writings by a gentleman called Bunter, whose first name I can't remember, Michael Bunter, I think it is, and he said that the predominant driver for oil companies to invest in a jurisdiction is the prospectivity. In other words, how likely are they to find a large commercial resource? If they can find a large commercial resource, then they'll think quite hard about developing it. But if they've got commercial resources which they've discovered in Africa, Argentina or America, they will develop the one that is most attractive to them. Now, you've got a number of producing projects in Australia with long-term sales contracts. I'm just talking about gas here. So you can estimate what the life of those is. If you're having oil companies in here today, they will probably tell you that they're very nervous about sovereign risk, and the Japanese customers are very nervous about sovereign risk. But all of these countries and buyers will have experienced increased taxes in different jurisdictions. Just look at the UK, for example, and the Norwegians have lifted their tax rate. That's a fact of life. But you have people, I can't know who it was now, said recently that oil companies are like butterflies. They will fly away at the soonest opportunity. And that, of course, is what the oil industry lobby will tell you. They say, well, you do this, and they're never going to come back. And then, of course, the question is whether you're going to hold your nerve and say, well, we've got this stuff. We need it for Australia's future. It will be developed at some point. And that's the balance between the short term and the long term. All right? The governments love money, and they love a pipeline of projects. But, what we're seeing now a paradigm shift, or require a paradigm shift in our thinking? So that's I think, part of the challenge for this committee. And of course, we've got climate change.
Well, I think that is a point well made. However, in Queensland, the royalty regime was changed. The certainty of investment in Queensland has changed, and we heard evidence on Wednesday morning from the Queensland Resources Council that they have seen 1,000 less jobs in Queensland, very well-paid jobs, and a reduction of expansion of existing projects. I think some additional mines have been approved that were in the pipeworks before the royalty changes were announced. So, that's an example of a negative impact on the state, and I would suspect, in Australia, that is potentially what we might be looking at, is the scaling back of investment to move to a place where there is more certainty. And I appreciate what you're saying about competitive returns, but it's this bit of certainty, I just don't think we can underestimate changing the goalposts after somebody's invested $40 or $50 billion. But I'd be interested on your view on that.
Well, in one sense, you're not changing the goalposts if you swap tax A for tax B, but tax B is a royalty tax and is a lot simpler than tax A, and it recovers exactly the same amount. Why is that changing the goalposts?
Well, the point is that it is changing the tax payable. In this regard, we're talking about adding an additional 25%, which I assume that there will be no remittance for when the oil price or the gas price falls. We won't be proposing to reduce taxes when there's lower prices. We're only taking the cream, we're not taking the bad, sharing the risk of bad times. So I think it is an additional...
Senator McDonald, do you have a question? Just before I rotate the call, do you have a question?
Well, I'm just testing Professor Chandler's view that this is not changing the goalposts when I'm saying that it is.
Would you like to provide a brief response before I rotate the call, Professor Chandler?
I've tried to explain the fact that if the output is the same, you just relabel the tax and it's got a different basis and a lot simpler. The other thing I think you should have a good think about is and this is not my area of expertise, but if you look at what's happened, the EIA last report said there was an oversupply of gas. And that may very well have changed as a result of the destruction that's occurred in Qatar. But, is anybody really going to build another large gas project in Australia in the foreseeable future? And do we want them to do that? I mean, do we want them to keep the gas for domestic consumption?
Thank you, Professor Chandler. I'm going to rotate the call to Senator Pocock on the phone.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you, Professor Chandler, for your opening statement. In response to a question from the Chair, you cited the UK experience where the petroleum revenue tax was reduced to a zero rate to allow companies to reclaim tax against decommissioning costs. And the UK government is now paying money back to oil and gas companies. Is that a risk in Australia under the current petroleum resource rent tax?
I would have thought so, but this is why you need some modelling. My understanding is that if you incur costs, like decommissioning costs, they are deductible and they can be set against past taxes. Now, that should be modelled and you should get confirmation from a tax expert that that is correct, but I believe it is.
So at the end of the day, after potentially not receiving a lot of petroleum resource rent tax, we could then pay these companies back for them to decommission their own assets.
Yep.
Wow, that is extraordinary. Thank you. Industry submissions have argued that any change to tax settings constitutes sovereign risk that will deter investment, and we've seen Senator McDonald making that argument. Your opening statement says this argument is not strong or rational. Could you maybe elaborate on why? And in particular, what the academic evidence says about what actually drives investment decisions in the oil and gas sector?
The classic definition of sovereign risk is changing the rules of the game, right? So if in fact what you're doing is saying to somebody, well, look, you've been paying a ridiculously low rate of tax or amount of tax, we're actually going to increase it to a reasonable amount. Yes, at one level it is changing the rules of the game because it's increasing the level of tax. But is it rational in the sense that somebody has been paying a ridiculously low amount of tax and then they're having to pay a reasonable amount of tax? I don't really see that as a strong argument, but clearly it is changing the rules of the game. Then the question is it a significant change? Does that answer your question, Senator?
Yeah, it does, and I guess leads into the next question I wanted to ask. We're hearing the gas industry and major party politicians pivot from the line that Australians are actually getting a fair share. They're now saying that we'll get a fair share at some stage in the future. But we heard from the ATO and Treasury that there are still $282 billion in petroleum resource rent tax credits washing around in the system. I was interested if you have a view on how long Australians will be forced to wait until we actually get paid a fair share for our offshore LNG, if we actually do ever get a fair share.
Look, I'm afraid I can't answer that question. It's beyond my expertise.
Okay.
Have you concluded your
Thank you
question?
very much. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I'll go to Senator Darmanin for one question.
My question's been covered. I was just...
I will go to Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Professor Chandler, for the evidence you've provided so far. I just wanted to get a bit of clarification. So you've warned about the decommissioning costs, which is already estimated over $43 billion, and it could be deducted in a way that sees taxpayers effectively, paying money back to gas companies. As Senator Pocock was saying earlier, at a time when Australians are struggling with the cost of living crisis, how do we justify making the public foot the bill and carry the cleanup costs? And from your, expertise, what safeguards would you recommend that will make sure that companies are footing the bill, especially if you're suggesting that they completely scrap PRRT and look at an alternative model? What's that going to look like? What are those safeguards?
Well, I think it's a difficult question in this sense that I suggested that the committee have a look at the UK experience. So if you're trying to capture an economic rent, then costs should be taken into account, and those would include decommissioning costs. So there's sort of a kind of a philosophical issue here as to whether it would be unfair to actually say you can't actually do that setting off. So what I suggested in my ideas at the end that you could have a look at is actually ensuring that they do the decommissioning and perhaps suspending in some way the set-off of the costs until such time as they've completed the decommissioning. So you could certainly look at some kind of, how can I put it, intermediate idea, rather than simply saying, sorry, you're not going to be able to set off the decommissioning costs.
Okay.
I mean, you could do that, but as I could imagine that that would not go down very well.
So if there was a key recommendation that you could give the government in terms of, what Australia's economic objectives should be when it comes to the gas exports tax, so that we can see a fair return back to the Australian people, what would that be?
What would be a fair return? Well, I mean, I think you'd have to do an analysis of what royalty rates are generally applicable, and you just simply have to pick a number. I don't have a magic figure for you and saying, well, it's 30% or 10% or something like that. I think it's a question of analysis. I'd say my starting point would be to say, well, what are they paying at the moment, and what would be a royalty percentage based upon a sale price of gas or a market price for gas, and then you're at least matching one with the other as a starting position. And then you have to think about, from an Australian people's point of view and an international comparison, is that enough?
I'd say 25%'s a good start. But thank you, Professor Chandler.
I'll go to Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, Chair. Just two quick questions for me. Professor, is it still the case that oil and gas companies can claim oil spills and the costs of clean-up and damage to the environment under the PRRT? Because Woodside are beginning new oil and gas exploration off my coastline in Tasmania and Victoria soon, and of course they're going to be out potentially drilling Scott Reef if that's allowed, which is a very sensitive area.
This is not an answer I'm 100% certain of, but I mean, I think I'd start from the position of why wouldn't it be a deduction? Because it's an expense incurred in the conduct of business. I mean, the fact that...
But we end up paying for it, right? If it's a deduction against money that would be going to the taxpayer, we're essentially funding their clean-up costs if they spill oil in the ocean. Don't you think that's pretty outrageous? Look,
this is the regulator's worst nightmare. I mean, I did an interview with the environmental section of the Norwegian Petroleum Directorate. I said, what would happen if you had a major oil spill? And you could the temperature in the room just dropped. You could see that was just absolutely their worst nightmare. And so you do a whole series of things to try and prevent that. But you have the Montara oil spill off Western Australia. You've got the problem with the Northern Endeavour and decommissioning. So this is a risk of this kind of business. Yeah.
Look, last questions. I know we don't have a lot of time. I was on the Senate committee that looked at the PRRT here in Perth, actually, in 2017, which triggered the Callaghan review. And back then it was pointed out to us by some of the architects of the PWT, like Craig Emerson, for example, that it was designed for simple oil projects in Bass Strait. That was the genesis of the PWT. It wasn't designed for big LNG projects and downstream processing, which happened decades later. Do you think that's a fair assessment?
I've heard that comment made. I can't verify it. I've heard that comment made.
With your understanding of the tax, though, and its complexities?
Well, it's a complicated tax because there are issues about the pricing of the gas and what inputs you use and what you do with the treatment of the gas. And then you have the fact that in the Norwegian version, or in the original versions, the Norwegian was an equity player, whereas what we do is we allow them to, as it were, keep the expenditure and inflate it by a rate of, a rate of interest. So there are a number of complexities with the gas.
So another reason for scrapping it and starting from scratch.
It's complicated.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
Senator Bishawson. I believe that concludes our questions. So thank you for your time today, Professor Chandler. I remind you that if you have taken any questions on notice, to please get those responses to the committee by the 1st of May. Okay. And thank you again for your time.
Okay.
Thanks. You go. I now welcome representatives of Climate Analytics. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the production of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. I'll just let you come up and take your seat. Thank you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear today?
Yeah, good morning, Senators. I'm Bill Hare. I'm the CEO of Climate Analytics, also a senior scientist, and Climate Analytics is a global think tank with an outpost here of Empire in Perth.
Thank you, Mr. Hare.
Good morning. I'm James Bowen. I'm a climate and energy policy analyst at Climate Analytics.
Thanks, Mr. Bowen.
Good morning. I'm Thomas Hooley, also climate and energy policy analyst.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you. I wanted to just introduce this from a different perspective, from the, let's say, the climate perspective. So I'm going to start out with some international domestic policy context, go through what the Paris Agreement means for gas, why Australia has an interest in the Paris Agreement being implemented, and then get to the point, what does this mean for the taxation system, particularly taxation of gas resources, right?
Thank you, Mr. Hare. Encourage succinctness, just so that all senators get a chance. Thank you.
Yeah, the big picture is, of course, we've got the Paris Agreement, 1.5 degree limit, its obligation for countries to work together to get to net zero in the second half of this century. So that's the international context. We've got also know that current policies globally are heading the world towards about 2.7 degrees. So we're a long way from where the Paris Agreement is telling us to go and where countries have agreed to go. We know that in the last year, CO2 emissions have continued to increase and that the largest source of that growth is indeed gas. So overall, numerous scientific studies have shown there's a need to phase out of fossil fuel production and consumption quickly in order to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. So what does this mean for gas? Well, the International Energy Agency net zero pathways, which have been updated over the last 3 to 5 years, show that there has to be a pretty rapid reduction in global gas demand. That means it should be peaking very soon and dropping towards 80% reductions compared to recent levels by 2050. Our own scenario in this context, which updates the IPCC scenarios, which we published last year with the Potsdam Institute for Climate Impact Research, where I'm still an associated person in the system modelling department, shows very similar profile. In other words, that we've got to get gas reductions down quickly. Now, in relation to the role of LNG in this context, there's been numerous studies about how the LNG market fits into the Paris Agreement pathways. The International Energy Agency has done studies in the past and published them which show also a fairly rapid decline, and particularly in the Asian region. Work published by Climate Resource, a think tank based in Melbourne and Berlin, has recently published new work which shows the same thing. So the expectation you'd have to have from the science point of view is that If we're going to meet the Paris Agreement goals, then both total gas demand and LNG demand has to decline quickly, including in our region. The outlook on the current policy pathway is, if we continue on the pathway put forward by industry, for example, which is consistent with the International Energy Agency stated policy pathway of countries, that would warm the planet by 2.5 to 2.7 degrees. Okay, so that's the science context in a way. International momentum is out there on action. Australia supported the first global stocktake of the Paris Agreement, which called for a transition away from fossil fuels. And implementing the first global stocktake would actually achieve a pretty substantial reduction in global warming outlook from what I've just said, from around 2.6 to 1.7 degrees. But that would also necessitate getting out of gas quite quickly. Australia did support that global stocktake. It is going to the first conference on transitioning away from fossil fuels in Santa Marta, Colombia, this coming weekend and early next week. The other big context, of course, is the major change in the energy markets. I won't give you the whole story there, but the bottom line is the observables are the global increase in renewable energy generation is accelerating. Gas supply is about 43% of that market right is about 43% of that market now. Renewables is eating that market quickly. Now, what's Australia's interest in all this? We have a direct interest as a country in the world reducing emissions consistent with the Paris Agreement because we're very exposed, right? Our own national climate assessment shows that we face extreme challenges coming into the future if warming gets much above present levels. So we know that top-level message might be if we don't get warming under control, then we're going to lose key natural systems, including our Great Barrier Reef and Ningaloo Reef. So we're also exposed economically to the transformation. So we have a juggling act there we have to do. So what does this mean in the end for resource rental of tax? Well, our perspective is that the whole of the Australian policy framework needs to be modified and adjusted to reflect the need to get this transition underway, which involves pricing on carbon emissions, other instruments and so on, and we see the gas tax discussion in that context. So at present, the Australian policy responses don't include changes to the taxation regime, but they need to. Numerous studies have shown that whilst carbon pricing is not the only instrument, the only way to go, it's a very important supplement to drive longer-term change. So we need to look at that way. We also need to plan to shift our emphasis on fossil fuel exports away from fossil fuels towards the greener alternatives. In other words, we need to be engaged in a transformation that could happen or needs to happen sooner rather than later if the world is to limit warming to 1.5 degrees. So we have a very strong strategic, diplomatic and national interest in there. So in that context, increased taxation or substantially increased resource rental, there is a distinction, of course, on our gas resources, in particular LNG, becomes an important instrument, both for generating revenue domestically, but also for sending a signal to our trading partners that Australia is taking steps to begin this transition and would wish to have a debate and open up that issue with our trading partners to whom we're presently selling resources, a number of whom are beginning that transition anyway. And those transitions are beginning to affect our market for these fuels, whether it's coal or gas at all. So overall, we see this as quite an important development. That then does need to be a tax on our resources, particularly fossil gas resources, a resource rental or export tax. We're big agnostic about that. And this needs to be linked to our domestic budgetary and fiscal and policy approaches to handle the transition and to our international diplomatic discussions.
Thank you very much, Mr Hare. Sobering but incredibly relevant and important information and evidence to have recorded as part of this inquiry. I will encourage succinct answers because I know we have a number of senators wanting to ask, despite it being a huge policy area. I'm curious to know how WA emissions are comparing relative to other states across the country?
Look, Western Australia's emissions are increasing quite substantially. So I think in round terms, Australia's emissions are going down slowly, both net emissions and gross emissions, that is emissions excluding land use change and forestry, that is gross emissions, mainly fossil fuel and industry emissions, nationally going down slowly. Western Australia's emissions of net emissions, I think, have increased by 20% above 2005 levels, and gross emissions, which is a leading edge indicator of whether anything is happening on decarbonisation, I think are about 48% up on 2005 levels in the most recent inventory available, which is for 2024. Now, of that, the LNG industry plays an outsized role. I think my colleagues can correct me, but I think the most recent numbers indicate about 23% of the state's emissions, net emissions, are coming from the LNG sector. They've grown and they could be expected to grow in the future as further plant come online.
Thank you. And well, I did some sightseeing yesterday and saw Woodside's company towers looming over the Western Australian Parliament. It felt like a bit of a metaphor, perhaps, of how the gas industry's influence over the Western Australian government has led to this emissions growth that you have pointed to. I'm curious to hear, what is it, do you think, going to take for Western Australia to turn this around and hit science-based targets?
The answer is a lot. I think compared to any other state, there's virtually nothing going on here in the climate policy space. The story in Western Australia is that our southwest interconnected system is decarbonising at about the same rate as the national electricity market, which of course is not quite national, but anyway. But that penetration of renewables has slowed. The government has introduced measures now to try and accelerate that, which is good. But the larger story is that our industry decarbonisation has lagged a lot. So there's not enough going on in this space. There are some potentially bright spots out there. For example, about half of the generation in Western Australia is off-grid, right? And that is really carbon intensive. And a lot of it's to do with the use of power and so on off-grid and mining sites and so on and so forth. And we have a lot of diesel use in our mining industry as well. Now, the Fortescue company is actually progressing very rapidly to decarbonise its iron ore mining operations. And I think that is going in a very interesting direction. And it is an example of the kind of things that Australia could do that would make a big difference. Real zero mining could become a really big thing for the mining industry, and the supply of knowledge and technology that would decarbonising mining operations across Australia, in Latin America, in Africa, could be a very big market for us. And I think that's what Andrew Forrest has in mind with this.
And so based on what we're hearing, it sounds like Western Australia is incredibly well placed to better manage the transition to renewables. And I suppose, how do you think $17 billion a year, based off a 25% minimum gas export tax, could be spent to make that shift easier for Western Australian residents and business?
Well, look, it's a question of how you would spend any increased resource rental or tax on exports. And I think that as part of a bundle of government spending, there needs to be more resources spent on supporting decarbonisation, whether it's leading-edge subsidies, whether it is compensating for increased costs to individual classes of consumers. These are policy measures which governments have rolled out around the world to deploy, and you need income for it. And I see the resource rental tax on gas or export tax as one of the revenue streams that would be very important there. Maybe not all of it, but because that's also needed for cost of living adjustments and so on, to pay for all of our services that we enjoy in Australia.
Thank you, Mr Hare. I will rotate the call to the Deputy Chair.
So I don't have questions.
Senator Darmody.
Yeah, I've got a couple. I guess, I mean, your submission, I think, does acknowledge that in the longer term, that the long-term implication will be a diminished attractiveness of LNG investment. In terms of that statement, is that just in relation to the proposition of a 25% export tax, or do you think that will be the case for other alternative tax regimes, like we've heard about the fair share levy or royalty schemes as well?
Interesting question. I don't believe that the resource rental or increased tax on exports of LNG would affect that market much at all. I mean, the dynamics of the market that I talked about are what needs to happen if the world implements the Paris Agreement. So there we expect to see a declining demand. The larger market context for LNG, of course, is that, and everyone knows this, is that the LNG market is massively oversupplied at present, right? We did a study a few years ago and pointed to this, I think it was the first one ever, pointed to massive oversupply coming. It's got worse since then. You just have to look at the International Energy Agency reports. So that is an important market context that probably will put downward pressure on LNG prices anyway, no matter what any single country does in the longer term. I know LNG prices are high now. They've been 10 or 12 the last years. Now they're up towards 16 to 22. I don't think that will last, actually, once the present issues in the Middle East clear up.
Okay. So you think LNG prices are going to go down over the long term?
If you believe the oversupply developing and it's physical, then it's just, I'm not an economist, so let's say I'm looking at what the International Energy Agency and others are saying, then from first principles you would expect a softening of that market price for sure.
Okay, I mean, putting aside that assumption, in the event that LNG prices continue to rise or, maintain high levels, we've seen some countries increase their reliance on more energy-intensive and higher emitting fuels. So in the event that, we see this, I guess, push some countries to push their reliance to fuels that increase emissions, how do you balance those things up in terms of a risk? If people move away from LNG onto other fossil fuels that increase emissions even further because of price?
Let me first start out, and then one of my colleagues will jump in as well. I don't think there's a lot of evidence for that, actually.
Okay.
Yes, there is.
We've heard some other submissions say we're seeing that.
Okay, well,
so I'm interested in your evidence.
I've seen those. I don't think the evidence really supports it at scale. Yes, there are some short-term adjustments happening in certain markets. The bigger story is that governments are moving, in our region anyway, to decarbonise faster. I think we've seen Korea move. I think we're seeing a lot of policy adjustments going on in China, which may be a bit under the radar screen, which point to trying to reduce its reliance on gas, etc. They may indeed be rolling out some coal addition to compensate at present. That might be going on, but I don't think that's the big picture, actually. Any comments, guys?
Yeah, I mean, I would just add to that after every energy crisis, there's always a short-term rebalancing to actually get the supply-demand balance back into equilibrium, essentially, but that doesn't necessarily translate into a long-term trend line around the energy mix in these countries. Mm-hmm. So you saw this after the Russia-Ukraine crisis as well. You saw it after every basically major energy shock we've seen. But if you look at the long-term trend lines after the 1970s oil shocks, oil's share of the energy mix rapidly declined. Mm-hmm. You saw that after Ukraine, gas use in the EU rapidly declined because it became much less secure, more expensive as well. So, yeah, obviously countries are going to meet their short-term energy security needs by whatever means possible, but the longer-term trend lines is obviously if something becomes more expensive and you have a cheaper alternative, then you will turn to that and you'll start to make, I mean, the barrier to renewables in a lot of countries is the upfront capital expenditure that's necessary. But you're actually starting to see that. So a lot of actually Southeast Asian countries have started to rethink their strategies around gas and LNG. By and large, they're not turning back to coal in terms of long-term investment plans or energy strategies. There is a much more rapid momentum towards renewables in these countries.
Mm-hmm. Look, I think Thomas would like to add, he's an expert in assessing policies in decarbonisation, particularly in the Asian region. I'll have a bit more granular information on that. Thanks.
Yeah, just maybe to come back on your previous question, Senator. So those scenarios that you see in our submissions, they're not contingent on any kind of taxation in Australia. Those are scenarios from the International Energy Agency or from the Future Gas Strategy as well. Mm-hmm. So this idea that LNG production in Australia will decline is also endorsed by the government. So for example, in the projections issued by DQ every year. By 2040, you only have 60 megaton of LNG exported from Australia, compared to around 80 now. Now that's, of course, way too many, but that still shows a structural decline. Now I think on this idea that cheap LNG might contribute to decarbonization in Asia, I think that's an idea that is kind of floating out there, that the industry keeps on repeating until other people, including the government, repeats and parrots. But as Bill mentioned and James touched upon as well, I think we have yet to see conclusive evidence that that is the case. And there has been many attempts at trying to prove that this was the case, and I think they've all failed. We've had an example of that in Western Australia last year. The WA government commissioned Deloitte with taxpayer money to assess the decarbonization potential of Western Australian LNG. Deloitte delivered that report, and the government refused to release it. When that report finally leaked to the public, the conclusion slide actually had some criticism and some mention of the risk of LNG. I don't have the exact quotes here, but I think it was mentioning that LNG might crowd out investment in renewables and also lack in carbon emission, for the simple idea that if you build, I don't know, a gas power plant now in China or any country, you want to operate it for 20, 30 years, you want to make back your money, so you're locking in more carbon emissions.
I'll just add to that as well that the US Department of Energy, in the kind of dying days of the Biden administration, put out a really comprehensive look at the future trajectory for US LNG exports, modelled the repercussions in a variety of scenarios, and found under every scenario that emissions would rise because of growth in US LNG exports to Asia. So, and I think we haven't just seen no evidence of the coal to gas switching narrative supporting decarbonisation. We've seen a lot of counter evidence.
Mm. Yeah.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Darman. Senator Payman, do you have a question?
Yes.
Senator
Thank
Payman.
you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you so much for your evidence this morning. Now, we've received submissions from BP, and they say that the current tax system is working as intended, but Australians are obviously seeing a record amount of exports, obviously, and still struggling to pay their power bills and juggling with cost of living crisis. So, in your opinion, who exactly is this, tax system really working for?
Well, we're not tax specialists, right? We may have opinions, but if you go back to first principles, then a sovereign needs to make sure that its citizens are getting a fair return for the use of non-renewable resources. Okay, gas is a good example. And the policy question for the Australian government is Australia getting a fair return for the development of its gas resources and export, or any other mineral, right? And I think the evidence that we see before us, based on a lot of quite reputable think tanks and economists, is the short answer is no, and clearly no. And I think it's also a task of government to separate out vested interest considerations, which will come up with the kind of arguments that you put forward, because they defend the present profitable regime against the larger public interest. Now, what the resource rental tax should be, or what the export tax should be, is an open question. There are different views we're aware of. You've heard them, 25% from some, 50% from others, and so on and so forth. So we're not buying into that one, but it's very clear, I think, from the academic literature that we are not getting a sufficient return from resources. Our point is that we need to look at that also in the context of the transformational costs for the country, and how this fits into that is very important. The transformation is not cost-free. It will require a lot of upfront investment. Okay, the benefits are great. Actually, return on investment for decarbonisation is high, not just in financial terms, but also for employment. We also do those kinds of analyses, and I think nearly everywhere we've done these assessments, with one or two exceptions, by sector, there is a substantial net increase in employment In Australia, the work that we're looking at now for decarbonising would actually probably lead to significant regional employment opportunities as well, right? So, but that's consistent with so many global studies and international assessments. So I think these issues need to be balanced up by government. Government does have a responsibility, even going back to ancient Roman times, of holding resources in trust for the people, and the political system needs to basically operationalise that in a way that produces a fair return.
We've heard from Chevron in their submissions that if we increase taxes on gas exports, companies will take their money elsewhere, and that threat is quite, they spread the fear, as Mr. Hooley was mentioning earlier in your response to Senator Darmanin. Now, based on global transition away from fossil fuels you've outlined, how real is this threat? Or, are we as Australians just being scared, or is the government just being scared off into accepting a bad deal?
My personal view is the latter. I think that if you look at, companies everywhere, not just Australia, they often make threats like that. And whether it's, in America for resource development projects, or here, or in Europe for investment in steel or whatever, you hear these arguments all the time. There have been lots of studies into this, and they don't really stack up in the end. There might be a risk that a company would not get its, projects over FID because of an increased taxation system. Would it matter for Australia? I don't think so. If you believe that we have an interest in meeting the Paris Agreement's goals, then in fact there shouldn't be any new gas resource development. We have enough to meet that, and so you would be looking at transforming that industry into something else. So that's the alternate perspective, that if the argument is about increasing investment to expand gas resources, that is completely the wrong direction. We will literally cook the planet if everyone does that, and there will be really dramatic damages to Australia, notably in our regions, but also for infrastructure in cities, and human life and health will suffer, as well as our ecosystem. So the alternate case, which we contend is the correct one to look at, is the government needs to be looking at transitioning this industry out of fossil fuel exports into green alternatives.
Thank you, Mr. Hare.
Thank you, Chair Payman. I will pass to Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, Mr. Hare and team. I'd like to follow up on that last response. I asked the CEO of Woodside at the AGM yesterday a question about this exact issue, because they've claimed that they are leading Australia's transition to clean energy, or leading Australia's energy transition. And I'd found a $5 billion proposed investment out to 2030 in solar farms and some other clean energies. And my calculation was on the current assets, it would be, if that was achieved, it would be 4 or 5% of their current assets, which didn't really look like leadership to me. But then assuming Browse goes ahead and these big expenditures happen, you'd probably need a decimal point to determine what clean energy assets would actually be. But then the CEO pointed out to me yesterday that gas is a clean energy, and that's where the leadership's coming from. So could you respond to this? Because it directly refutes your claim. They claim they are transitioning already with opening massive new gas projects. Can you tell us why you believe or don't believe gas is a clean energy and it should be part of the transition?
Okay, well, look, gas is not clean. I think that's part of the narrative that you will find the gas industry pushing virtually everywhere. It's not just here that you'll hear those arguments. You'll hear it in Germany. You'll hear it in other places. So it's definitely not clean. It's a major source of greenhouse gas emissions, both directly and through the methane that comes from its production, transport, distribution. So it's definitely not clean. So the physics of the system is fairly simple in a way, that what we're learning from all of the economic modelling, energy modelling, is that to limit warming to 1.5 degrees, we have to get rid of all of the fossil fuels over the next 40, 50 years, right? And that includes gas also very rapidly, not at some point in the future, but actually beginning very soon, right? So, and if you don't do that, then you end up with the counter scenario that you've added substantially to warming, pushing the planet towards 2.5 to 2.7 degrees warming. So it's simply not true, but it is an argument that Woodside alone is not making, that we see it from gas companies everywhere, all over the world where we work.
So it's straight up misinformation.
Yes, I believe it is straight out misinformation.
I agree with
it's
you.
trying to identify gas as clean and a transition fuel when that's not true. I mean, 40 years ago, you could see gas as a transition fuel. And indeed, that was one of the arguments put forward in relation to the gas developments in this state at that time, and it was a transition fuel that would avoid a lot of coal use. That argument was made back then. That's no longer valid, actually, for the reasons that my colleagues have outlined. The work that we've done, that others have done, shows clearly it doesn't work.
Well, my next question was whether she felt personally responsible for the Scope 3 emissions from projects like Browse. Could you give us an idea of what kind of emissions profile we're looking at from a development like Browse and the drilling of Scott Reef if it goes ahead?
Well, look, in round terms, as far as we can calculate from the existing profile of our LNG industry and emission balances, etc., for every tonne of, let's say, CO2 emissions per unit of LNG exported that we emit domestically in Australia, 7 more tonnes will be emitted abroad. So it's a very large number, and it depends on the scale of the project, how you aggregate it together, but 5-6 billion tonnes from export development is not to be unexpected, much larger than our emissions would need to be to get to net zero globally. I don't know whether any colleagues have anything to add to that.
I was actually going to make a point to your first part of your question before around investment not just in gas but renewables or alternative legitimately clean energy. Like, there has been this long-held assumption that the major fossil fuel producers will transition to different economic models, and there's just been no evidence of that whatsoever.
Yeah.
There's really small parts of the capital expenditure budget, and most of these projects, a lot of them haven't eventuated as well. There was so much hype around hydrogen and different sort of ammonia and other different
which were the two of the examples they provided.
Right, but not, I mean, so much of that budget, so many of those budgets have been scaled back, projects haven't eventuated. I think they're politically useful, or they're perhaps useful in messaging. You know, if you see advertisements from fossil fuel companies, you would expect that they're all just renewables producers based on, but it's not played out in the...
Well, James, I highlighted to the CEO yesterday that I noted it as a Fremantle Dockers supporter when they re-signed their sponsorship in 2023. I think 5 times in that media release from both the Dockers and Woodside, they said that they were transitioning the clean energy. They were leading the clean energy transition, and I found that very surprising.
We had a look at the claims of the oil and gas majors a few years ago. It was published in Nature, just examining what their claims stacked up to in terms of future emissions and warming, and they didn't stack up, actually. They actually were quite the opposite of what you would expect from what they said. Now, that was a technical scientific study, but there's an extensive academic literature now looking at the claims of fossil fuel majors and what they've actually done, and it's not a pretty picture. In general, they haven't done what they said, quite the opposite. But the other really important point, I think, that needs to be internalised in Australia more is the significance of 2 developments. One is the ICJ, International Court of Justice Advisory Opinion on Climate Change, which is very clear that there is an accruing liability for emissions on decisions taken that lead to more emissions and damage on both sovereigns and corporates. That's one thing. The other issue in the scientific space, which we have been involved with developing methods and publishing in this, is the attribution of damage to a tonne of CO2 emissions. So it was possible 10 years ago to say you couldn't do it. Well, the scientific community has worked on that, and we can attribute specific damages to emissions, unit of emissions. So we can say, for example, how much Arctic sea ice you would get from a tonne of CO2 emissions. We can say what is the marginal fractional contribution to additional heat wave exposure, mortality, etc. So this is an evolving space, and it does couple into the potential legal liability on companies.
Yeah, that's why I asked whether she felt any personal responsibility.
Yeah, well,
CEO of one of the country's biggest polluters.
Yeah, of course.
So I will say on record, she did reject the question.
Yeah,
but it's
as I guess you would if you're a CEO of a company
correct,
that. But I think behind the scenes, we are aware of and know that a lot of fossil fuel companies are very worried about this.
Another point that's been raised in submissions in terms of, it was actually back to the last point on the question I asked yesterday, the CEO did talk about Scope 1 and 2 emissions and the work they're doing on that, which I know is an area you've also looked at with safeguard mechanism and offsets, and I might just get you to comment on that briefly. But I also asked her about, I'm also very interested in your views on carbon capture and storage, because, for example, we have Impex appearing today who've raised their CCS project that they're working on, and of course it's become a new catch cry within the fossil fuel industry that this is going to be the kind of unicorn technology that's going to allow them to keep developing projects without emissions. So could you firstly just talk about how we're going on, or how these companies are going on offsetting Scope 1 and 2 emissions briefly, and then...
Okay, I'm going to handball this offsets to Thomas and the CCS question to the report that James did recently on this. But the big point is that the role of CCS in decarbonisation is massively overstated by industry. I read all the stuff, we look at it, and I'm afraid it's just really exaggerated for a whole lot of reasons. But first, maybe Thomas, who's looked at the offset issue in detail, and then Thomas, who did a report on CCS in Asia last year.
Yeah, so maybe first on offsets. So you mentioned the safeguard mechanism, and as we have shown, I think in previous research, especially published in 2023, 2024, when there was this national debate on the reform, we think that it's a really insufficient framework, mostly because it allows for the unlimited use of offsets by companies. The issue is that offsets in Australia lack integrity. So as with other topics we've discussed, there's an extensive literature on the shortcomings of ACCUs. So you can buy ACCUs on the market that actually do not represent real carbon sequestration because of many problems. So for example, monitoring and evaluation, or just the rules that are associated with those ACCUs. And you mentioned Scope 3 emissions as well. I think that's interesting because, as we all know, Australia is a major fossil fuel exporter, and most of the emissions from those fossil fuels are emitted abroad. So in terms of the world planets, if Woodside can offset 1 megaton of CO2 from, I don't know, Pluto or North West Shelf, if it's going to emit, 7 or 10 abroad, it's deficient in approach. I'll pass it over to James for CCS.
So on the CCS front, I think there's a basic misunderstanding of the role of CCS in climate scenarios. You would understand from industry that the IEA or the IPCC sees a really large role for CCS, but the IEA's net zero scenario has continually downgraded the expected capacity or capture rates of CCS. And in the IPCC scenarios that are 1.5 aligned, basically there's no role for CCS that would actually expand the use of fossil fuel production if you're going to align with the Paris Agreement. And a lot of the investment or the proposed investment we see is going to do that, essentially, is actually going to bring new fossil fuel capacity online. So it's completely misaligned with the Paris Agreement from that perspective. And so we actually looked at what the implications would be if there are scenarios that employ a higher degree of CCS that ostensibly are 1.5 aligned, but they have really ambitious assumptions around capture rates and deployment levels. But we actually looked at what would happen in Asia recently if Asian countries did actually deploy the amount of CCS they were proposing, but it failed to deliver.
So, James, can I just ask at this point, are these CCS offshore in the ocean, or are they land-based as well?
I think there's a mix of projects, basically, right, okay. And across different supply chains and across different upstream fossil fuels, and then into sectors like cement or industry as well. So it's basically everything that's being proposed currently. So what we've actually found, if Asian countries did actually manage to actually deploy the capacity they were talking about, but that capacity performed under current observation rates, then we'd sustain an extra 25 billion tonnes of CO2 by 2050, which is comparable to everything South Korea has ever emitted, essentially, historically. So it's a really incredibly huge risk. And I think, we can kind of think about CCS as a useful mechanism for legacy fossil fuel assets or industries, but the alignment with climate scenarios is very non-existent, essentially. If you're sustaining, obviously.
But just to be clear, have we got an offshore CCS project in Australia that's worked? Have we got any evidence that these things will actually work, even for Scope 1 and 2 emissions?
No, there's no existing offshore project. There's an onshore one, I think, that is working.
The Gorgon one?
Well, you can, okay, Gorgon. That's
Gorgon hasn't
offshore,
worked that
but the Gorgon one has not worked as well as anyone would have thought. I mean, when I first heard about this a decade ago, I thought, well, it should be able to work. And I said that publicly, but it's turned out not to be the case for a whole lot of very complicated reasons, which I can't believe are unfixable in that case, right? There is an onshore project, I think, at Moomba going on, which is really a variation on enhanced oil recovery type operations, so it doesn't really reduce emissions, actually. And that's a pretty small scale.
And what's in the literature, essentially, around CCS, if you assume that it might be 1.5 degree aligned, is that you'd have capture rates of above 90%, and we never see that, essentially.
Look, the other point there, I think, to bear in mind is the economics of this is changing dramatically, so that, if you look back at some of our work of a decade ago, you would have found a significant reference to the need to roll out CCS for some of the so-called hard-to-abate sectors, be it cement, steel, etc., etc. Now, technology's moved on, and now we struggle to find use cases that work. Right? There might be a few left, some parts of cement, or a few legacy issues, but in general, there's very few use cases left in an economic sense, apart from a techno-engineering sense. So, if you're confronted with the need, for example, to decarbonise an existing fossil fuel power plant with CCS, you'll immediately find out that actually the cheapest thing you can do, the largest rate of return, will come from replacing that fossil fuel power plant with new renewable capacity and storage, right? This is a new development, right? Not just operating costs, but capital costs are lower. So this economics is changing very quickly.
And we did some work on steel in this sense as well, where we looked at what the comparative cost of producing steel by existing blast furnace-based CCS plus CCS versus the purely green steel option using green hydrogen. And that's a very expensive way to make steel, but we actually found that if you're assuming that both production routes are going to meet an emissions benchmark that's Paris-aligned, then the CCS route is more expensive still. So actually adding CCS doesn't make a lot of sense economically.
I mean, to go back to our point about the policy framework for us. Sure.
Come to the end of that answer to the question.
I'm finished.
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. I'll now pass the call to Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much. I'm so sorry that I'm not in the room, so I can't direct my questions to you by name. But I would just like to expand further on this concept of gas not being a transition fuel. I understand the point that Senator Whish-Wilson has taken, but in countries that use sort of coal, like Japan, are they not entitled to consider that gas is a method of reducing their emissions whilst providing stable and affordable power to their, households and manufacturers?
Did you get that, Thomas?
Sorry, can you just clarify the question, sorry?
I do apologise. The system is not an ideal way to do this. My question is it not appropriate for countries like Japan, who use a lot of coal, happily from Australia, but coal in their energy system, to reduce emissions by using, in large part or in significant part, Australian gas? I appreciate Senator Whish-Wilson's point, but that this is a transition for those countries. And why is that not appropriate to call it a transition fuel?
Okay, I think, thanks, Senator. That's a really, really important question. And I think I'll ask James to come back at it first, and I'll add a point or two. Thanks.
Well, first to add point, there's been no correlation between Japanese coal use and Japanese gas use. There's been no noticeable decline in coal use as Japanese gas use has risen. You actually saw a rise in Japanese coal use after the nuclear crisis, Fukushima, that Japan turned back towards coal, and gas use rising has not actually diminished that. But actually both gas and coal and most energy in aggregate has been declining in Japan. So these arguments about Japanese energy security becoming more important are somewhat misguided and detached from reality, because Japan is actually using a lot less energy. And we know this. There's the whole controversy about reselling Australian gas. A lot of the Japanese concerns, I would think, about energy are related to its presence in technology markets and its provision of LNG infrastructure and technologies to Southeast Asia. But maybe Thomas, if you've got more to add on that front as well, or?
No, not much to add. I think we looked at the numbers, and actually LNG demand in Japan actually decreased last year, like many countries in Asia. So it's an interesting point. I think also there has been a lot of discussions on a so-called lack of renewable potential in Japan, which is also, I think, not really accurate. And as Japan is reopening their nuclear reactors as well, it will push down LNG imports. And I think that's a broader trend that we see in many Asian countries as well. So, for example, in some submissions, we have really high assumptions of future demand growth.
Yeah, I think also what's lying behind, Senator, your question is, in a way, the unique energy situation of Japan, almost unique, it's not the only one, I can think of Singapore and others, but it's wholly dependent in some ways on a lot of imported energy. And I think that's where Australia should look at it in a transformational opportunity sense. Yes, Japan has been a big investor in Australian energy resources. Can that continue if we're going to protect the planet from climate change? Not in the fossil fuel area, but in certain other areas there would be really a lot of cooperation that we could get into between Australia and Japan for greener and cleaner transitions of whether it's energy, transport and green ammonia, or whether it's helping with decarbonising the supply chain for Japanese industry through our resources. There are so many opportunities here, and I think one of the concerns that we've expressed in our various reports and submissions over the years is that to some extent the gas debate here is crowding out a rational discussion about how we implement these visions of a greener export platform for Australia. So I think that's one of the issues that we would ask senators to look at, is can we look at the big picture here? Where does Japan need to go? Japan does need reassurance on its energy supply security. No one questions that. There are a lot of opportunities in Japan that aren't exploited as there are here. That's a domestic issue for Japan, but Australia could work with Japan and others to help decarbonise their supply chains and industry.
Any further questions, Senator McDonald? No. In that case, we might adjourn for morning.
Sorry, I have one more question, Chair. I'm sorry. I just want to ask you then, in relation to renewables, I see in the ABC today that they are saying that the CGT changes by the government will hit us hard, will have to raise power prices, and arguing that the tax should be applied to historical purchases and stuff.
Sorry, Senator McDonald, we're not getting a clear line. Sorry. Sorry, Senator McDonald, we're only getting every couple of words at the moment from your contribution. Are you on speaker? Senator, are you on speakerphone?
How's that?
That's much better, thank you. Can you please just try once again?
Thank you. I'm just reading an ABC report today where the renewables industry says it will be hit hard and have to raise power prices, arguing that changes to the CGT taxes should not be applied to historical contracts. And I'm just wondering how that is different to what is being proposed on the gas industry.
What's the capital?
Well, I don't think any of us have actually read this report, but
Look, from
Can take it on notice.
we could take a notice, but my first reaction is that governments everywhere are introducing policies which basically are causing cost increases for industries, including the renewable sector. So changes here could have an impact. We follow the developments in China and Europe very closely. China is also introducing changes to its subsidy system and so on, which is going to increase the cost of batteries and photovoltaics. But one also needs to look at the broader economic context for those changes as well, because on the face of it, it might look bad. On a bigger perspective, it might actually provoke more investment in technology and better production processes for these industries, right? This is the lesson that we're getting from a lot of the changes that are being introduced in different places. So I think it wouldn't just assume it's a complete negative. Look more at the bigger picture. What is this going to do to the development of investment in these industries and how efficient they get compared to the imports that we face?
Thank you, Mr Hare. We are now at 10:30, so I'm going to recommend that the committee now suspend and recommence at 10:40. So before I do that, I will thank you very much for your time and just remind you, if you have taken any questions on notice, to please respond to those by the 1st of May. We're very grateful for you bringing your expertise to our inquiry today.
Thank you, Senators.
And the committee will now suspend and recommence at 10:40 a.m. Deputy Chair. Where's the Deputy Chair? Just... Right, have you got quorum? Yeah. Here he comes. Just wait for the Deputy Chair and then we'll kick off. Sorry, didn't mean to put the pressure.
No problem. Thanks.
I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacities in which you appear today?
Yeah, Graham Tiver, Chief Financial Officer for Woodside.
And I'm Tony Cudmore, the Executive Vice President for Sustainability Policy and External Affairs for Woodside.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you. I'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land in which we meet today, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation. I'd also like to pay my respects to elders past and present. My name is Graham Tiver, and I'm the Chief Financial Officer and Executive Vice President for Woodside Energy. Appearing with me today is Tony Cudmore, Executive Vice President, Sustainability, Policy and External Affairs. We appear on behalf of Woodside Energy and not on behalf of any of our joint venture partners. In 2024, Woodside marked 70 years since its founding in Victoria, and we are named after the town of Woodside in Gippsland. Around 67% of our share register is held by Australian investors, and more than 550,000 are everyday mum and dad shareholders, with many more Australians having an indirect stake through their superannuation. We employ around 3,700 people in Australia and headquartered in Perth, Western Australia. Woodside supports its workforce and communities it works in, such as the Pilbara region of Western Australia, through apprenticeships and training initiatives, investing in local education and housing, and also create long-term employment opportunities and partner with First Nation businesses. The natural gas we produce contributes to Australia's energy security and sovereign capability. We supply domestic gas to WA alongside our export commitments. In Victoria, 100% of our gas produced from the Bass Strait assets is supplied to the domestic market. Each year, Woodside makes a very substantial contribution back to the Australian community through tax, royalties and other levies. When Woodside succeeds, Australian workers, communities and shareholders share in that success, and governments receive the revenue needed to fund essential services such as hospitals, schools and roads. Australia is fortunate to have a globally significant gas resource endowment. For decades, these resources have underpinned reliable and affordable energy for Australian households and industry, supported thousands of jobs, strengthened regional and international partnerships, and delivered substantial and growing tax revenues to governments. Australia requires stable, predictable, globally competitive settings to maintain investment, supply and energy security, particularly in an environment of intense global competition for capital, recent global disruption and sustained price volatility. Australia's existing tax framework achieves that balance. It recognises the very large upfront capital investments required to develop gas projects, typically measured in the tens of billions of dollars, and is designed to increase government revenues as projects mature and profitability increases. The framework has supported more than $400 billion in LNG investment since 2010, while ensuring state and federal governments benefit across the full life of those projects. The Petroleum Resource Rent Tax is a central part of that framework. The 2017 Callaghan Review reaffirmed the PRRT as the preferred mechanism for achieving a fair return without discouraging investment. Following recent amendments, an increasing number of projects are now paying PRRT, and those contributions are expected to grow as new developments mature. Woodside is a significant Australian taxpayer. Across our merged portfolio, we have paid more than $22 billion in PRRT since its introduction, including $471 million last year. In total, Woodside paid around $2 billion in Australian taxes, royalties and levies in 25 and approximately $13.8 billion over the last 4 years. Across company tax, PRRT, royalties, excise and other levies, Woodside returns around 44 cents of every dollar of profit earned in Australia to the government. It is our view that more supply through new gas projects is the most sustainable way to increase long-term taxation revenue from our sector. New projects deliver decades of taxes, jobs and economic activity. For example, Woodside's Scarborough Energy Project is projected to add $5.5 billion per annum to Australia's GDP, support over 3,000 direct and indirect jobs, and deliver Australian $55.5 billion in taxes over its life. By contrast, short-term tax increases and ad hoc changes risk deterring investment, reducing domestic supply over time, and ultimately diminishing rather than increasing long-term government revenue, while also weakening Australia's energy security. Thank you, Chair. We welcome the committee's questions.
Thank you, Mr. Sorry, was it Tiver or Tiber?
Tiver.
Tiver. Thank you, Mr. Tiver. Before we start with questions, I'd just like to remind committee members of our obligation to declare any conflicts of interest. Does anyone have anything that they'd like to declare for this witness? I will note, I think it's important to note that Woodside has donated over $2.5 million to Liberal, National and Labor political parties over the past 12 years. Can I ask what you received in return for those donations?
Well, Senator, I can take that if that's helpful. So Woodside's policy is to engage in policy discussions through business engagements events with those political parties. We disclose that information on our website. We make those disclosures through the various the website, the annual report. What do you get in exchange for those donations? We think it's important to have those policy discussions. The intent of those engagements is
do you think you should have to pay for those? With government and opposition, do you think you should have to pay for policy engagement?
We think as the largest company listed energy company on the ASX, I think our appearance here today is probably indicative of the fact that there's a significant interest in what we do. We think, therefore, it's important that we have the opportunity to engage in policy discussions in various forums.
As a Greens senator, I could never, ever imagine taking money in exchange for meeting with a stakeholder, so it baffles me. So speaking of access for pay, will your new CEO, Liz Westcott, be attending the Treasurer's Budget Night fundraiser at the Hotel Realm in Canberra?
I am not aware, Senator, of any arrangements in that regard. At this time.
Take that on notice, please. It would be good to have the CEO here to answer those questions directly, I will note. And what about the Shadow Treasurer's event on the budget in reply?
I'd have to come back to you, Senator, on...
Take that on notice too, please. Have you had any discussions with the Treasurer or senior government office officials to warn them off including a gas export tax in the budget?
Well, I think our position is pretty well enunciated in this submission today, and we talk with government quite regularly. And
have you spoken to the Treasurer about this?
I have not spoken to the Treasurer.
Has the CEO spoken to the Treasurer?
I would have to check. I do not believe that has occurred. Our CEO has obviously been very busy being onboarded. She commenced in the role, I think, on the 18th of March permanently, having been an acting CEO prior to that. But I would certainly...
Mr. Tiver, have you had any conversations with the Treasurer specifically about this?
No. But I would just say, Senator, absolutely, of course, we bring to the attention of government and other stakeholders, including in our submission today, the views we have around the current gas taxation system, enabling the development of resources, providing for a fair return for Australians. So it would not be a surprise that we would be discussing those matters with a wide range of stakeholders, including with government.
Are you able to tell me how many phone calls Woodside's had with the Western Australian Premier, Roger Cook, about the proposal for a gas export tax before he gave the Prime Minister his orders earlier this week?
Well, I think I certainly wouldn't speak on behalf of Premier Cook, Senator, and that would be a matter I think best...
You can provide that on notice. How many exchanges have happened in relation to...
I would have to have a look at what... I suspect the Premier Cook can certainly speak for himself and has been quite clear, I think, in his views as to the value of the Australian and the West Australian LNG sector to West Australians, to our trading partners and to the nation.
And the Japanese government? Have you had conversations with the Japanese government about the export tax?
Senator, I have to check on the nature of many engagements we have with in our customer countries. I think the Japanese government also would, I think, probably reasonably expect that there's stability and predictability in the fiscal arrangements here in terms of their strong
Japanese
reliance
government
on
is
Australian
making more tax off our gas than Australia is making off our tax. So if you could take those questions on notice, please, and provide those responses, that would be great. This is exactly why we did want the CEO in attendance here with us today, and exactly the sorts of issues that we flagged arising were she not in attendance. We really, of course, are interested in these conversations that are happening on trade, because it has been one of the major talking points of the gas industry and of government representatives saying that that is one of the biggest factors. So I hope you would respect that the process that this committee is undertaking does warrant responses to those, I think, very important issues of national significance. In November last year on Capital Markets Day, Woodside told investors that the Browse project would not be economic on a low or medium global price scenario, but you're now telling the Australian Financial Review and getting Premier Cook to say publicly that it's a new tax that would make this project uneconomical. Why are you claiming a tax will kill a project when you've already told your investors that it's uneconomic?
So, thank you, Senator. I'm not sure about your reference to the mid-case in the Capital Markets Day, but what I can say, at our mid-case scenario, Browse does work, and it achieves its necessary hurdle rates from within Woodside's investment framework. What we were saying earlier in the week, and it still applies today, is that if a gross 25% levy was applied to revenue, the economics will not stack up, and Browse will not, it won't have the returns that we require, given the substantial multi-billion-dollar investment and the amount of risk we take on as an organisation.
So to confirm, if you had to pay royalties for the gas in Browse, this would make it uneconomic, even if global prices were high, as they are.
If you were putting that on top of PRRT and you were putting that on top of Commonwealth income tax or corporate income tax, I'm not sure how any project could survive that impact at a medium or a high price scenario.
Can you rule out Woodside seeking government subsidies or other support to build the infrastructure for Browse, including for carbon capture and storage?
I'm not aware of any claims, Tony, or any discussions in that regard.
I'm not aware of any requests for subsidies. I think, Senator, one of the
so you can't rule it out, though.
One of the features of the Australian tax system when it comes to these large projects is that the private sector takes the risk.
Could I just point a clarification, Graham? You said on top of the PRRT, if a new tax was introduced, if the PRRT was scrapped and replaced with a new tax, would that still be the case?
This is high level, Senator, yep. Our high-level analysis would indicate that it wouldn't apply. It would still struggle to reach our threshold of IRR and MPV and payback returns. The reason is under PRRT you get 7 years before you start before the 10% gap starts paying. Under a royalties case, you'll be paying that from the get-go, and that really hurts your economics.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. So you're not aware of whether you're requesting any additional public subsidies. We're hearing some uncertainty. Can you take that on notice, please, and provide us a response to that? I suppose it just flows from that. Would you say that your business model is so weak that it only works with both global gas prices being high and being given free gas from Australians? Is that the business model?
No, that's factually incorrect. So. What I would say, Senator, is when you look at our last year's performance, the Australian business which was pretty, low to medium type prices, still delivered an EBIT of around $3 billion. and within that we paid, that's US dollars, within that we paid Australian $2 billion in taxes, and across a combination of corporate income tax, PRRT, royalties, excise and other smaller levies, that equated to 44 cents in the dollar. So, through the cycle, we can pay good taxes, but that is all about having a regime in place that supports the upfront investment, which then allows the investor to invest, get a return while balancing very strong and fair and robust returns to Australians.
Why does Woodside sponsor the Nippos? Why does Woodside sponsor the Nippers and the Freo Dockers when the Western Australian people aren't your customers or in a competitive market for your gas?
Well, Senator, we think as a very prominent Western Australian company, as an Australian energy company headquartered here in Perth, that it's important that we support the West Australian community, and there are a couple of ways, many ways in which we do that. Our social investment last year in Western Australia amounted to almost 25 million Australian dollars.
Would that be more or less, do you think, than if you paid an export tax on our gas?
Well,
let's use the figure that we're talking about, a 25% minimum export tax. How does that amount equate compared to the money that you're putting into, I suppose, buying and building your social licence in Western Australia?
Well, I would say it's fair to say we certainly value our social licence in Western Australia, and so that manifests in a whole different series of ways. So if I think about
in terms of the financials, just
Surf Life Saving Western Australia, that's a long-standing partnership.
But the financial commitments is what I'm asking about. If you were to compare the cost of a 25% minimum export tax versus that number that you quoted in supporting local clubs, what would you say is the difference between those figures?
Well, I'd have to look at those numbers in detail, Senator, but I think the key point is that a company like Woodside, I would argue, has an obligation to support its communities. Community engagement is very important to us, whether it's surf lifesaving, whether it's the work we do.
I think it's all Western Australians, though, that deserve it via a tax. Like that's the Uber drivers and the taxi drivers I've been with say, we deserve that money as Western Australians, not just because we're a member of a particular club. So I suppose that's my question to you. Do you think it's reasonable that you can cherry-pick those projects that you think boost your social licence versus giving all Australians a fair share of Australia's gas resources?
I just want to reiterate, we are giving fair share to the Australian people.
Well, that's debatable.
44 cents in the dollar last year, and that's been the average for the last 4 years, and that's resulted in $2 billion in taxes paid last year. We're the 8th highest taxpayer in Australia.
I need to rotate, but I would be grateful on notice for what you think the estimate is between what you would pay through a minimum 25% export tax and your current social licence contributions.
Well, I think, just to be clear too, Senator, if I may, that social licence is partly manifested through partnerships with community organisations. It's manifested through the thousands of people we employ in Western Australia. It's manifested through the dividends we pay.
I hear that. I'm just asking for the figure, the difference between the tax versus the
retail shareholders in Australia, and many, many more through superannuation funds and so forth. So I think social licence is an important concept, and it manifests in very different ways.
Yes, and we have different interpretations of
and
how
we think it's. I suspect we both agree it's important, though.
Thank you, Mr Cudmore and Mr Tiver. I will rotate the call to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for both being here today. In your submission, you referred to $55 billion of direct and indirect taxes, and one of the things that I've been interested to know in this inquiry is how those tax figures break down across jurisdictions, heads of taxation, and potentially, if possible, by projects. Is it possible for you to give me a brief summary of that, and then if you need more detail, then on notice?
Yeah, I think that relates to Scarborough from memory, without referring to the actual payments. So of that, we're talking about direct taxes of $23.4 billion. We're talking about corporate income tax of 15.4. Within that, 23 corporate income tax of just over 15 billion, and PRRT of 8 billion. What I would say, though, Senator, is we use a relatively conservative pricing. So that's based on just under $9 per MMBTU delivered into North Asia. If the prices have been where they've been over the last couple of years, around the $11 mark, you could $11 MMBTU, like I said, where they've been over the last couple of years, you would see that PRRT amount doubling to 16 billion.
One of the issues that recurs in this inquiry is that of investment risk and the potential impact of changes in tax settings to investments in projects and infrastructure. While there's an assertion in your submission that an increase in taxation would create that risk, how should this committee approach quantifying or understanding that in greater detail? Because at a high level, conceptually, maybe it's understandable, but to understand the interaction between those tax settings and the level of risk that attends any changes, I'm struggling to get into that detail or to understand that framework precisely.
Yeah, so I'll talk in the context of Woodside. We are a global company today. We have a footprint across multiple countries, including Senegal and Africa, Mexico, the United States, and also Australia. What we have to weigh up when we look at our investments is the quantitative factors and also the qualitative factors. We have within our organisation, which is openly available to our investors and the public, we talk about investment return hurdles. And for, say, gas projects, it's a 12% IRR and a 7-year payback period. We pull together across a series of price assumptions and potential physical assumptions, if you want to call it, what the range of possibilities could be in that investment. So, using just one example, a high price, a mid price, a low price, and you're looking at how robust that investment is across that spectrum, and then does it still meet your hurdle rates that you have for your organisation? And so that's how we look at it. And so what I'm saying is that any investment in Australia has to compete against opportunities elsewhere globally that we have in our portfolio.
You referred to export commitments earlier, and another issue that's emerged before this inquiry is the impact of Australian tax arrangements on perceived reliability of Australia as a trading partner. Are you able to elaborate on why you think, if you do, that an Australian tax arrangement is something that should concern a trading partner, provided supply is going to continue and contracts will continue to be honoured?
Yeah, I think I would say two things. A lot of the buyers are also partners in projects. And also the buyers understand continued supply. So if you are signing up for a long-term contract with Australia, you want to ensure that there is enough supply to be able to meet that, or is it better to go to the US and sign up a long-term LNG contract? And so, the tax regime comes into that because it may make future investments uninvestable, and so the supply is not there. So, I think it is a worry for investors. Australia has had a great reputation, still does have a great reputation for reliability of supply, continuity. But as you bring changes in, and substantial changes, which we're talking about, 25% levy on top of revenue, they have a very good understanding of what that may do to future supply. So they're looking at that in the context of where should I go and where should I sign my long-term contracts to provide the energy security that I need for my country, for my GDP and my people.
If I want to understand the detail of the capital costs that are claimed or used in relation to PRRT calculations on a project, where would I go to find that detail, and what are the assurances of the integrity of that information?
Yeah, so I would recommend the annual report. So within the annual report, we obviously have our carrying values of our assets, but within the tax section, we also provide clarity around the deduction, the capital value from a PRRT perspective that we have in our accounts, and then also if there's any unrecognised portion, we're also required to highlight what that unrecognised portion is as well. So, Senator, I would recommend the annual report.
In relation to the current situation and for shorthand and energy supply crisis globally. How should we interpret that, or what relevance does that have to tax policies that will apply to projects that last, for instance, over 30 or 40 years?
Sorry, just say...
So we've got a current energy crisis globally. Yep. Is that relevant to considering tax settings or policies that will potentially last for decades?
I would argue absolutely not. For that exact reason, these are multi-billion-dollar investments that we invest through the cycle. And when we look at the cycle, we're looking at low cases, low scenarios, we're looking at high scenarios, and we're looking at everything in between, and our investment decisions are made on that. We are not making an investment decision on the basis we might get a spike for 12 months at a certain period, and I don't know what the spike will be. I don't know if anyone knows. But we are making multi-billion-dollar decisions on settings through the cycle, and stability is critical in that. It's not quite your question, Senator, but in a low price, where we're not making money, we certainly don't come to the government and ask for help either. So, you know, it's having the ability to be able to ride out the price cycles over long-term multi-billion-dollar investments.
The government has undertaken or has commissioned a gas market review that's now provided some of its recommendations. How would Australia's tax settings on the gas industry interact with or interplay with any potential gas reservation at a national level?
So all I can comment on, Senator, and maybe Tony might want to add a little bit more, but from our perspective on the East Coast, 100% of our production on the East Coast, normally through the Bass Strait, is put into the East Coast domestic system. So what I'm saying is the reservation doesn't impact us. On the West Coast, we've been working under the West Australian reservation for several decades now, I think it is, and it works quite well. Tony, anything to add?
Perhaps just if I could, Senator, so the East Coast gas, or the gas market review, and we're aware obviously that the government announced some directional policy responses to that at the end of last year. That consultation with industry and others, I believe, is ongoing. As Graham noted, from a Woodside perspective, all of Woodside's East Coast gas production goes purely into the domestic East Coast market. But we're keen to understand the further direction of travel for government on the matters you've raised, including questions of gas reservations. That reservation system has worked pretty well in Western Australia, and we understand it's a subject of, further discussion in government on the East Coast.
Okay, actually, I think I'll let my question check.
I'll go to Senator Pocock online.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for your time this morning. On Tuesday, I started the hearing declaring I sponsored a pass for one of the witnesses appearing and pointed people to passregister.com.au. Does anyone within Woodside currently hold a sponsored pass to Parliament House?
Yes, Senator. Yes, there are, I believe, a number of passes. I believe there are five. One is being returned. So, yeah, that would be the answer, Senator.
Senator Pocock, can you
4 passes.
go off speaker? If you're on speaker,
Yeah,
can you just
it's a
go
bit hard to
into
hear.
speaking into your headset?
Was that 4 passes?
Yes. Well, sorry, Senator.
Yeah,
Just to be clear,
yeah.
sorry, 5, but 1 is being returned.
1 is being returned. Okay. Which parliamentarian sponsored those passes?
I'd have to come back to you, Senator, on that. I believe the Pass Office has some rules around disclosure of sponsors, but be happy to revert on that if I'm not immediately clear on that. But I believe the Pass Office has some rules around that.
No, it's up to individuals to disclose, but happy for you to take that on notice. Ms. Wake, the Shell Australia country chair, confirmed that Shell, and she said 6 or 7 other companies, have funded AEP, the gas industry lobby, to the tune of $1 million for a campaign against a 25% gas export tax. Can you confirm that you're one of the 6 or 7 that's contributed $1 million?
Senator, I'd have to get you the number, but we are one of the companies that is supporting AEP's communications and information efforts. And I know you'll be aware of this, but AEP, and I don't want to speak on behalf of AEP, I'm sure you'll hear from them later, but AEP has been quite focused on helping raise awareness of the role of gas, raising awareness of the role of gas with respect to support for renewables and other contributions, and been quite active on ensuring that the industry's perspective is brought to community attention when it comes to tax. So,
okay. And so you're unaware of how much Woodside has contributed to that?
I have to come back on the exact number, Senator. I'm happy to take that on notice.
Okay. Did you see the evidence from Shell?
I did not, no.
Okay. Are you running any of your own...
Senator, just to clarify, apologies. I did see some social media references to it, but I did not watch Ms. Wake's evidence.
Okay, and you didn't think that might be asked today and sort of find out?
Well, I'm not surprised it was asked today on one level. We prepared today to talk about tax policy, PRRT. I'm very happy to provide that information on notice. There's no concern with that. I do not have the exact number to hand.
Are you running any of your own advertising at the moment?
We are running our broad program, and I think, Senator, the primary content at the moment that we are running relates to the role of gas in supporting renewables and ensuring that renewables, when you have intermittency, can be supported by a source that can be bought online quickly. So, as we all know, wind and solar are really important. It's important that they're growing, but they do need to be firmed. And so that, Senator, is the primary program that we're running at the moment. You can see that on TV, online, and in other forums.
Canberra Airport, it's everywhere. I'm just seeing if your advertising spend has increased over the past 12 months.
I would not think that's the case, Senator, but I'd have to check.
Happy to take it on notice. Have you commissioned any polling about community attitudes to the taxation of gas?
We do undertake, as I'm sure it would not surprise you to know, market research on a whole range of issues where I think it is important that as a company that is quite well scrutinised and dealing with issues that are of significant kind of public interest, that we do understand what's on people's minds, the issues that they believe where Woodside is let's say, performing well or performing not so well. I'd have to check on the actual specifics of any survey instruments, but it certainly wouldn't surprise me if we're taking account of public attitudes and public interest on a whole range of issues, and that would be unsurprising to me.
Okay, thank you. Have you donated to any of the major political parties over the last 5 years?
We do have a political contributions program, Senator, that we have noted in our annual report, and we can provide that data if that's of interest. That program is around engagement in business forums for policy discussion, and that obviously those returns are made. So there are two jurisdictions that are the focus of that. One is the Commonwealth, one is Western Australia. That information is available through those disclosures, through the regulatory processes as well as our own.
Senator Bogo, I will need to rotate the call in a moment.
Okay. How much offshore LNG does Woodside export from Commonwealth waters?
Yeah, okay, I can take that, Senator. So if you want, I can quote 2025. So we had export sales of LNG of 79.6 million BOEs, or barrels of oil equivalent. I think it's also worth noting along with that we also produced 29.3 million BOEs, barrels of oil equivalent of domestic gas. So of our total gas production, 27% of it went into the domestic market from the East Coast and the West Coast.
What was the revenue from that 79.6 million BOEs of export?
$4.8 billion US dollars. So it was a realised price of around $60. Realised price of around $60 per barrel of oil equivalent.
Senator, I will need to rotate.
And on the petroleum resource rent tax paid by Woodside, what percentage of that tax was on gas as opposed to oil? I know you're paying PRT for your oil coming out of the Bass Strait. What percentage was from gas?
So we paid $471 million in PRRT last year. I'm just having a look at my high-level numbers. The vast majority, so I'd say just roughly 80%, was related to gas. So I can get you more detail if needed, but yeah.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. I do need to rotate the call now to Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you both. My first question is, despite there being higher global gas prices linked to global conflict, domestic gas prices in parts of Australia have remained relatively stable. Would you be able to speak to that, please?
Thank you, Senator, and that is correct. So I can only talk from the realised prices we are receiving. And yes, I can confirm that from the 2025 year to what we've seen in the first quarter of 2026, there has effectively been no movement in domestic gas prices. As you are aware, obviously our export prices have increased, and that will flow into higher tax contributions through corporate income tax, PRRT, royalties and levies.
Norway is often cited as a model for taxing oil and gas more heavily. Before we get to tax rates, can you explain how comparable Australia really is to Norway, given the scale of capital required to bring projects like Scarborough into production?
Yeah, thank you, Senator. So, I think when you start to talk about comparisons to Norway, you are talking about apples and oranges, and some of the information that has been out there is incomplete and somewhat misleading, to be honest. In Norway, taxpayers participate symmetrically in the project. That is, they invest in the risk. Taxpayers contribute to the upfront capital, and taxpayers bear the risk of the project, whether that's reservoir risk, whether that's construction risk, whether it's price risk, etc. They are a part of the underlying project. If we were to replicate that into Australia, that means that Australians will be directly investing in oil and gas projects. I would also just point out that in the context of the Norway system, to induce investment, they offer very lucrative upfront deductions where you can actually get a refund on loss and faster depreciation rates on your investment. So some of the big CapEx investments, you can get straight line depreciation over 6 years as a deduction. And so I think some of the narrative I hear on Australia to Norway, yes, it's a higher headline tax rate, but it's not the full story, and it's an apples versus an orange comparison.
Industry groups have warned this week that Australia's investment competitiveness is deteriorating. How does tax stability factor into investment decisions?
As I touched on with Senator Gosh, tax rates feed into your economic modelling, and like I said, we'll look at the economic modelling across a raft of different scenarios. And to be frank, in the countries we work today, Australia has the highest effective tax rate when you compare that to Senegal, to Mexico, and also to the US.
Could you expand on that? Because I don't think that is well understood. And in fact, in some of the evidence that we've received, I think that actually contrary evidence has been provided to that. Would you provide some more detail, please?
Yeah, so...
Sorry, just before you respond, to say seek the indulgence of the committee to extend this witness to 11:30, given that we still have a couple more senators to ask questions. Thank you. Sorry, proceed, Mr Tiver.
Yeah, thank you. So, Senator, as an example, in the Gulf of America, we have Shenzi, Atlantis, Mad Dog and Argos. We extract oil, which is in federal US waters. It comes in, I think, in Texas. Our effective tax rate there is between 31 and 36%, depending on price. In both Trion in Mexico and our Sangomar investment in Senegal, they're under production sharing contracts with the government, and you're talking anywhere between 38 to 40% effective tax rate. So you bring those types of rates into your models, and you look at your investment case, and you need to compare it across your investment opportunities globally.
It's interesting that you've used the US as a comparison, a country that has some of the lowest gas prices currently in the world. They must have managed something right there with bringing gas to market, but that's a comment. I'm not asking you to answer that. I want to turn now to during this Middle East conflict, the government's established a fuel supply task force. How is industry engaging on fuel security?
Senator, I can take that. It's Tony Cudmore from Woodside. So we've had a number of discussions with the federal government about the fuel security situation. As you will be aware, we are not a refiner or marketer of gasoline or diesel, so we're not on, as it were, one of the principal companies involved in those discussions, but we have certainly offered to support in any way we can. The government is clearly working very hard to source the liquid fuels that Australia needs, in addition to its domestic refining capacity. And as I know you'll be aware of this, there are 2 refineries in Australia, one in Brisbane and one in Geelong, that produce, I think, roughly speaking, about 200,000 barrels a day or thereabouts. So we've certainly been offering in any way we can to support the government's efforts in that regard. We do produce some condensate in Australia. It's not particularly well suited to the Australian refineries, but nonetheless those lines of communication are open, and we're happy to help in any way we can.
I want to talk to you about this idea of social licence.
Last question.
Certainly that's been an important part of the development of the CSG field in Queensland. Social licence includes companies paying, in addition to their tax and other requirements, money into local communities for additional health services and football sponsorships and so forth. How do you see the sponsorship of sporting groups and others as being a part of your obligations in Australia?
Well, Senator, we do think it's important that we have a healthy social licence. We think that takes various different forms, including supporting sporting organisations, community groups, in our case, really important activities like surf lifesaving, small business, particularly in terms of procurement through our operations. And so we think we're under, I say, every belief that a strong social licence and responsible operations are fundamental to our licence to operate.
Thank you, Mr Cudmore. I'm going to rotate the call to Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning. What events hosted by Federal Labor Business Forum and the WA Labor Business Roundtable have representatives of Woodside attended in the past 3 years?
I'd have to take the detail. I don't have the detail with me, Senator. If you go to our annual report, you'll note the contributions that are made by jurisdiction, but I would have to look further at the detail of individual attendances and so forth, and whether that is even available. I do not know.
Would you be able to tell us the date of the most recent roundtable or engagement you've had with the WA Labor government or federal business roundtable?
I don't have that information to hand, sorry, Senator.
That's okay. What donations have been made by Woodside to political parties, in particular the WA Labor Party and the Federal Labor Party, for the financial year to date?
This current financial year, obviously the financial year is still in process, so the data would be still being collated. I know you'll be aware of this. The Western Australian electoral donation system effectively has a short declaration period after any contribution's been made. That might be worth. Certainly, I think that what's happened in Western Australia is well available through the WA Electoral Commission, as I understand it. But the actual data for this financial year, 25-26, I do not have in front of me.
But would you be able to take that on notice to date?
I have to see what we're able to provide. I do not know. It's obviously we're in the middle of a reporting period.
A few senators have already asked about donations, and yet in your annual statement, it's referred to as payments to political entities for business engagement, and that's where you've laid out amounts of $26,000 given to the Australian Labor Party, and then the WA branch of the Labor Party receiving $27,775. Why is that referred to as payments for to political entities for business engagement and not donations? And are you essentially buying access to the politicians who are in government to do your bidding?
Well, I would go back to probably the really important point here is the matters that we're discussing today are matters of very substantial public and community interest. It's important that we have an opportunity to engage in policy discussions with stakeholders, a wide spectrum of stakeholders. The participation in those business forums is for that policy engagement in that context. We think it's an important part of our the way in which we engage with external parties, external environment community, that we have those discussions. I think the fact that we're talking today about something that is clearly of substantial interest to the Parliament, so much so in terms of the Senate that this committee was established, would show that the importance of companies like Woodside being involved in these debates, we think, is clear.
One last question. Does the current tax regime benefit Woodside, or would you argue for reform?
So I think the current tax regime works. It balances a fair return to Australian citizens while also encouraging investment, which is critical for Australia, critical for energy security, critical for our neighbours. But I do think we have the right balance across corporate income tax, PRRT, royalties and levies.
Don't think that's what a lot of Australians out there think. And I'd pose the question, you wouldn't want reform, is that because the complexities are a cover for your true tax burden, and therefore you can sort of cherry pick your contributions as you see?
I would argue that some of the conversations that are in the media today have been cherry picked. We're just here providing the facts, and the facts are that we provide a fair return to Australians, 44 cents in the dollar. It has been for the last 4 years. But it does encourage and provide a basis to continue to invest. And I think...
Thank you, Chair.
Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your participation today. Of course, the PRRT was reformed in the recent past, I think in 2023.
Correct.
Did the government give you any commitments at that particular point in time about a program for further reform of the PRRT, or was there an understanding that they were the reforms and that there would be no further reforms of the PRRT over future years?
Thank you, Senator. I think it's fair to say through the fact that the regulations were finalised, that it was our understanding that the PRRT reforms were worked through and finalised. But in terms of did we receive anything in writing or, no, nothing like that. It's just through the process that was followed and the regs were approved, etc. So from our side, the Callaghan review had been finalised, and there were significant changes. As a part of that, 2 of our operations came into PRRT paying positions, both Pluto and Wheatstone.
There's been public reporting that the Prime Minister's Department asked the Treasury to model 3 things: a 25% tax on gas exports, new levy options, and thirdly, options for further PRRT reforms. The Prime Minister in media reporting has rejected 1, but not 3. Roger Cook, my understanding, the Premier of Western Australia, has rejected 1, but not the other 2. How would Woodside react to any initiative from the government, whether contained in the budget or after the budget, to further reform the PRRT mechanism?
Thank you, Senator. As I provided my response to Senator Payman, we believe the system works today. It balances a fair return with investment. If there were to be any changes, we would not necessarily agree with them, but they would have to be very, very well considered, because the likes of, we've spoken about Browse earlier on, it is a significant investment, and it wouldn't take much for the returns to not achieve the hurdles we have, and that's a significant amount of future tax which wouldn't be payable if it's left in the ground.
So you would, if reform was necessary, you would prefer to see it as refinements on the reforms that were implemented in 2023 rather than substantive reform?
I would prefer no reform. It works.
It is often talked it is often said that the PRRT is a mechanism, well suited to Australian oil and gas developments because of their capital-intensive nature and cost. Can you just explain in a bit more detail what it is about the complexity and capital intensiveness of oil and gas projects in Australia that make the PRRT a well-designed tax revenue measure?
Yeah, so the purpose or the intent of PRRT is to capture additional profit once the investor has a decent return on the investment. We can
additional profit.
Correct.
Because the project is paying other taxes in the forms of royalties and company tax.
40% on top of. Now, that 40% is deductible for corporate income tax. What PRRT allows is it allows the investor to get a line of sight to their returns before it starts paying the 40%. And as you understand, through the PRRT process, there's 7 years before we start paying the minimum 10%. It works. It encourages investment.
There is another way to improve revenue to Australian taxpayers through the PRRT, and that is to ensure that projects can be delivered in a very timely and cost-effective way. In your submission, you identify a project in Louisiana that took 7 months compared to the West Australian project that took 7 years because of various regulatory approval that had to be gone through. In your submission, you say Australia's regulatory approval system for major energy projects is consistently found to be unwieldy, duplicative and unduly exposed to vexatious and ideologically driven legal challenges. Can you provide us with some detail around that statement?
Senator, we think there's a real case to continue to take a look at the approvals framework in Australia with respect to ensuring clarity of approvals timeframes, definitions around relevant persons, so who needs to be consulted on any particular project. There are examples, I think, fairly evidently across the energy industry in Australia, the oil and gas industry, around use of litigation to presumably to seek to delay or stop projects. We think the government, the Parliament, made some changes to the EPBC Act reform towards the end of last year that go to questions of streamlining and other activities that may warrant some further consideration to ensure that gas projects can be included in some of those new provisions that they're currently, that is not the case. So we think if I step back and think about the broader support that we believe exists in the community for energy security, sovereign capability, and the ability of Australia to continue to generate returns from its energy exports as well as its domestic energy security, that there's a real case to look at the approvals framework to ensure that can be those ambitions for what Australian energy can deliver can be realised.
Mr Tiver, in May 2023, the Treasury released a document on the petroleum resource rent tax gas transfer pricing. It's very, very detailed.
Yes.
On notice, what I'm curious to understand is the various options that were presented in that report, whether Woodside modelled each of those options and what they would do for the for bringing forward of the PRRT payments, and to what extent you might be able to share with the committee at a high level what those various options would have done in terms of bringing forward those PRRT payments.
Okay. I confirm that on notice. That's
on notice.
You're
on notice.
With that?
Happy to take that on notice.
Yep. I think Senator Whish-Wilson for one
just
question.
a very quick follow-up question, Senator Smith's question about PRRT being well designed for your operations. Woodside's a long-term player in Bass Strait, correct?
Yes.
So you paid your first PRRT payments when? 1986, 87?
Around then.
Around then,
maybe
yeah.
early 90s.
Okay.
Yep.
And to be fair, how many large downstream LNG projects did we have in Australia then? How many did you have?
Well, we had North West Shelf.
North West Shelf, yeah.
Yep.
And Pluto.
No, not in the early.
Not in the early. Sorry.
But what I would say, Senator,
it was designed for a different era, for a different
Senator,
form of
it's
production.
important to note that it's been through 3 material reviews since then. So you had the Henry Review in 2010, which confirmed PRRT was appropriate. You had the Callaghan Review in 2017, which reconfirmed it was appropriate. And then the Treasury went through it in 22 and 23, and there were some minor, well, not minor, they were material changes, big changes, which has brought more payers into the PRRT pool.
I've been around for all of those reviews.
Yes.
Ken Henry recently has changed his position, which you're aware of. He's calling for a 25% gas tax. The Senate inquiry that I initiated back in 2016 triggered the Callaghan Review, which was the government's way of coming over the top of the Senate report, which said the PRRT should be scrapped. So that is contested. I suppose my point is it was designed for a different era, not necessarily for what we've got now. So I just wanted to get that on record. Look, just the last thing I'd like to say, you mentioned earlier that all the upfront risk of these projects is on the private sector, but would you acknowledge that government and therefore the taxpayer and citizens provide all sorts of funding assistance from whether it's ports, airports, roads, pipelines, stamp duty exemptions, export financing? And you've got to admit that the public provide a lot of support to you to get these projects up and running. Do you acknowledge that?
I acknowledge that, yes, but generally there is also fees associated with that over the longer term, but your point, no problems, I understand.
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Thank you for your time today. I will extend an open invitation to Greens MPs to any company for free. It doesn't cost, it's no charge to discuss policy and legislation. If you have taken questions on notice, please get those responses to the committee by the 1st of May, and thank you again for your time today.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much.
I now welcome representatives of Chevron. Thank you for your patience today as we are running a little over. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacities in which you appear today?
Margaret McCourt, GM of Finance for Chevron Australia.
Good morning, everyone. Kynan Scar, GM of Asset Development for Chevron Australia.
Thank you. I now invite you to make, if possible, a very short opening statement, and at the conclusion of remarks, I'll invite committee members to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair and members of the committee, for the opportunity to appear today. I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we are meeting, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and pay my respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging. I extend that respect to any First Nations people participating in the hearing today and to those First Nations people on whose land Chevron operates. Chevron has operated in Australia for more than 70 years, supplying oil and natural gas that help power human progress. Today, we operate the Gorgon and Wheatstone natural gas facilities in Western Australia, providing approximately 40% of WA's domestic gas needs and around 6.5% of the world's liquefied natural gas. Given recent geopolitical events, Australia's role as a stable and dependable LNG exporter to the Asia-Pacific region is more important than ever, particularly as the Australian government seeks assurances of reliable imports of liquid fuels from many of these same trading partners. Gorgon and Wheatstone export LNG to key trading partners, including Japan, Singapore, Taiwan, South Korea, and China. These long-term trading relationships, underpinned by transparent dealings and reliable supply, also rely on confidence that stable policy settings will endure. LNG export developments also benefit Australian consumers by underpinning supply to the domestic gas market. Domestic gas from Gorgon and Wheatstone is used in WA for electricity generation and system reliability, and powering critical industries, including mining, minerals processing, and manufacturing. Our key message to the Select Committee today is that policy stability and predictability matters. Additional or new gas taxes risk undermining Australia's reliability as a trusted trading partner and deterring the ongoing investment needed to ensure energy security of both Australia and the region. Such an outcome could lead to higher energy prices, with flow-on negative impacts to jobs, technology, infrastructure, and broader economic activity. Chevron agrees we should pay our fair share of tax, and we do. Our tax position has changed significantly following the more than $80 billion we initially invested in Gorgon and Wheatstone with our joint venture participants. Since 2009, we have paid more than $20 billion in a variety of corporate taxes and royalties. $16 billion of this has been paid since 2022, reflecting how our taxation profile has evolved as Gorgon and Wheatstone have shifted from exploration, construction, and now into production. Chevron was the fourth largest taxpayer in Australia for the last 2 years of the ATO's Corporate Transparency Report. In Australia, major petroleum resource rent tax reforms for offshore oil and gas were implemented in 2024, and they're already delivering with more PRRT paid as a result. Chevron Australia is currently paying PRRT, and although we cannot predict the exact amount of tax we'll pay in the future, we anticipate we will have paid a combined $800 million in PRRT by the end of 2027. We welcome your questions and look forward to discussing our submission in further detail.
Thank you, Ms McCourt. I might kick us off. Do any of the senior executives from Chevron have tickets to the Treasurer's Budget Night event in the Realm Hotel?
Thank you for the question, Chair. We're not across the details of that event. Maggie is here representing our finance and tax function, and I'm here representing our asset development organisation, which deals with future gas supply sourcing. So, yeah, we don't have the details.
Is your CEO here out of curiosity?
Yeah.
Given the public interest and the huge national importance of this.
Well, again,
discussion.
Yes, sorry. Given the terms of reference of the inquiry around the taxation of gas resources, Maggie is our most senior.
I didn't think it was appropriate to turn up to a parliamentary inquiry into the taxation of Australia's gas.
Maggie is our most senior finance and taxation professional, and I can talk to our future investment profile.
Would you take on notice, please, if any of your staff are attending the Treasurer's evening event at the Realm Hotel or the Shadow Treasurer's event, and provide us with that information?
Yeah, we can take that on notice.
Have you spoken with the Treasurer, Resources Minister or the Western Australian Premier to kill off any proposal for a tax on gas to be included in the budget?
Maggie nor myself have spoken to those
to your CEO or any other executives?
Not to my knowledge. We can take that on notice.
Please do. A few years ago, the Australian Taxation Office had to haul Chevron to the full federal court for using offshore subsidiaries to get out of more than $300 million in taxes. How much was paid back to the Australian Taxation Office after that case?
I'll have to take the exact amount on notice, but what I would say is that that was a dispute over interest rates. It's been settled, and we've been working under that settlement for a very long time.
And do you think that the Australian Taxation Office should have to pursue corporations, spend significant time and resources, taxpayer money, to get companies to pay their taxes? Do you think that passes the pub test?
We do pay our taxes. We're the fourth largest taxpayer in Australia.
Well, what about this case where the ATO had to pursue that payment?
The case was not about tax avoidance. The case was just a discussion about interest rates and different interpretations of the law, and that happens with tax offices around the world.
We've heard from a number of witnesses that an export tax would be simpler and less complex than the existing PRRT system and would reduce the opportunities to get around payments. Is that why you're not supporting it? Why Chevron's not supporting an export tax?
Chevron supports the PRRT because it is a tax that incentivizes the very capital-intensive nature and the risk-based nature of the sort of investments that we need to make to develop the natural gas industry in Australia. It's what got the industry started, and it is what will allow investment to continue to come in the future. Other types of taxes will disincentivize that sort of investment going forward and may make it difficult for it to compete for capital, not just for Chevron, but for
global companies. So you don't think it's because that the PRRT is on the record for being incredibly complex and a really good vehicle for corporations not to have to pay the Australian public what they owe? And do you think that's one of the reasons that it is filled with so many loopholes that you continue to support it, despite us hearing expert after expert saying that it isn't fit for purpose anymore? It was developed for the oil industry originally and is now not getting the money back into Australia that the public deserve.
The PRRT has been reviewed 3 different times to look at whether or not it is the appropriate taxation methodology. We believe that it is the appropriate taxation methodology. The most recent changes were just made in 2024, and I think it's important to give those time to work and to give the other changes time to work. For example, from these recent changes, we now anticipate that we will pay $800 million by the end of 2027. I believe Treasury projected that they would get $2.4 billion by the end of 2027 from these PRRT changes, and $800 million of that will come from us alone. So these were just made a few years ago. Giving it time to see how it works would make sense as opposed to continuing to make changes on top of that.
And let's be clear, I understand corporations are going to get out there and they're going to make the profits they can make, and it's the government settings that allow that to happen. But I do think it is interesting that we are hearing such widespread support for the existing PRRT. Given, for example, in your case, the ATO data from the past 8 financial years, 23-24, suggests Chevron paid absolutely nothing in Australian PRRT across that period. Is that correct?
We started paying PRRT in 2025.
So
and
there was nothing paid in that previous 8 years, and no PRRT?
Well, keep in mind that throughout most of the 2010s, our projects were in construction and then when early phases of production. We've moved into sustained production. And also, now that the laws have changed as well, we are paying PRRT. We will continue paying PRRT going forward. And higher prices also mean that there will be more PRRT coming to the government.
I think it's important.
Revenue figures for that period too. May I ask for your revenue figures for that period, the previous 8 financial years through to 23-24?
I can provide you our revenue figures for 2025, or I can give the previous ones on notice. It's all publicly available information, but
Yes,
I didn't bring data back that
Please
far.
do provide those. I am somewhat surprised you didn't come with those figures anticipate that those would be questions asked of a select committee to witnesses. So what is the current value of Chevron's uplift credits?
We'll have to take that on notice.
That is rather surprising that you don't have that information to hand when you are going in so vehemently to bat for the existing PRRT, that you don't have that information to hand. In the lead up to Donald Trump's second presidential term, did Chevron donate $2 million to the Trump inauguration fund?
Thanks for the question, Senator. Maggie and myself are here representing Chevron Australia today. So we're here to talk about issues relating to Australia. We really can't.
I do find it interesting. I know that just last week the Australian government essentially gifted $300 billion worth of Australian gas to Chevron, which is an American-owned company. So I do think the fact that you're an American-owned company is relevant to this inquiry. Did Chevron donate $2 million to the Trump Inauguration Fund?
Again, we're here representing Chevron Australia, Chair, so cannot really comment on US-related matters.
I am going to need to rotate the call now. Thank you. I will rotate to Senator Ghosh, Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. One of the important starting points in this inquiry, from my perspective, is to develop a comprehensive picture of the tax profiles in the oil and gas industry, both across jurisdictions, onshore and offshore, and across different categories of taxation and across different projects. You mentioned earlier that some of this information was publicly available in relation to Chevron's projects. Where is that available?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question again in terms of what sort of information would you like around the projects?
I want essentially the tax profiles of the projects. So what tax has been paid under what category of taxation, and what timing, essentially. Do you do a tax transparency report?
I would encourage you to look at our tax transparency report. We actually do a fantastic tax transparency report that will give a lot of this information that we're talking about. I think it demystifies some of the common questions in the industry that you see swirling around the industry. So yes, you can see a wide variety of information there. In our most recent one, it details $5.1 billion of tax payments for the most recent year, and tax royalties and other sorts of payments.
One of the issues this inquiry is considering is tax settings and their impact on investment and investment in the future. There's been an almost binary character to some of the commentary on this, but I think, from my perspective at least, the result is, or the truth is probably a bit more nuanced than that. In your view, how should we approach assessing the risk to investment of taxation increases and or taxation styles when considering the terms of reference of this inquiry?
Thanks for the question, Senator. I'll take that. So as Maggie mentioned in her opening remarks, Chevron and its partners invested over $80 billion developing the Gorgon and Wheatstone LNG and domestic gas projects through the 2010s. That investment was upfront, borne by private investors, and then since those projects have come online, there's been an additional $20 billion spent. These are large, complex, deep-water gas fields. We're talking about water depths over 1,300 metres. Humans cannot go there, only robots are operating. Pipelines that are close to a metre in diameter that run 160 kilometres from the deep water to a gas plant that is built onshore. That gas plant has both liquefied natural gas facilities, domestic gas facilities, and then those facilities are then, the domestic gas are connected into the West Australian market. So these big numbers are thrown around, but I think it's important for people to understand the scale, the complexity of what we've invested in and what we continue to invest in. These large fields are depleting. So what comes up next is backfill to these existing fields, using those existing facilities, the existing infrastructure that we've built out over a long period of time.
May I just pause you there? I appreciate the answer you're giving. What I'm really trying to understand is the true sensitivity of investment to taxation changes.
So potential taxation changes add uncertainty to an already uncertain environment that we operate in. I think it's quite well known the volatility of some of the key prices that affect the commodities that we produce. We've seen the lows of COVID to much higher, shorter-term price events as well. So that is probably our number one uncertainty. We are producing into a market where we are effectively price takers. We are producing into a global market where global supply and demand patterns dictate the price. Beyond that significant price uncertainty, there's also the uncertainty of the resources that we are developing, that we are investing in. These are not simple tanks underground that you walk up to and you plug into. As I said, 1,300 metres of water, 140 kilometres, 150, 160 kilometres offshore, bringing that into a gas plant that requires investment as well. The uncertainty around these resources is quite wide, and we taking informed decisions to develop a resource that may be smaller or larger than we anticipate when we make that investment. Beyond that, the construction costs, as we're all aware, Australia has had its challenges with construction costs during peak build times. The investors take on that risk. And then also there's other challenges, and risks around foreign exchange and other movements. Those risks are the main ones that we have to work with. And then typically you have a fiscal setting, a fiscal environment that when you're doing your cash flow modelling, you are entrusting will stay the same. Introducing another uncertainty into that long list is problematic for investors.
And just to build on that, because that's exactly right, capital allocation, at the end of the day, it happens on the margins. And so, as you said, people often view it binary as will you leave or will you not? Will you stop the project or will you not? It's not really whether investment stops tomorrow. It's whether Australia is still competitive for the next dollar if these changes continue that erode the capital returns or increase the fiscal risk of the country.
Thank you. I think that's all I need. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I'll rotate the call to Senator McDonald on the line.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good morning to you both. The committee's heard evidence that the PRRT isn't working, that LNG producers have paid no PRRT, that Gorgon would never pay PRRT. I know that you've just given some evidence on amounts paid under PRRT, but could you confirm again that the PRRT, in terms of your projects, is working and that Chevron has commenced paying PRRT both from Gorgon and Wheatstone?
Yes, thank you for the question, Senator. As we shared in our submission, we project to pay $800 million in PRRT through the end of 27, but we'll have paid $500 million by the end of this year, and that includes both Gorgon and Wheatstone. We do believe that the PRRT changes are working. As we said, there were changes in 2019, there were changes in 2024 leading to this $800 million, and it would be great to give those time to work in terms of bringing in cash in the door sooner, but while still preserving the investment enabling features of the tax. But I would say it's also working not just because it's bringing money in sooner, but also because this is the structure that helped attract the investment that enabled us to provide supply, steady supply for our trading partners, that enable us to secure what we need to provide 40% of the domestic gas for Western Australia. It worked because it attracted the investment, and it has worked because it is bringing in a fair return to the Australian government and Australian people.
There was evidence earlier today from others that CCS was not working at Gorgon. I'd ask, I appreciate that you're a tax expert. Would either of you have any details on whether or not the CCS project is working at Gorgon?
Yes, thank you for the question, Senator. I can take that one. Yes, Gorgon CCS is working. We've injected just over 12 million tonnes of CO2 to date into reservoirs that are about 2,000 metres below Barrow Island. We have had some challenges that have been well publicised with that project, but today we are injecting CO2 and we're working on optimising that system to get it back to where we originally intended it to be.
Thank you. We've also heard evidence and claims by various witnesses and senators that Australia should stop exporting LNG and that would fix the gas shortage on the East Coast, where shortages have been created by the Victorian Labor government refusing to open up additional exploration and production measures. You mentioned that Chevron-operated projects supply over 40% of gas into the WA domestic market. How does the WA domestic gas policy operate in practice alongside LNG exports?
So thank you for the question, Senator. So yes, as you said, the assets that we operate supply around 40% of WA's domestic gas needs. At both the Gorgon and the Wheatstone facilities, there are domestic gas plants The Gorgon plant has a capacity of around 300 terajoules a day, and the Wheatstone around 230 terajoules a day. They are connected into the Dampier-Bunbury natural gas pipeline system, which runs a large part of the length of the West Australian coast. That system feeds into mining, minerals processing, industrial, and then power generation, and then at the very end of the line, so to speak, into homes in Western Australia. The importance of that domestic gas supply cannot be understated. Of Western Australia's total primary energy demand, raw energy input, domestic gas supplies about 50% or just over 50% of that. And then for the mining industry as well, domestic gas provides about just over 50% of the energy that the mining industry that WA runs on needs as well. To your question, I think about the fungibility, so to speak, of domestic gas and LNG. The plants are built to a capacity. Gorgon 300 terajoules a day, Wheatstone around 230. Expansion of those plants, similar to the earlier discussion, significant investments required. We deliver on our commitments. We're held accountable through the reporting mechanisms of the West Australian government, and we feel proud about our contributions to the West Australian economy through our domestic gas supply.
That economic balance of the LNG exports has allowed for the greater production of gas into the domestic market. Is that correct?
That's correct, Senator. As I discussed earlier, the complexity, the scale, the challenges associated with the deepwater gas fields that we have developed and operated, they would not have been developed without the scale and access to markets that LNG provides.
Senator Wishelson just has a point of clarification on your question. It's okay?
I'll make it later.
Okay, sure. No, sorry. Please continue.
Thank you.
I think I've addressed the question.
Thank you. So we heard earlier evidence about the effective tax rate on projects in other jurisdictions, including the US. Would the increase or the changed tax measures in Australia and this proposed 25% tax on exports, would that have changed the investment decision for Chevron in Australia, do you believe?
In general, it would certainly severely erode the economics of any future investment decisions that we would be making. We've spent $80 billion in Australia. We're hoping to be here for decades to come. But fiscal settings and fiscal stability does matter in each future decision, not just for Australia, but for any projects in our portfolios around the world. This would be a massive increase to a already high tax jurisdiction in our portfolio.
We've recently heard... I'll just do this last question, Chair, and then I'll hand the call. We've recently heard the Prime Minister talk about about broader economic contributions and benefits of the resources sector in Australia. Do you have current figures for Australian employment, direct and contractor, local supplier spend, and any First Nations contracting or benefit arrangements associated with Gorgon and Wheatstone?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I can hit on some of those specifics. A few I might need to take on notice. But in terms of direct employment, we employ about 2,000 employees directly. The vast majority of those, around 95% or more, are Australians. On any given day, our workforce, which includes contractors working at site, would be around 3,600. Again, that's sort of an average. When we go through major maintenance events, have major projects underway, that would increase temporarily. In terms of our sort of annual spend on operating activities, maintenance activities, that's around 1.8 billion Australian dollars a year, and the majority of that is in Australia. With First Nations employment, that's a key part of our engagement with the community, and we do have a number of providers working at both our Gorgon and Wheatstone sites.
Thank you, Mr Scarr. I'm going to rotate the call to Senator Pocock.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for your time just afternoon there. Mr Scarr, earlier you said that there was a lot of uncertainty in the market and that Chevron is a price taker. Is that correct?
Yes, Senator.
Thank you. So it follows that a 25% tax on export revenue wouldn't result in a high price for those who import Australian gas. Chevron would have to pay that 25%.
Sorry, Senator, the audio is very difficult. I couldn't quite hear large parts of that.
I said, so it follows that a 25% tax on export revenue wouldn't result in a high price for those who are importing Australian gas. Chevron would have to pay that 25%.
Did you say importing, Senator?
Yeah, that those who are buying gas from you would still set the price and you would have to absorb the 25%.
The specifics on the mechanism are very high level. There's been really no details provided, so it's
Sure,
very difficult to say.
And the bigger issue to customers is also
price taker.
Yeah, the bigger issue to customers, I think, than just absorbing the price, or an additional issue, is also just the frequent change. These are not just buyers, but some are investors in our facilities as well, and the lack of fiscal stability is a concern to them too.
Sure. Okay. So it's mainly about countries who've invested, and we're essentially messing with their profits on Australian gas, not necessarily the gas that they'll be buying from us.
Well, I think as we've laid out, Senator, we've made significant investments.
No, we've heard this, sorry.
Say that again, Senator Pocock.
Okay, I'm happy to move on there. I appreciate the significant investment argument. On Tuesday, I started the hearing declaring I sponsored a pass for one of the witnesses appearing, and I pointed people to passregister.com.au. Does anyone with Chevron currently hold a sponsored pass to Parliament House?
Thanks for the question, Senator. Yes, we do have sponsored passes. Given our presence in Australia, we engage with government and stakeholders on a range of matters, energy policy, energy security, tax, CCS.
And how many?
I'd have to take that on notice. I don't have those details with me, Senator.
Okay, thanks. Maybe also on notice just who sponsored them. How much LNG did Chevron sell before those first petroleum resource rent tax payments were made last year?
Since the history of the project?
Yes.
We'll have to take that on notice.
Okay. How much gas do your Gorgon and Wheatstone facilities use for their own operations?
Don't have those details with me, Senator. I'll have to take that on notice.
Sure. Do you have to pay for that gas, or is that just factored into your project?
There's costs to run the fuel generation facilities, to maintain them. So, yeah, I mean, there is investment required for that portion of the project, but you know what we're talking about is a small part relative to the rest of it.
A small part relative to the rest of it, but we know in Australia that the gas used to prepare gas for export is more than every household in Australia. So I'm interested in the raw material that you actually use, the gas that you use at your facilities, which is Australian gas. You don't have to pay a single cent for that gas. It's just whatever it costs you to run those facilities.
Again, Senator, back to the significant investment that we've made to access that gas. That gas would not be accessed.
I get the significant investment. I'm talking about the actual gigajoules of gas. What I'm hearing is that you don't have to pay for that because you've actually just invested in tapping it.
And then, as we've laid out in our submission, across both facilities, we're paying around $1.8 billion a year to operate and maintain these facilities.
No, I get that you spend money maintaining things. I'm really trying to hone in here. You use, for you, a small amount, but actually quite a lot of gas to run your operations. That gas you don't have to pay a cent to the Commonwealth for.
That gas, Senator, is part of our operations. It's a relatively small part relative to the energy that we're providing into the West Australian domestic gas system. Small relative to the LNG we're generating, the export revenue, and then the taxes that come from that. At the end of the day, we're a gas business. We make money from the products we sell, like other businesses, and then we pay corporate tax, PRRT, a number of other taxes as part of our business.
Just to hone in on this gas that you're using to power your facilities. You may say it's a small amount, but can you just confirm that you actually get that gas for free?
We get that gas exactly the same way as we get all the other gas, Senator.
So how do you pay for it?
We pay for it. We pay to access it through the investment we make, and then under the taxation regime.
Paying for Australian gas. That's just paying to set up your facility. You know, a big developer obviously builds a lot of infrastructure, but they don't get the land for free. What are you actually paying for that gas that you're using?
Again, Senator, we pay to access that gas. That gas would still be, I mean, just to put it in perspective, Senator, the Gorgon discovery was made in 1980. The investment decision on Gorgon was made in 2009.
Sorry, we don't have time to go through the history of it. I'm just really...
Well, that's important context.
Rotate the call. So can we just conclude this line of questioning, please, and then I need to rotate the call.
Okay. Ms. Wake, the Shell Australia country chair, confirmed that Shell and she said 6 or 7 other companies have funded AEP to the tune of $1 million. How much has Chevron contributed?
Yeah, thanks for the question. We are members of AEP and we have made contributions to the campaign.
How much?
We'll take that on notice.
Thank you. I need to rotate the call.
You don't know that number?
Don't have that number.
No, don't have that.
Senator
You surely would have known that was going to be ours?
No, I mean, we're very busy operating.
Senator,
Ms. Wake?
Given access to advanced questions, were you, Mr. Scarr?
No, Senator, we weren't.
I'm going to rotate the call now. I realise it is unfortunate we have such limited time with some of our witnesses today, but I'm going to rotate to Senator Payman and encourage senators to put questions on notice if they haven't got the answers they.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Just quickly, in your submission, you list a range of impacts from changes to gas taxation, from investment, competitiveness, energy security, and even international reputation, but you omit any reference to Chevron's revenue. Would changes to tax settings reduce your profits? And is that the real concern sitting behind your submission?
Yes, changes to tax settings would reduce our profits. They would, but the true concern to this.
How much would it reduce your profits by?
It completely depends. It depends on the amount of the tax. It depends on future price. There's so many.
On a 25% tax, how much would your profits be reduced?
It would depend.
Okay.
Well, and
I
think again, Senator, if I
yeah.
jump in, the details have not been laid out. There's been no consultation with industry on any details around these different ideas.
Does Chevron accept that other jurisdictions like Norway and Qatar have been able to generate substantial revenue from gas that Australia has not?
Thank you for the question, Senator. I think there's been a lot of discussion on Qatar and Norway. Headline tax rates grab a lot of attention. What you really need to understand are the details of those regimes. Norway has a a cost recovery regime. So while it has a high tax rate, that also acts as a refund to companies in the loss-making phase, right? Where you're investing, you're not generating any cash flow. So to put an example out there, in the deep water, wells can cost $100, $200 million. And in our business, over the long term, the failure rate on the more frontier exploration can be 80 or 90%. So the majority of those wells fail. You've spent $100 to $200 million. If it's $100 million in Norway, there's a $70 million refund coming to the proponents.
But Australians aren't receiving a fair share, and we've just heard that it's going to reduce your profits. So what, just on another line of questioning around what events hosted by Federal Labor Business Forum and WA Labor Business Roundtables have representatives of Chevron attended in the last 3 years?
I don't have the details of our attendance record.
Can you take that on notice, please?
Yes.
And can you also take it on notice what the most recent Labor Party engagement you've attended and what date that was on? Can you outline to the committee what donations have been made by Chevron to political parties, in particular the WA Labor Party and the Australian Federal Labor Party?
Yeah, thanks for the question, Senator. We don't make donations to political parties. We make contributions through membership to business roundtable type events. All of those amounts can be found on the Australian Electoral Commission website and the other required reporting mechanisms.
Okay, because
about Chevron Australia there, or are you talking about Chevron as a corporation globally?
Chevron Australia.
But you do globally donate to Donald Trump and other people?
I don't have those details. I'm a Chevron Australia representative.
So based on the AEC report, there's details of donations made to political parties, and that's actually what the Excel spreadsheet's called. And the most recent one was, well, at least what I've got here is 6th of June 2025 to the West Australian branch of the Australian Labor Party. So if they are not donations, as what you've just said, they are memberships to these business roundtables, why are they referred to as donations?
That's not my area of expertise, Senator.
Ms McCourt?
That is not my area of expertise either.
Can you guys take it on notice on why that classification or categorization is made? And if you could also take on notice any financial contribution you've made, whether it's as part of a membership or whether it's been a political donation to political parties for the financial year to date. I know we haven't reached the end of this financial year, but to date would be important. Thank you.
Yes, we can.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. I will rotate the call to Senator Darman, and I think you had just one. Yes.
Yeah, just I wanted to go back. I think you talked, you took us quite thoroughly through some of the investment kind of risk and decision making and the factors that are taken into account. Just in relation to your submission, you refer to the Wood Mackenzie report that says that Australia has already lost a material share of global natural gas and LNG investment over the past decade compared with peer countries including US, Qatar, Canada, Norway, etc. That's obviously under the current and past regimes that we've had here. Just wondering if in your opinion, if you can talk about what has accounted for this lack of investment?
Yes, so thanks for the question. Stability is key. And as Maggie has laid out, the number of changes that have occurred over the last 8 or so years, and that influences our decision making. We, like all good organisations, we operate under a budget, and we have a capital budget each year. We have a global set of opportunities around the world, some of the countries that you mentioned. And so we'll evaluate that set of opportunities globally and also consider the stability of the places in the world that we'll operate. Opportunities will move up and down as part of that prioritisation process, depending on the current stance and the investment environment of the day.
So that Wood Mackenzie, so that's Chevron's approach, but this is a Wood Mackenzie report that I presume is broader than just Chevron, that report that you're relying on, but you're just giving the view that you have. Do you have an opinion on others? Report?
On the Wood Mackenzie report? Yeah, I mean, Wood Mackenzie is a reputable international consultancy in energy, commodities, oil and gas. The analysis that they provide, the insights that they share around Australia's competitiveness, how investment is not coming to Australia as it once was. In my view, my reading of that report are valid.
Yeah, and I would also just add that, you know, we're here to speak for Chevron Australia, and with Chevron Australia, you know, we've been here 70 years. We want to stay for a long time. We want the stable policy that enables us to stay here. We put that report in the submission because it enables that, or it shows that some of the broader decisions are clearly discouraging investment as compared to peer countries, and we don't want to see any decisions made that would continue to erode confidence.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Senator Darmanin. Senator Smith.
Thank you very much. Mr Scarr, Senator Pocock interrupted you when you were going to give senators who are less familiar with the history of the Gorgon project, Gorgon project. Could you just take us through, at a high level, the history of the Gorgon project, but how it relates to tax revenues and to the application of the PRRT?
Thank you, Senator. The history of the Gorgon project started with a first discovery in the area around 1973. The Gorgon field itself was discovered in 1980. So as I mentioned briefly before around well costs, inflation has brought things to the level that I talked about earlier, $100 million, $200 million. But back then, well costs was still pretty significant. You're operating in the deep water, you're leasing a rig, that's a significant investment. So making those investments a long time ago, and then not seeing returns from that investment until you have spent tens of billions of dollars, $80 billion across both the Gorgon and Wheatstone projects, making that decision in 2009 in one price environment, first production occurring 8 years later, give or take, in a different price environment, 2016 for Gorgon, 2017 for Wheatstone. And then, as we've outlined in our submission and other discussion, the ongoing investment. These are large, long-dated projects. Gorgon is the largest single resource development in Australia's history, and Chevron and its partners have stuck with that opportunity since that exploration phase, which, as I mentioned earlier, has a 80%, 90% failure rate.
Can you speculate what the LNG industry would look like in Western Australia and Australia, and perhaps what the industrial development would look like in Western Australia if the PRRT regime did not exist?
So the PRRT regime has enabled these large-scale investments by allowing investors to make these significant contributions to the exploration, appraisal, detailed engineering phases, with the confidence that they would see a return once we produce gas. So that regime allows for recovery of those costs, and then once those costs have been recovered and a reasonable return has been made, then the proponents, as submissions have outlined, in addition to paying corporate tax, we are paying another 40% of PRRT on top of that, above that rate of return. Maggie, I don't know if you want to add anything to that.
I would just say that under a different style of taxation, it's very unlikely that much of this investment would have occurred. Kynan has done a great job of outlining how complicated these projects are, how expensive they are, and that significant risk, and recognizing that risk and recognizing the capital-intensive nature of what was required to develop this industry. was extremely important. And so, to your point, if PRT had not been in place, the industry would look drastically different because of a lot of development, our developments, other things would have been much less likely.
Well, two things, the industry itself, but also those additional benefits that have been received by other industries, mining industry, agricultural industry, and the benefits that West Australian consumers have had from affordable energy prices. In your submission, Ms McCourt, you talk about the cost of capital. You have reflected on the high-cost nature of business in Australia. Can you give us an indication of the cost of capital considerations when making decisions about where to put capital in the global environment?
Yes, absolutely. In Chevron, new scopes of work compete for capital internally and against global opportunities around the world. And so, and that's actually true for Chevron and for every global investor. And so when there are changes to these fiscal regimes, that erodes the cost of capital and therefore makes those projects less competitive.
So, and the competition for capital is happening in two places. It's happening internally in an organisation like Chevron. Chevron has a capital budget. Then it will seek to allocate that capital budget to various projects based on the economics of those projects. But then, of course, competing between jurisdictions, depending on what their fiscal and other settings might be.
Absolutely.
One last question. Has doing business in Australia become more attractive or less attractive over recent times?
Sure. Well, I mean, I could speak to this from the financial perspective to say that, you know, we mentioned that there have been 2 PRT reviews in the 3 total and 2 in the recent history, right? So the last one was just 2 years ago, and yet we are here again having this discussion, which we're always happy to discuss. Our tax contribution is the 4th largest taxpayer in Australia, but there is a sense of fiscal instability that comes with that when you are frequently having these conversations, and when you combine that with other things that happen when approvals can take longer, things of that nature, it can be viewed as a place where it is harder to do business.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Finally, Senator Wish-Wilson.
Yeah, look, a couple of points. May have been a less attractive place because, Maggie, it was mentioned earlier, you were forced to pay income tax after the potential High Court challenge. You mentioned it was a dispute over interest rates, so I just wanted to correct the record. It was actually a dispute over corporate tax avoidance and using transfer pricing, which is. And it was an important question by the Chair because it goes to the lengths that corporations will take to avoid paying tax. I do actually want to get that on record. I was part of a 3-year inquiry that pushed the ATO to go after Chevron on this, so I do think it's really important to correct the record on that. I just wanted to ask, I mean, in relation to that, you produce 6.5% of the world's LNG from Gorgon. It's a significant project. Do you think it would be fair to say you'd pay 6.5% of the world's tax on LNG if you produce 6.5% of the world's LNG?
That's a wide open
it's a
question.
Philosophical question,
yeah.
But yeah, do you think it's a fair one?
You know, we're finance professional, engineering professional. Okay. You know, speculating on a number like that.
Right.
We're not going to.
An interesting exercise, but maybe something more specific for you. You've spoken about the recent PRRT changes after the legislative changes we've seen go through, as if it means we're now in a phase where Australians will finally start getting fair returns. Can you explain why the budget papers project that PRRT revenues will actually reduce over coming years? I think the numbers are 1.4 billion for the 25 year to 24-25 to 1.1 billion in 2028-29.
They are forward estimates, which means they're variable.
Yeah,
but it's pretty well set in concrete, these long-term projects.
Yeah, so thanks for the question. You know, we're not across those estimates. They obviously come from Treasury. Really can't comment on their assumptions as we've laid out. You know, assumptions and the wide range can have a big.
You have your own internal assumptions, Ken, and that would that you could run in parallel to those? Or?
We are PRRT payable. We expect to continue to be PRRT payable. We do not see our PRRT payments going down from the numbers that I've given to you this year, price sensitivity aside. But beyond that, we will continue to pay PRRT on these projects for the foreseeable future.
Look, last question for me. You mentioned a number of risks and uncertainty around your projects, which I accept, but it did interest me that you didn't mention decarbonisation of the world and meeting, for example, 1.5 degree warming Paris targets. Do you not see that as a risk at all to Chevron and your long-term project development and revenues?
Our projects have net zero requirements under the safeguard mechanism. Managing greenhouse gases is an integral part of how we operate.
That has nothing to do with 1.5 degrees because most of your scope 3 is what contributes to that.
Yeah, as I said, we have obligations under the various mechanisms, regulation, legislation in Australia, and they all point to net zero, and we are working and delivering on those commitments.
Okay, I don't have much time to prosecute that. But
no, we don't have much time. Thank you for your time today. If you've taken questions on notice, please provide those responses by the 1st of May. And thank you once again for your time. You may now leave the front desk. And also thank you to our witnesses who are patiently waiting. I recognise that we are running behind time. We are going to call the Australian energy producers now, and then the committee is resolving to have the lunch break at 1 o'clock. From 1 until 1:50 p.m, meaning that Impex would be resuming after lunch at 1:50 p.m. And thank you again for your patience. So I now welcome representatives of Australian energy producers. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, would you please state your full names and the capacities in which you appear today?
Good afternoon, Senators. Samantha McCulloch, Chief Executive of Australian Energy Producers.
Good afternoon. Matthew Steen, Principal Advisor, Economic Policy, Australian Energy Producers.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of remarks, I'll invite committee members to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon. I'd like to begin, as others have done, by acknowledging the traditional owners of the land on which we're meeting today, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and I pay my respects to their elders, past, present and emerging. Australian Energy Producers welcomes the opportunity to give evidence to this inquiry. The Australian oil and gas industry is very proud of our significant tax and economic contribution. Beyond the $21.9 billion in taxes and royalties the industry paid last year alone, our sector also contributes more than $100 billion a year to the Australian economy and supports around 215,000 jobs. This is more than a third of those jobs are right here in Western Australia. But more than that, we're proud of all the Australians who work in our industry, many of them in regional and remote communities, to ensure Australians have reliable and affordable energy each and every day. It should not take a global energy crisis to remind us of how important their contribution is. Senators, Australia's tax and energy policy should be driven by facts, not ideology. The facts are that the latest Australian Taxation Office data confirms that the oil and gas industry is Australia's second largest corporate taxpayer. The ATO confirms that the industry has paid more tax in the past 2 years than ever before, as Australia's gas and LNG projects recoup the hundreds of billions of dollars invested over the last 15 years. Now, this inquiry has heard false claims from those calling for higher taxes that simply don't stand up to the slightest scrutiny. To quote Prime Minister Anthony Albanese yesterday, the truth is that the gas taxes in the last financial year completed were around about $22 billion. I've seen the reports suggesting that there's more on beer tax than gas. It's just not true. Now, Treasury and the ATO's evidence to this inquiry has confirmed that our existing tax system is already designed to collect more tax when company profits increase. We do not need a so-called windfall profits tax because our tax system already ensures a fair return for our abundant oil and gas resources. Analysis by Wood Mackenzie confirms this. It shows that the Australian oil and gas companies would pay an additional $80 billion in taxes and royalties over the next 5 years if international prices remain elevated. That's around $17 billion a year in additional revenue flowing to federal and state government budgets. But this inquiry has also highlighted that many of those calling for higher taxes on the industry aren't really interested in these facts or in genuine tax reform. It's not a coincidence that the loudest calls for higher taxes are coming from organisations that want to stop new oil and gas projects, to stop investment and to shut down the industry. The irresponsible campaign of misinformation that we're seeing at the moment puts Australia's future energy security at risk. It threatens investment, it threatens the trade relationships that underpin our liquid fuel security, and it threatens tens of thousands of jobs, especially here in Western Australia, where the oil and gas industry is a key driver of the state's economy and accounts for around 50% of the energy used by the mining sector. Now, we welcome the opportunity to have an informed and fact-based discussion of the industry's significant tax and economic contribution, and we look forward to answering the committee's questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms McCulloch. I'll kick us off. Will you or any other AEP executives be attending the Treasurer's Budget Night fundraiser at the Hotel Realm in Canberra?
Senator, normally I would attend that, so it's very likely I'd be attending.
Yeah, and so you've previously attended those
previously
budget fundraisers, and it's a good opportunity to connect with decision makers?
We participate in the forums for both for all the major parties, and we do find it a good opportunity to engage with ministers, MPs,
so you'll be at the Shadow Treasurers event as well then on the Thursday?
More than likely, we also tend to attend that one.
And have you had any previous discussions with the Treasurer or senior government officials to ward off this tax?
Look, we engage regularly with ministers and ministerial officers in Canberra. That's part of our core business, and we have raised concerns about proposals for new taxes, particularly
in relation to this particular export tax.
In particular, you can see that we have even undertaken analysis of what the impact of some of these tax proposals would mean. We're happy to elaborate on that.
And you've met with government.
And we've certainly shared that information and concerns with government decision makers.
Okay, thank you. If possible, to put on notice the meetings where you did discuss the export tax.
We can take that on notice.
Thank you. I suppose if you do attend that event and this gas tax is not supported in the May budget, will you be buying around for the Prime Minister and his cabinet colleagues?
Well, Senator, we attend these functions regularly.
It'll be a good outcome for you, obviously, as you've put to the...
Well, Senator, I think it'd be a good outcome for Australia, because what we need right now is more investment in energy, more investment in gas, particularly when we're facing a global energy crisis, and our gas exports are so important in terms of leveraging our future liquid fuel supply with our key trading partners.
With all due respect, I think that most Australians would agree that it shouldn't be up to multinational gas corporations to decide what is a fair level of tax in this country. And we are hearing that the public interest behind this push is enormous. So I do take issue with that. But look, have you had any conversations with Roger Cook or the WA Minister about a potential gas tax before he called the Prime Minister this week?
I have not.
You haven't had any? Thank you. When the mining industry spent $21 million on advertising to kill the mining super profits tax, the ABC reported that their campaign generated a 20,800% return on investment. How much is the AEP spent on the current advertising campaign?
Senator, we've been active in terms of an education and awareness campaign for a number of years now, particularly promoting awareness around the uses of gas in manufacturing, in terms of electricity generation, and particularly backing up renewables. We also have advertising that's linked to our economic contribution, because we do think it's important for the community to understand not just the role that our gas resources play in terms of our energy security and day-to-day lives, but also the economic contribution of our sector.
Can I draw you
More
back
recently,
to
we've had
the actual sums, please, if I may, just given the interests of time. Specifically the economic contribution campaign, how much AEP has contributed?
I couldn't comment on the specifics of that aspect of the campaign. Look, we can take it on notice, but the fact is we're running ads that we would prefer not to run, but there is a well-coordinated campaign of misinformation that's out there. Frankly, some of them are blatantly lies around the tax contribution of the industry. And we need to be out there and set the record straight, and that's what we've been doing. And
Can you
Senator,
please tell us which members have contributed financially to that campaign?
Senator, I can tell you where our funding comes from. It comes from our members. You can see a list of our members on our website. We're very transparent about that.
Have they all contributed towards that campaign,
our
towards
members,
that economic contribution?
all of our large members contribute to the campaign. What we don't see is where the funding is coming from the misinformation campaign, who is funding the Australian Institute, who is funding IEFA, to run ads that are frankly untrue around the industry's tax contribution.
Well, I'd say they're not getting given billions of dollars worth of Australian gas royalty-free. Are you planning an attack ad campaign if there is a tax implemented in the budget?
We're not planning any campaigns beyond what we're running currently.
If on notice you could provide the amount and those members that are contributing, that would be appreciated. AEP was out of the blocks early to support the government's gas reservation scheme. Was this because you wanted to prevent a gas tax, or because you knew you could be a lead author of that gas reservation policy?
Well, Senator, actually, the industry was supportive of a gas reservation policy before the government announced one, and this was because on consideration of particularly the East Coast market, when we look at that market today, it's not working for anyone. There's no stakeholder in that market that thinks the current arrangements are where we want to be. We've had a number of interventions and reforms. We have a patchwork of policies that simply aren't working. They're discouraging investment, they're discouraging contracting, they're not providing certainty for either the users or the producers. And we think long-term providing certainty for everyone in that market and ensuring that we have a well-supplied domestic market on the East Coast, a gas reservation that's prospective and that's linked to new supply, can be an important part of providing that long-term certainty for the market, provided that the current arrangements are phased out and that it is prospective and linked to new supply. The only way to solve some of the pressures that we're seeing on the East Coast market is more supply.
Thank you, Ms McCulloch. And just finally, Climate Analytics referred this morning to a draft Deloitte report debunking gas industry talking points about cheap gas supporting decarbonisation in Asia. A leak draft of that report had your logo on it and said gas was crowding out renewables and locking in emissions. The final version did remove your logo and it removed that finding. Why did you back out? Did you tell the government to kill that report?
To the best of my knowledge, we were not at all involved in that report.
So your logo was never on that report? And
I have no idea if it was, but we were never, and my team was never involved in that report, to the best of my knowledge. I've certainly never seen any draft report that you're referring to.
Thank you. If you could take it on notice and just check with the rest of your team, I would appreciate that. And I will now rotate the call to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for being here. Can I just ask about this concept of investment risk and how to measure the true sensitivity of investments to taxation changes? I think you may have heard I put it to one of the earlier witnesses that often this debate seems to be occurring in some of the submissions in a binary context. Is there a tool or a method or a metric that we can utilise to really assess that sensitivity at a high level and across the industry?
Well, thank you, Senator, for the question. And I think you're right that we actually need to look at this in a holistic way in some ways in terms of the sensitivity for investment. We're concerned about what we're seeing in terms of investment patterns, and that's one of the reasons last year we asked Wood Mackenzie to do a study to assess Australia's investment competitiveness vis-a-vis peer countries that also have significant oil and gas resources. That includes the US, Canada, Norway, Nigeria, countries in Southeast Asia. And alarmingly, what we found from that study is that Australia has demonstrably become a less attractive place for oil and gas investment. Our rate of investment growth for exploration and appraisal is half of what we're seeing in other countries, and we're a shrinking share of the investment portfolio of those large multinational companies. For example, we're attracting, I think, around 1.2% of global investment in exploration and appraisal for oil and gas. Now, that's really concerning. We also conducted a survey of our CEOs at the time, which highlighted that 95% of CEOs reported that they'd had projects impacted by regulatory changes, and 1 in 5 of those projects was ultimately cancelled or relocated offshore, and more than half of the projects that were impacted were substantially delayed. Now, it's these challenges in terms of regulatory approvals, it's the lawfare that we're seeing that's tying projects up in court, uncertainty around regulatory environment, uncertainty about the fiscal environment that's very much playing into decisions of where to invest. We are very fortunate that we have abundant oil and gas resources. We should be a destination of choice for investment. We are traditionally have been a stable place for investment, and our proximity to markets in Asia has been a key source of our advantage. We've eroded some of that advantage in recent times because of the instability in the policy settings. That's one of the reasons that we strongly believe that we shouldn't have further changes to the taxation arrangements. You've already heard, I think, several times today and throughout this week that, you know, the PRRT in particular has been reviewed comprehensively 3 times in the last decade or so. The most recent changes were implemented in 2024. We know they're working. We're seeing that already in the receipts. So we should provide the stability we need to attract further investment. Now is the time we should be investing in our energy security, our future energy security, and shoring up our place as a reliable trading partner in the region.
How should, or do the differences between the East Coast gas industry and the West Coast gas industry inform the approach this committee should take to taxation options that are presented to it?
Look, I think that's a good question. If we look at some of the strengths of the WA approach, not just in taxation but just in terms of general policy settings, there has been stability. For example, there was a comprehensive review of the domestic reservation policy the year before last, I think now, and ultimately a decision to stabilise that policy. It's understood, it's working for industry and for the government. So I think having the stability, being clear about the role of gas and oil in terms of the energy mix and in terms of the energy transition, in terms of the economy. The WA government has been very clear on that and has actively supported new investments. You contrast that with some of the states on the East Coast that have had bans and moratoriums that have actively discouraged investment in new gas resources. They're the states that are now facing challenges in terms of gas supply and limited investment against a backdrop of declining legacy fields, and that's causing significant concern, I think, in particularly Victoria and New South Wales.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I will rotate the call to Senator McDonald online.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon, Ms McCulloch. I wanted to start by asking, yesterday the Prime Minister Anthony Albanese effectively ruled out a windfall tax levy on gas exports, due primarily to the sensitivity of trading relationships and the role gas plays, as well as fuel supply priorities for Australia. He also said, I understand that people would like to see more taxes paid, but we need to have an honest debate about it as well, and some of the debate has distorted some of the facts which are there, he told the Daily Oz. Would you agree that facts have been distorted throughout this debate and committee process?
Oh, Senator, absolutely. As I said in my opening remarks, we have seen a coordinated campaign of misinformation saying the industry pays no tax, and other mistruths that are really influencing some of the community sentiment. As I said earlier, this is irresponsible. It's against the national interest. It's against the interest of ensuring our future energy security and shoring up the incredible economic contribution of the industry. Again, the industry is the second largest corporate taxpayer in Australia. We paid almost $22 billion in taxes and royalties last year alone. That's set to increase over coming years. We're also contributing $100 billion to the economy every year, supporting other industries. Without a vibrant and successful gas industry, we don't have a manufacturing sector. We will not keep the lights on because of the role of gas in power generation. We wouldn't be able to produce, key products like fertiliser that are so in focus right now. And, our role in terms of the energy security in the region. Now, our gas exports have always given us an outsized role and influence in the region and with our trading partners. We're now seeing in the time of global energy insecurity that those long-standing relationships built on LNG exports are really ensuring that we'll be at the front of the queue for receiving liquid fuels in the future should there be further disruptions. Now, this is the moment that Australia really needs to be demonstrating that we're a reliable and stable trading partner, ensuring our future liquid fuel security, but also taking the opportunity to continue to grow our LNG exports in the region. We know demand is increasing substantially. So the misinformation campaign that we're seeing is detracting from the national interest. Frankly, there are absolute lies that are being peddled in some of the social media commentary, and I fully support the Prime Minister in coming out and calling out that misinformation and calling out the fact that it's a disingenuous approach to what should be an important national policy debate.
You've said in your submission that many of the groups calling for higher taxes on the gas industry want to stop new oil and gas investment. Can you expand on that?
Well, I think it's on the record that many of the organisations that are calling for higher taxes want to stop investment in new oil and gas. We've heard that through the inquiry, and we know what the impact of that would be. We actually modelled the Greens policy before the last election to understand what stopping investment in new gas in particular would mean, and it means on the East Coast we wouldn't have enough gas for power generation by 2030, putting extra pressure in terms of the current grid. And ironically, that would prolong the life of coal and promote more diesel use in power generation, so emissions actually went up. We wouldn't have enough gas for manufacturing by the early 2030s on both the East Coast and the West Coast. We wouldn't have enough gas for our mining sector. So, we need to continue to invest in our oil and gas resources to even maintain supply, but certainly to grow some of the new opportunities around critical minerals processing and other manufacturing that will rely on a reliable and stable gas supply.
How does Australia currently stack up in terms of international competitiveness for investments in oil and gas projects?
Well, thank you, Senator. And again, we are concerned about where Australia is fitting in terms of attracting international capital, and the Wood Mackenzie analysis we commissioned in 2025 really highlighted that Australia is becoming a less attractive place for investment. We are losing out investment to countries like the US, like Canada, that have been very forward-leaning in wanting to develop their resources and play their role in terms of global energy supply and security. What we need to turn that around is stability in policy settings, faster regulatory approvals, more efficient regulatory approvals. We need to address the lawfare that we're seeing that's holding up critical energy projects, and we need stability around the policy settings, including the fiscal settings, which brings me back to the point around why we think it's so important that we now allow the changes that have been made to the PRRT and to the taxation regime as it applies to oil and gas to bed down. We know it's going to deliver significant returns for the Australian people and Australian governments in the coming years.
Thank you, Ms McCulloch. I do need to rotate the call now to Senator Pocock.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your time here today. My understanding is that Ms Wake, who's the Shell Country Chair, is also the Chair of Australian Energy Producers. Is that correct?
That's correct.
On Wednesday, Ms Wake confirmed that 6 to 7 large industry players have contributed around $1 million each to a coordinated campaign against the gas tax. You're aware of that evidence?
Senator, I don't believe that's actually what Ms Wake said, but as I mentioned before, we have for several years now run a campaign. You've probably seen our ads and our billboards and social media on that. We have run an education and awareness campaign that highlights the role of gas in power generation in particular, in manufacturing and in household use.
I heard you talk about that campaign to the Chair. But Ms Wake confirmed that they had recently provided $1 million. I'm interested how much in total you've received from gas companies, from your members.
Well, Senator, I said I'll take that on notice. Normally we wouldn't disclose what is commercially sensitive information, but most of our campaigning to date, the vast majority of our campaigning has been a education and awareness campaign to ensure that the Australian community understand how gas is used across our economy and why it's important. And we do also run, as I mentioned earlier, campaigns or ads that highlight our economic contribution. And more recently, we've had to be out there to set the record straight because there is so much misinformation out there, and a very well-funded and well-coordinated campaign that is frankly peddling lies about the industry's economic contribution.
Given the chair of AEP was asked about this, did you not expect that this question would come up today?
Senator, yes, I was expecting the question, and I believe I've answered the question.
I asked what the total that you've received for this campaign is, and you said you'd have to take it on notice. So,
well,
surely you have that number.
Senator, what we have is funding that we receive through our membership levies and through the membership that supports our advocacy and advertising. How that's broken down, I'm happy to take that on notice. Okay, I'm just interested why you won't answer the question. We had your chair say, yep, we chipped in $1 million. 6 or 7 others chipped in $1 million. Smaller gas producers would have chipped in less. You can probably all guess it's probably around 10 mil, but you won't answer that question. It seems just a bit strange. Well, Senator, what I can say, though, is that you know where our funding's coming from. It's coming from our members. We're very transparent around that. That's in contrast to other organisations that aren't declaring where their funding's coming from to run misinformation campaigns around the oil and gas industry's tax and economic contribution. And I note those organisations were also not asked to reveal where their funding is coming from, which would also seem to be an important question.
Ms. McCulloch, have you provided any briefing notes or suggested potential questions or lines of questioning to any members of this committee in relation to this inquiry?
I would have to take on notice whether my team has done that, but I have not.
Senator Pocock, I need to rotate the call.
On Tuesday,
final questions. Final question.
Final question.
Yeah.
Ms. McCulloch, how many people in your team hold a sponsored pass to Parliament House, and who sponsors those passes?
Well, Senator, I certainly have a sponsored pass. I know Dr. Steen has a sponsored pass, and others in my organisation would. I don't know how many. I can take that on notice.
Sure. Who sponsors your pass?
I'd have to take that on notice, Senator.
You don't know?
No, I might have a very good team that arrange these things for me, Senator.
Thank you, Senator
So
Pocock.
you don't sign the forms?
Senator Pocock, please do put these questions on notice. I agree that there is a public interest in it, but I need to rotate the call. Thank you. Senator Payman.
Chair, I'd just like an answer.
Senator McCulloch, did you sign? Did you sign the forms? So do you know who sponsored those passes?
I honestly couldn't recall the process for...
Don't know.
No.
Thanks, Senator Pocock.
Wow, okay, thanks.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. In the media release on 13th of April 2026 titled Gas Tax Proposal Would Make Australia Uninvestable and Threaten Future Energy Supply Report Finds, Ms McCulloch, you're quoted as saying the consequences are clear: less investment, less supply and higher energy costs for Australian households and businesses. Now, it's a yes or no question. Don't we export much more gas and LNG than we actually use?
We export around 75% of the gas that we produce in Australia, and there's a
so that's more than we actually use.
Oh, absolutely,
yeah.
because
Okay.
the Australian market is a tiny.
We're limited for
comparison
time. I would love to give you more opportunity, but we're limited for time, and I've got a few other questions. Would you agree that a 25% tax on exports would make exporting gas less attractive?
Senator, I would agree that it will make investing in Australia less attractive, and that will impact future export opportunities. It will impact future domestic supply, because currently our LNG exporters on the East Coast account for around 35 to 40% of domestic supply, and on the West Coast that figure is around 60%. That's according to the government's gas market review. And we require the access to the international markets to provide the scale needed for these multi-billion dollar investments. I mean, you wouldn't have had $400 billion invested in our industry in the last 15 years for the domestic market alone. And what we're seeing now on the east coast of Australia in particular is that it's that investment in Queensland in particular and in the export industry that is now propping up the southern states and ensuring that those states have supply, particularly during peak winter periods now.
But let's bring that back to the domestic market here. So wouldn't disincentivising the export of gas increase the supply for domestic use and the domestic market?
So,
it's
Senator,
a no-brainer.
We have ample oil and gas.
So why are our bills so high? Why are people struggling with cost of living crisis? Why are they struggling while the gas industry is making billions of dollars and out of the resources that Australians own?
So, Senator, I would point you to the fact that currently prices on the East Coast are at the lowest they've been in many years. I think the spot price is $11 or lower. It's less than a quarter of what we're seeing internationally. And those prices haven't moved really since the war started. And it shows that our domestic gas industry is actually insulating Australians from the worst impacts of the global energy crisis.
Has the gas industry been paying for the fuel that's supplied to through the spot markets you've just mentioned? Have they been paying tax?
Well, in Queensland, all the gas is subject to royalties, and it's all onshore, and absolutely.
And so Australians that are listening to this right now, do you think that they're getting a fair return on the taxation of gas?
Well, Senator, I would draw you to my comments earlier that the industry is paying $22 billion a year in taxes and royalties. We are the second largest corporate taxpayer in Australia. The industry contributes $100 billion to the economy each and every year. It's our third largest export. It's supporting other sectors, 215,000 jobs across the economy. And there is an opportunity to continue to grow that opportunity. And when we're talking about exports, that is what's delivering a lot of that benefit to the Australian economy, and that's unlocked the investment in our oil and gas resources. And we should be really proud of the contribution that we're making in the region to regional energy security and stability, and we're now seeing the benefit of that for our own energy security, given the impacts that we're seeing with liquid fuel supply disruptions.
I think our interpretations may be different, but Chair,
Thank you, Senator Payman. Senator Wish-Wilson.
Oh, yeah, just quickly, Chair, just to comment. Samantha, you mentioned we're in a energy crisis and Australians want more investment in gas. Whether you agree with the science of the Paris Agreement or whether you have philosophical differences, do you also accept that many Australians, I'd say millions of Australians, think we're in a climate crisis and we need to invest in less fossil fuels and more renewable energy?
Well, Senator, the industry has supported a goal of net zero by 2050, and we see gas actually playing a really important role in terms of achieving those climate objectives. If we look at the energy mix...
Could I just stop you on the net zero by 2050, which is a pathetic policy? It's no alignment with the Paris Agreement of 1.5 degrees warming at all. Do your members accept the science? The tens of thousands of climate scientists who have worked through the IPCC process over decades to get us to a point where we know the planet's warming and we're starting to see catastrophic impacts. Do your members at least accept the science and the risk to their business models? I suppose if you just want to be clinical about it, they accept the risk to their business models going forward if we don't act on reducing emissions.
Well, Senator, what I would say is an observation of what happens when we have disruptions to gas flow. We see global emissions. We see global emissions going up because of increased reliance on coal. We're seeing that now today, where
Cyclone
there's
Narelle,
gas to
disruption to Northwest Shelf. A cyclone that, by the way, was born with the warmest ocean temperatures on record in the Timor Sea.
The witness should be able to answer a question from Senator Wish-Wilson, then he should be able to ask another question.
I just asked if that was an example.
With the witness's response.
An extreme weather event, Cyclone Narelle, disrupted the Northwest Shelf. A cyclone, as I was saying, was born with the warmest ocean temperatures on record in the Timor Sea. records we seem to be breaking every year because we're burning more fossil fuels and warming the ocean.
Senator,
do your members take any responsibility to what they're doing to the planet and to communities around this country?
Senator, I will comment that when we look around the world, and I did spend 7 years at the International Energy Agency looking at some of these scenarios in detail in the energy mix, and some of the most significant emissions reductions that we've seen in recent times are coming from countries like the United States that have seen the opportunity of gas and they've replaced significant coal reliance with gas. We have the opportunity to do the same. If you look at our energy mix today, Senator,
couldn't we? More renewable energy. We could have more renewable energy.
We need more of all of it.
Much lower emissions.
We need more of all of it, but gas plays an incredibly important role in terms of supporting that greater deployment of renewables in power generation.
We might have to agree to disagree here. And
True, but your members would support the development of Browse, for example, on the North West Shelf, which would be the biggest carbon bombs in our nation's history. So how is that complying with 1.5 degrees warming and our Paris protocols?
Well, Browse is going to play an incredibly important role in ensuring that Western Australia continues to have a mining sector, continues to have a manufacturing sector.
But not if we're going to be dealing with frequent marine heat waves, extreme weather events, all the things the scientists tell us that are happening right before our eyes, unfolding right now.
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson.
Your sector has to take some responsibility for what they're doing to our communities and our environment.
We'll take that as a comment,
Sure.
and I don't believe any senators have further questions, so we are now. Thank you for your time today. If you could please respond to any questions by the 1st of May, and thank you for presenting here in Perth with us.
Thank you for having us. Thank you, senators.
Okay, and now we are going to adjourn. The committee will now suspend for lunch and recommence at 1:50 p.m. Thank you. Oh, we're just having some connection issues, but feel free to take a seat, please, gentlemen. Sounded promising. Are we connected? Can people online hear us?
Hello?
Yes? Is that... Sorry.
That's Bill, yes.
That's Bill? Great. We've got Mr Townsend. Good. Okay.
Yes, sorry about the technical difficulties, but I think I'm with you now.
Do you have... Is it possible to talk on your handset, please, Mr Townsend, if you aren't already? It's just a bit difficult interpreting what you're saying. Mr Townsend?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's much better. Thank you. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full names and the capacity in which you appear?
Mike Gardner.
My name is William Waters. Oh.
Go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, thanks. I'm William Waters Townsend, otherwise known as Bill Townsend, Senior Vice President of Corporate at Impex.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair. Mike Gardner. I'm the Vice President, Finance, Treasury and Technology, Impex Australia.
Good afternoon. Cameron McPhee, General Manager of Decarbonisation with Impex.
Thank you for joining us. I will now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I will invite the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair. I will make the statement. On behalf of Impex, I'm pleased to provide an opening statement. Before doing so, I would like to acknowledge the Noongar people as the traditional owners of the lands on which this hearing is taking place, and I pay my respects to their elders past and present. Impex has complied with and paid every tax due in Australia. As Japan's largest investor in Australia, we are law-abiding and transparent, and proudly so. Since 2011, we have made a $2.876 billion contribution to tax payments to the Australian government. This significant contribution is highlighted in Impex's annual tax transparency reports. Furthermore, our company is one of the largest corporate income taxpayers in Australia. Under Australia's tax regime, the Petroleum Resources Rent Tax is working as designed. Impex will make its first PRRT payment in August 2027, reflecting profits generated in the 2026-2027 financial year. This is despite the significant amount of Ichthys LNG development debt that remains outstanding and the fact that Impex's capital investment into the development has not yet been recovered. In developing Ichthys LNG, Impex and our joint venture participants have invested more than 76 billion Australian dollars in capital expenditure. And we did this on the basis of an implicit contract with Australia that long-term investments would be supported by stable and predictable policy settings, including tax and fiscal arrangements. This underpinned the economic modeling needed to sanction the largest ever investment decision ever made by a Japanese company globally, and in raising that largest ever project finance to support this. We recognize and respect the Parliament's right to change policy, but altering the tax framework after such enormous capital has been committed risked breaching the spirit in which our investment was made. It also risked damaging Australia's hard-earned reputation as a stable, predictable, and reliable destination for long-term investment. Ichthys LNG is a 60-year project from the time of field discovery and across the forecast asset life. It was financed and developed with no equity investment by the Australian government. Ichthys was considerably more expensive to develop and to operate compared with other energy projects here in Australia and globally. This is a reflection of the geology of the reservoirs, the remote offshore location of the fields, the infrastructure needed to handle the project, and the high operating cost environment in Australia. A final investment decision on Ichthys LNG was taken in early 2012. In 2011, that is the 12-month period immediately prior to our final investment decision and therefore relevant to our decision, Brent crude prices averaged $111 per barrel, that's US dollars. And a similar oil price environment was observed until 2014. A price of 111 US dollars per barrel in 2011 equates to about 160 US dollars per barrel in today's terms on an inflation-adjusted basis. Oil prices are inherently volatile. For example, we saw prices fall to very low levels during the COVID-19 pandemic period, which unfortunately for us coincided with the early operational phase for Ichthys. My point here is that today's oil prices are well within the normal range of volatility that we must absorb for a project such as Ichthys. Recent prices of around $100 per barrel should therefore not be considered as giving rise to windfall profits. Since Ichthys commenced operations in late 2018, oil prices and correspondingly revenues have been materially lower than base case expectations at the time of FID. Within the Australian fiscal framework, this risk has been solely borne by the investors. I reiterate that PRRT is operating exactly as designed and will deliver substantial returns over time, though not necessarily within the immediate political cycle. It is founded on a clear risk-reward principle. Investors bear the full upfront costs and long-term risk of developing capital-intensive LNG projects, and government shares and returns only once costs are recouped and profits are made. We know that revenue is not a proxy for profit, and this is especially so in the case of Ichthys LNG. Changing the rules before project debt is repaid ignores the capital outlay of the investors when the investment was attracted under one risk profile, with the risk borne entirely by the investors, and only now is a larger tax burden being proposed without any commensurate reduction in risk. At a time when energy security is ever more critical, Australia has a compelling opportunity for the region, and Impex is proud of its contribution to continued energy security and decarbonization of the region, both of which require long-term energy investment in an attractive investment environment.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. Have you concluded? Yes, thank you. I also
Thank you, Chair.
Just before I commence my questioning, I did want to note that Senator Whitten also joins us here today, and I didn't acknowledge him earlier in the day, so welcome, Senator Whitten. We've heard from Treasury, from former Treasury head Ken Henry and from Origin Energy, that a gas tax would fall on producers, not end customers in Asia. The Japanese people wouldn't be affected by a gas tax, but the Japanese government and its trading houses would be. Is that a fair statement?
I might let my colleague Mike Gardner in Perth answer that question.
Okay, can you repeat the question, Chair?
Yeah, we've heard from Treasury, from former head of Treasury Ken Henry, and from Origin Energy that a gas tax would fall on producers, not on end customers in Asia. The Japanese people wouldn't be affected by a gas tax, but the Japanese government and its trading houses would be. Would you say that's a fair statement?
I don't think the imposition of a gas tax will change the ultimate price of gas globally. And so, yes, I would agree that ultimately, if a gas tax is imposed on revenue, that tax at, say, 25% of export revenue will immediately flow to the profit before tax of the producer, potentially wiping out their profit.
But it won't hit global prices of gas and consumers?
I wouldn't anticipate that it would impact the global hydrocarbon prices, no. But as Japan is obviously an investor in Impex at 22% equity, I do think that erosion of company value of Impex would absolutely impact Japan.
And does the Japanese government, do you think, oppose gas taxes more loudly than everyone else because they own 22.8% of shares in your company, and your CEO is a former executive at METI, what I understand is a really powerful government lobby agency in Japan?
I can't speak on behalf of the Japanese government. In my role as Vice President, Finance, Treasury and Technology, I can speak to you about Impex in Australia, but not on behalf of the government.
Did you see the Oz Institute's analysis in our first day of hearings that Japan made more tax off our gas out of Australia's gas exports than Australia has? And do you have a view on this as a Japanese-owned investor?
I did see the article that was published by the Institute. And again, speaking in my own capacity as Vice President, Finance, Treasury and Technology in Australia, not on behalf of the Japanese government, the understanding that I have is that that is a tax collected on importation of petroleum and coal by the government of Japan. The article asserted that 8 billion per annum Aussie was collected, of which 700 million of the 8 billion, it asserted, was on gas out of Australia. I can speak to the portion there that Impex paid because it's a tax that is essentially paid by the importer and it's on-charged to the consumer. Okay, and that's an important point. 7 million of the quoted 700 million was paid by Impex, which ultimately was on-charged to the consumer. It operates, in other words, like an excise tax, and it's a government policy decision in Japan.
And do you think
Australia also has, sorry Chair, I want to finish the point. Australia also charges excise tax to us as consumers at the Bowser. It's no different. Apples to apples is important.
This is Australian gas.
The amount raised by the Australian government on excise tax for petroleum products largely imported was 25 billion.
Do you, as an Australian, think that it's reasonable, though, that they...
It's important to keep this
I'm going to cut you off, and you have had ample time to respond, that the Japanese government is making more in taxes off our gas than the Australian people are, the Australian government is. Does that, as an individual, how does that sound as an Aussie punter?
I don't think that assertion is at all accurate.
Okay, well... That's at odds with other evidence provided, Senator Wilson.
No. It's not a free-for-all.
Okay, well, yeah, please take that on notice then.
The pattern that's been established is the chair asks questions, then
no,
she gives the call
actually, Senator Smith.
Then she gives the call to others.
I can request to take a point of order, as you correct, Senator Smith. Chair, can I take a point of order?
You may, Senator Wilson.
Would you, if you make that assertion, would you be able to provide us the details as to why you believe that's the case, or take it on notice if you don't want to do it?
What's the comparison? It's an excise tax to an excise tax. I don't think we should be comparing apples and oranges.
We're talking about Australian gas, and I've got a number of questions to get through, so please take it on notice. Gas companies have been telling us all week that increasing taxes on exports will kill investment in the industry, will make projects uninvestable, make Australia uncompetitive, and so on. How do you explain Impex's decision to invest in a new gas field in Norway, given the much higher tax regime in that jurisdiction? Why was that project not uninvestable? Why is Norway not considered uncompetitive?
I might take that question first and then pass over to my colleague in Perth.
Can you please just take your phone slightly away from your mouth? Sorry, Mr. Townsend, it's just tricky to hear your answers. Can you please...
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, that's better, thank you.
Comparing Australia to Norway is quite a different proposition. As I mentioned in my opening statement, all companies, when they're investing in a project, look at the risks and rewards. Upstream oil and gas projects invest in projects that generate returns that are commensurate really with the risk of the investment. So as investors, we in Australia take 100% of the risk when we're making our final investment decision. In Norway, the situation is very different, where the Norwegian government is effectively a partner in the project and largely de-risk these projects. So sometimes those headline figures that you might see that say, oh, that doesn't look very attractive compared to what we have in Australia, don't accurately reflect the risk-reward ratio that's in play. So Norway can be actually quite an attractive destination for us to invest, and that's why we continue to invest there. I'll leave it to my colleagues in Perth to give some more detail about the specifics.
I don't think we make a secret of investing in Norway, and the regimes are extraordinarily different. And I think you have heard as a committee on the balance of risk and reward that is extraordinarily different between a Norwegian investment and an investment in Australia.
So I really struggled to hear the comments from Mr Townsend, but I might get that put on notice as well, just so I can interpret that. You've said your first PRRT payment is expected in 2027, a decade earlier than you'd expected to have to pay nothing. So can I just confirm that until now you have paid no PRRT?
By design, that's how the PRRT works. The investor is...
No, I know how the PRRT works. I'm just asking, have you paid no PRRT? I'm just clarifying, you paid no PRRT.
That's correct, because we started production in 2018 on the Ichthys and the Prelude field, and we have not recovered our capital, let alone any return on that investment.
And so I recognise you're saying that's the design of the PRRT, and I suppose that's why we're here, because we're examining whether that design is fit for purpose. Do you think it's reasonable for a project to be running for nearly a decade without paying PRRT, even if that is part of the design? Do you think that that is appropriate and reasonable?
I think it would be unreasonable to expect an investor to be paying taxes in excess of corporate tax before they have recovered their investment.
So over decades, over more than 10 years.
These are complicated and extraordinarily expensive projects. The Ichthys field is a monster project. It's effectively 4 projects in one, with a CPF FPSO, 890-kilometre pipeline to Darwin, and 2 liquefaction trains.
Yeah. Senator Wish-Wilson, you have a point of order.
Point of order. In terms of your fairness and corporate tax, I mean, corporate tax would be paid on income, operating income.
Sorry, Chair, can I also take a point of order? I'm obviously very fond of my colleague, Senator Wish-Wilson, but I don't think that's actually a point of order. I think that's simply putting a question to the witness.
I'll return to you, Senator Wish-Wilson.
If he's got questions, he can do that in his time.
All right, I'll move on to my final question because I am going to run out of time. What is the current value of any uplift credits held by Impex?
We currently have losses on PRRT of about $13 billion at the end of 2025 that are unrecovered, which means we're still recovering our initial capital investment. And we look forward to recovering that, because at that point we will be sharing 40% of the profits made with the Australian government. And we will commence paying PRRT under the changes made in 2023, next year. And those payments, as you note, have been accelerated by over a decade. And I would put them at about 100 million Aussie a year of acceleration. So that's $1 billion in cash out over 10 years earlier than we expected.
Thank you. I will pass the call on to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. One of the issues before this inquiry relates to how changes to the tax system affect investment profiles or investment decision-making. And I'd like to understand, if we as a committee are looking at these changes, how do we measure the sensitivity of different types of taxes and different levels of change, even at a high level?
Okay, I can start with that. Look, I think if the contemplation is a tax on revenue, it means that a project becomes extraordinarily challenged at the outset, because we plan for price cycles. and a tax on revenue in a low price can send a project underwater fairly quickly. In the case of Ichthys LNG, we put up, one of the largest project finances in history in order to really make it happen. And that we've got, obviously, therefore, to do that, external bank financiers that are looking for a return. If the notion of a 25% of export revenues was to vanish, then that puts in question our capability to stay in line with debt covenants and meet our interest obligations. I can't go back in history to 2012, but I would suggest that if a flat tax on export was in place, there's a real possibility that the Ichthys project may not be here. And
moving a little closer to the microphone, please. I'm just, people are struggling online to hear you.
I might just make an additional point about future investments and how such a proposed flat tax on revenue could impact that. The Ichthys project was built with a 40-year operating life in mind, and in order to maximise the benefit of that for the investors and for the Australian people through the Australian government, through taxation, through corporate taxation and PRRT, that project should be backfilled to the maximum extent possible over the coming years. So there are a number of undeveloped fields nearby to the Ichthys field that could and should be backfill opportunities for the Ichthys project overall, which then provides a better, an improved return over time for that project. If such a tax was put forward, then it would make those subsequent investment decisions more difficult. It's just a simple cause and effect.
There was an answer in relation to the investment profile of Norway and Australia earlier. Mr Townsend, I think, began that answer and then it was added to. Are you able to elaborate on the features of the Norwegian system that make it an attractive investment destination from your perspective?
I think I would refer back to witnesses that have appeared before the committee as well that I think have articulated this well. In Norway, essentially, investors that incur a loss, the government's there to participate with them and cut them a cheque as soon as they have a tax loss. An exploration dry hole will result in the investor receiving a cheque to the value of that dry hole multiplied by 72% immediately. Capital expenditures will be on an accelerated capital depreciation profile that ultimately, if the investor is incurring losses through capital development prior to having productive revenue that's offsetting those costs, they again will be recouping their investment losses, boosting their liquidity. In other words, the Norwegian government is participating alongside the investor, and they're also investing public dollars through their state oil company. Very different to Australia, where the investor comes in and puts everything in up front. There's no participation of the government in the project, and only, with sole risk to the investor, the risk-reward scenario is that only really those projects that truly have a return to the investors, they're the projects that pay PRRT. When there's economic rent, that's the whole design. Petroleum resources rent tax, the petroleum resource returns a rent to the federal government when there's truly economic rent, and that is returned at 40% of the profit. That's the deal that we entered into in 2012 with Ichthys when we took FID, and we absolutely invested with a long life cycle 40-year plus project with the expectation of the implicit contract with the Australian government that wouldn't change. But several changes have been made since.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator McDonald.
Thank you very much, Chair. Good afternoon to you. Thank you for coming to this inquiry. I just wanted to finish that point that you're making with regard to the comparison to fuel excise in Australia to the energy, I'm not sure what we're calling it, tax in Japan. Could you just finish that comparison, please?
The Japanese petroleum and coal tax?
That's it. Thank you.
Yes, I think what I was making the point that it's a Japanese policy decision to levy a tax on import that is paid for by the Japanese consumer. And it is no different that the Australian government levies a tax on Aussies called excise tax when we pump fuel at the Bowser. It's paid for by everyday Australians like you and I. And that tax, according to ATO data, raised $25 billion most recently on the recent reporting. And, you know, the headline number on the Japanese petroleum and coal tax was $8 billion, but of that, the article went on to say actually only $700 million was on Australian gas. And Impex, as a company, globally I might add, not just on our Australian project, we collected and remitted $7 million. And that's, to me, the apples to apples comparison, rather than trying to draw on the broader oil and gas industry, that's the second largest taxpayer by industry in Australia, that's been well noted to this committee, that pays in the billions of dollars. I'm not sure that I see the comparison.
Thank you. I think this hearing has been really marred by a lot of non-fact-based assertions, and I think it's really important that we clarify that for Australians so that they can feel confident that the Australian government is watching all of this. The second I want to thank you is for the fact sheet on LNG on-spelling in Japan that you've provided. The point that stood out the most to me was for buyers who have contracts for the same amount of LNG each period, if demand is low and subsequently prices are low, they seek to provide the gas to somewhere. You know, there's not demand for it. But anyway, I'll leave that for people to read that fact sheet themselves. It was provided quite a bit of detail. I wanted to turn to, you've spoken about what the PRRT has done to Impex's investment. Have you got a headline tax profile that the PRRT reforms have, how it's affected your expected tax profile?
Yes, I would comment that the headline is it's accelerated our PRRT payments as a result of the changes made in 2023. We're anticipating our first payment here next year in August, which will be in the order of 100 or so million Aussie. I would expect higher. And, you know, I think it is interesting that we are sitting here talking about the PRRT, because I'd like to refer to the following quote from the Treasurer Jim Chalmers' press release on the 7th of May of 2023. And I quote, he said, "These changes will mean the offshore LNG industry pays more tax sooner, will provide industry and investors policy certainty to allow the sufficient supply of domestic gas, and will ensure Australia remains a reliable international energy supplier and investment partner." And we did take some comfort in that statement, that we would continue to see that industry and investors receive policy certainty.
Yes, it's like shaking hands with somebody, isn't it, when you make a commitment that this is the change we're making now in return for something that wasn't in the original contract. I certainly feel uncomfortable with the idea that Australia is going to potentially break that handshake agreement by introducing more taxes, but that's just my personal view. Can you please outline your total tax contribution to date, including the employment, community and economic benefits that Impex provides to Australia through the Ichthys LNG project?
Would you like to take that, Bill?
I can take that, sure. Senator, thank you for your question. If I go to the employment question first, I will highlight the fact that I think emblematic of this is the fact that Impex's largest office globally is in Perth, where we employ more than 1,000 people. So our office in Perth employs more people than our head office in Tokyo. In total, we have around 1,500 or so direct employees in Australia. Many of them, as you'd be aware, in very high-paying operational roles, in critical roles for our business. For example, we have two of the largest and most advanced offshore facilities off the Kimberley coast, with our Ichthys central processing facility, production, storage, and offloading facility. And on those two facilities alone, each of those can accommodate up to 200 people. So we have around 400 people working offshore in normal times. There are times when we're doing drilling operations, we have more people offshore. In Darwin, where we have our LNG processing plants, we have on average, I'd say it's around 700 people going through the gate of the Darwin facility every day. And that's a really huge, obviously, we're a huge employer in the Northern Territory, and proudly so. What we do talk about when we talk about our workforce in Darwin, we talk about not just 700 employees, but 700 families that are participating in the economy, that are contributing to the vibrancy of the community. Meanwhile, of course, we have our own initiatives. We have benefits packages. We have community sponsorship that we do. And if I could just point to one community that's very close to my heart, which is the Chevron community on the Dampier Peninsula north of Broome. Chevron is an Aboriginal community, a remote Aboriginal community in the Kimberley, that provides helicopter refueling services to our helicopters that are going offshore. And they have done so extremely reliably year in and year out since the commencement of operations. And in fact, way back into the earliest days of our operation in the year 2000. So for more than 25 years, that community has been important to us. And I'm highlighting that because it's not something that you might think of when you think of an oil and gas operation. I believe they have around 29 employees at the airport that refuel our aircraft. They're all Aboriginal local workforce. A few years ago, they were able to on the back of the business that they've generated, they were able to pay back the loan that they had from Broome International Airport of $5,000. They repaid their loan. The airport now belongs to them. They're doing a great job. They're a great community to work with, and I'm really proud of the support that we're able to provide to them through our operations.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. I do need to rotate the call.
Mr. Townsend, that is a terrific example, because I think that regional employment of people in their places is something that enough value is not given to, and it's something that I'm really encouraged to hear. I think that is a terrific example.
Thank you, Senator
so
McDonald.
Thank you for drawing us attention. I have a number of other questions, Chair, and I'd like the same sort of time that some of the other senators are getting.
Yes, okay, well, we can extend the day out. That's a decision for the committee, but I understand that you have, I'm trying to keep the time as fair as possible. Do you have one final question you want to ask before I rotate?
I would, thank you very much, Chair. I want to ask you, there was a number of other questions that I wanted to lead into this, but the heart of it, what should the committee understand about these proposed tax changes that would balance public return with long-term national interest for Australia?
Well, I'll go back to my opening statement, Senator. Thank you for the question. the PRRT system is operating as designed. It was designed to attract investment into Australia in the first instance, which it has done very successfully, including with our 60 billion, rather 76 billion now, Australian dollar investment as a joint venture into the Ichthys LNG project. So it attracted that investment. And I think if you just step back in terms of what you were just talking about, Senator, of that handshake agreement, when we invested that kind of money into a project that has, decades ahead of it, we don't expect all policy settings to stay stable, but we do expect, within reason, that there is not just chop and change every 2 or 3 years. What my colleague, Mr. Gardner, pointed out earlier was that the PRRT was changed just 2 or 3 years ago. And he had the quote from the treasurer, Jim Chalmers, in 2023. So here we are 3 years later talking about change again. And so if we're looking at Australia as an investment, we as a company would be looking to, we would have to factor in that level of chopping and changing. That's to say, Australia can no longer be trusted in that sense of providing this framework that was agreed early on. So in the case of PRRT, as again my colleagues pointed out, there is a very, it was designed to attract investment, but there is also a component to it, which is that in return for the investor taking the entire risk, whether that's subsurface construction, financing, operational markets, whatever it is, 100% borne by investors. In return for that, the investors, which seems very fair to me, the investors get to recoup their investment. And that's the phase that we're in now. Now, I can understand, and I'm very sympathetic to just looking at this and saying, oh, we're not getting any, why aren't we getting PRRT? We're only 20% into this production phase. We have not yet repaid our debt. And once we do repay our debt, we will be paying PRRT. In fact, we have our first PRRT payment next year, but full PRRT will be paid in later years. And when that comes, there will be a massive return to the country. So this is a 5-year time now and reap the reward later, rather than coming in and breaking what is an implicit contract that was made at the time of our investment. And again, going back to the risk-reward equation, the investors have taken all the risk on Ichthys, for example, or any of these LNG projects. If the investors have taken 100% of the risk, we have not asked for anything from the government in that sense. And now, for a de-risk project to come through and say, oh, we need to tax you in a different rate without any commensurate reduction in risk or benefit, is just sort of, is really breaking that tacit contract that was in place between the investor and the country. And I'll just make the point, there was, in terms of investment climate, we're talking about LNG now, but we're the same investors in Impex's case. We're the same investors in renewable projects in Australia. We're a 50% stakeholder in potential energy, which is solar, wind, and battery.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend.
We're looking at when we're making investments in Australia, it's the same country, whether we're investing in LNG or in renewable.
Thank you, Mr. Townsend. I do need to rotate the call. Just before I do, though, I just wanted to clarify one part. I think, Mr. Gardner, you said that oil and gas are the second biggest taxpayer. My understanding is that resources are, and that's because of iron ore, not because of coal and gas.
I think I stand corrected if that's correct.
Thank you. I'll rotate the call to Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. For the interest of time, I'll keep my questions brief and hopefully answers brief as well, and then I'll put the rest on notice. Roughly how much LNG has Impex exported from Australia since it began operating here?
I might pick that question up. Thank you, Senator, for the question. We have Ichthys LNG is an export-oriented project, so the production of LNG represents, and the export of LNG represents pretty much all of the gas, most of the gas production, about 99% of it. I've got the figure here for you in petajoules, so 3,326 petajoules to date.
to date. Okay, thank you. Now, I understand that Impex won't be paying petroleum resource rent tax until 2027, and you haven't paid any PRRT to date. Do you as Impex pay too much tax? Is that your opinion?
I don't think we've said that we pay too much
I'll
tax.
answer that, Senator.
Sorry, Mr. Townsend.
That's not. I'll let my colleagues in Perth answer it. I can see that it's difficult on the phone.
I'm the public tax officer for Impex in Australia, and I can say that we fully comply with our tax obligations.
Or would you say you pay too much tax?
We comply with the tax obligations that we are required to comply with. I don't have a personal view on company tax. I'll leave that to the government.
Do you believe that the current taxation settings around the export of gas are offering Australians a fair deal for their resources?
I think the design of the PRRT is working as intended, where investors take on board the full risk up front, and then they share the profits with the Australian investors once they've been repaid, with the Australian public once the investors have been repaid. Absent the private investment, the resource would never be developed.
Well, I think Australians have a different view on that. I'll put the rest of my questions on notice. Thank you, Chair.
Senator Payman. Senator Wish-Wilson, did you have?
Look, just a couple of quick ones, Chair. Mike, you mentioned earlier that, unfortunately I didn't write down exactly what you said, but you said that you plan for price or different price cycles in terms of your project assessment, and that a change might impact it. But wouldn't that kind of happen under any NPV kind of assessment of a project? You do a sensitivity analysis of different kind of prices for your product. I didn't quite understand what you were getting at in your comment there.
I don't recall the specifics of the context, but I mean, if you look back in history, you can see that oil prices have fluctuated dramatically, and so I think at the point of taking an investment decision, a rational investor takes a view, accepting that it can fall within a boundary of one side or the other. And perhaps the context was that if a flatline tax is imposed on export revenue, that could see extraordinarily challenging times if we see prices that, as in history we've seen them drop into the lows.
So the PRRT essentially insulates you from that?
No, I don't think so, because
you don't
a project that doesn't
pay
pay
that rent till you make that profit.
Well, yeah. So if I could clarify, a project that never pays PRRT, it never has an investment payback.
Well, we did try and get some of the uplift rates changed because it was possible that was going to happen with some projects, because the PRRT was so generous in the way it was set up. But look, a couple of other quick questions. You mentioned, as was the point of order, well, which wasn't a point of order, it was a point of clarification I wanted to take earlier, to be precise. You mentioned that you don't, until you get a return on your investment, you don't pay rent. You don't pay until you get to that point. But do you accept that? I mean, yes, resource extraction is different, and most people look at that and go, well, you're not paying for your inputs, which is essentially the gas, until you get to that point. Now, that might be different if you paid royalties, because you would be paying for an input. So does Impex pay royalties on its resources, like on its gas or condensate or oil?
Well, let me address the point to economic rent.
I understand what economic rent is.
Okay, good, yeah. So at the point that we get, I think of the PRRT essentially like a deferred payment to the private investor for the resource, right? So we pay 40% of the profits made once the investment has been recovered. That's the relationship of the risk and the reward. And to me, there therefore is a return to the Australian public and to the federal government for that said resource, because that's the 40% clip that comes once the investments made have been recovered, because absent the investment, the resource is worthless. It's 250 kilometres offshore that's sitting underground. We can't talk about it like we can just pick it up off the shelf at Woolies. It's not.
No, I get that, but you understand why people are going, well, you're getting your gas for free because you're not paying royalties, and I understand Impex has never paid a royalty on any of its gas. Is that correct? Including in the Northern Territory? In your project?
I'd have to take that on notice to be
pretty confident
specifically
that is the case.
clear, but
we don't currently have any.
Don't think there's a royalty regime in place from the government. No.
Yeah.
But we can.
There's not a royalty regime in place for the offshore developments in Commonwealth waters. That's under PRT, so it's the different. It's a different.
No, I understand that too. But you have processing though, right? You have processing.
Liquefaction plant in Northern Territory.
Yeah,
100%.
Okay. What about decommissioning? Like, at what point do you get to deduct decommissioning costs, and how does that affect the overall economics of your resource rent that you pay the Australian people?
I need to rotate the call after this.
Yeah, just as the last question, I'm interested. Look, obviously you're talking about a substantial investment right now, and you're saying it's going to be 10 years, so 2027 you're going to pay resource rent to the Australian people. At what point do you then turn around to the Australian people and say, well, we're now going to deduct the costs of decommissioning this massive offshore project?
I think we're blessed with the Ichthys project. The decommissioning is not really a current frame of mind.
No, but when will my question is, when will it be? When will you have to factor that into your deductions?
I'd be glad to come back and talk to you about
if you
that.
could, because it's been a problem that's dogged this for a long time. We're seeing these massive investments in huge projects offshore that need to be decommissioned at enormous costs, and your deferred liabilities can continue to blow up by hundreds of billions of dollars. Not you as a company, I'm talking about across the industry, and it's never been settled. So you might say, well, yes, we're going to pay 40% in 2027, but then you might end up getting it back in 10, 20 years' time by having more deductions.
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Please provide those answers on notice to Senator Whish-Wilson and Senator Pocock on the line.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you very much for your time this afternoon. Just looking at your submission, you say you expect to pay PRT in 2027. And so I just wanted to confirm that you've paid no PRT since commencing.
Yes, sir, that's been established, Senator.
Thank you. You told Senator Payman that you have exported 3,326 petajoules of gas, probably a meaningless number to most Australians, but according to figures in the government's future gas strategy, that's enough to cover all Australian households for about 16 years. What's the revenue from that 3,326 petajoules of gas you've exported?
So just to be clear, Senator, you're asking for the cumulative revenue on LNG export?
From exporting Aussie gas, yes.
The cumulative revenue on LNG export for the Impex share since startup is around $21 billion US.
Okay. 21 billion US dollars. Not Australian?
Yes, correct.
Okay, thank you. And so just to confirm then, on the gas that you have exported, 21 billion US dollars, so a lot more Australian dollars of Australian gas. You haven't paid a single cent in petroleum resource rent tax. That's essentially $30 billion Australian dollars of gas, and you're yet to pay Australians anything.
No, well, I think we've confirmed that we have paid corporate tax, and I think that it's
How much corporate tax have you paid so far?
Through the end of 2024, total taxes paid are 2.876 or so. in Aussie. Let me confirm for you.
But in terms of the actual, as we've canvassed earlier in answers to questions, we have the PRT because we don't have the royalty. So it's set aside corporate profit. You've exported 30 billion Australian dollars worth of gas and you haven't paid a single cent in the thing that's meant to compensate us for the lack of royalties.
We haven't paid PRT because we have not, under the PRT regime, recovered the original capital investments nor operating expenditures required to extract that gas. And
your submission says twice that you...
Sorry.
Thank you. Your submission says twice that you, and I'll quote, keep the lights on in Darwin. How much gas have you supplied to keep the lights on in Darwin?
Thank you, Senator. I'll take that question. I have a figure here that we have supplied about 14 petajoules. It would be 14.7 petajoules to date.
And is that more or less than you use to process LNG for export?
I don't have those figures to hand, but I would say that it would be less. The demand for gas in the Northern Territory is relatively small. We, in commencing the Ichthys project, the Ichthys joint venture entered into an emergency gas supply arrangement with the Northern Territory through Power and Water Corporation. That emergency gas arrangement actually has been called on considerably more than was expected and anticipated due to problems with the Northern Territory's alternative supply of gas, but it still represents a relatively small proportion of our total gas production. So I would expect that
doing the maths, I think it's smaller, right? It's 0.004% of your export figure. So I guess my question is, if it takes so little to actually keep the lights on in Darwin, 14 petajoules, 0.004% of export, why should the NT put its water resources at risk by fracking for gas in the Beetaloo Basin?
Firstly, I've just got my calculator out, and I'm just checking your calculation. It's 0.4%, so it's around 0.5%. It's not 0.00 something. It's around 0.5%. So the
0.5% of what?
0.5% of our total gas exports would be how much we have supplied from the Ichthys project to the Northern Territory via this.
Does that include the gas you're using to process for export?
No, not including that.
Okay. So I guess it just seems a flimsy argument to say that you're keeping the lights on in Darwin when it's such a puny amount of gas and you're exporting $30 billion of Australian gas, haven't paid a cent. When I was up there a couple of years ago for another Senate committee hearing, the NT government officials told me that all they'd received was payroll tax. So, like, what's the benefit here? $30 billion worth of Aussie gas, not a single cent in PRT, some payroll tax to the NT government. Do you think that's a fair share for Australian gas?
So I think my colleague has already answered that the contribution across all taxes and including PRT is significant to the Australian government and the Australian people, and we've quoted those figures.
Significant, but not significant when you line it up against the $30 billion worth of Australian gas. So I accept that you've paid some corporate tax. I thank you for doing that. You have a profitable business. But do you think that is a fair share on the export of $30 billion worth of Australian gas?
Senator, I note that the gas prices quoted here is really the finished product of gas once it's converted to liquefied natural gas and put on a ship. Liquefied natural gas is a very pure gas product. It's at minus 160 degrees. It's required an enormous amount of investment to be able to make that. It's not comparable with the.
Sorry to cut you off. I'm just interested. It's a bit of a. Do you think it's a fair return? You can say yes. I think it's a fair return. I'm just asking the question.
Over time, the project will deliver a fair return under the current arrangements that the federal government.
Yeah, can you give me a year you think it'll give us a fair return?
Sorry, I didn't hear the question.
In what year in the future would Australians have got a fair return? What's the sort of time horizon you're using?
So we comply with all of the tax arrangements that Australia has, as my colleague has outlined, and that includes the way that the taxes are calculated. And as my colleague has explained, the petroleum resources rent tax doesn't kick in until there is actually a return to the investor. So it's not a fair comparison to take a year or years in which we've just commenced production. And those costs have not been recovered.
Just on that, I guess my question is, though, you've said that at some point you think we would have got a fair return. And so I'm just saying, okay, well, what year? Is it in a decade's time? Is it in 2 decades' time? When do you think that Australians would have got a fair return from Impex on our gas?
Senator, if I could interject, they're still online. I think it's difficult to use a term like fair, which is very subjective and will be, what's fair to one person might be not fair to someone else. We're an
that's why I ask if
country.
you think it's fair.
We're making rational decisions. So it's not really for us to be judging what is fair or not from someone else's perspective. I can, however, say from an investor perspective, the current system of PRRT is fair in that we bore all the risk of investment. We've invested $76 billion on a project, and now we have yet to recover the cost of investment. So it seems fair to me that the agreement that we had in place when we made the commitment to invest in Australia, that deal is kept, and that we are allowed to recover our costs before sharing the profits of the project. That seems fair to me.
Thank you, Mr Townsend. Senator Pocock, I need to rotate the call to Senator Smith.
Thank you very much, and thank you for your participation. Would the Impex investments have happened in the absence of a PRRT regime?
In the absence
of a PRRT regime.
I guess I'd need to hear what the substitute is. Maybe I'm misunderstanding the question.
I can't hear Mr. Townsend's conversation.
Oh, sorry.
This is about your hypothetical question.
Yes, right, yeah. Could you repeat the question? So, as opposed to PRRT, are you suggesting an alternative regime or
an alternative regime? Oh, sorry, absent any regime, right, like the PRRT, or a regime as one proposed by the Greens and Independents and others with a 25% export tax.
Well, I think absent PRRT would only increase returns, because PRRT ultimately is going to return with a project that ultimately pays PRRT 40% of the profits under the PRRT regime are returned to the federal government. And that was the deal that we entered Australia in at the time of taking Project FID for, as we've discussed, a very long life cycle project, and the handshake, as it were, that's been discussed. An alternative to that regime, which is being discussed, is a headline tax on revenue at 25% of revenue export, and that would be massively changing the goalposts. And a 25% reduction in revenue, if you take that through, it will immediately flush through to profit before tax. And that would mean that you need to be clearing north of a 25% profit before tax equivalent of your total headline revenue to stay above water.
It may be helpful to just briefly comment to this committee that the type of projects like Ichthys are incredibly capital-intensive projects, some of the most capital-intensive projects in the world. So to contemplate the type of regime now being talked about of a 25% tax on revenue, if that were to be in place instead of the regime that we had at the time of the Ichthys FID decision, it's incredibly difficult to see that project would ever have gone ahead. I think that might be where your question is coming from, that any tax regime must take account of the type of projects that we have available to us in Australia. We are not blessed with resources that are such as Qatar, nearby, large, low cost to develop. We're talking about a project where the resource itself is located.
But when you say we, you don't mean we as Australia, you mean we as Impex?
Well, I also mean we as Australia, because the Ichthys field, of course, the resource in the ground is owned by the Australian people, but to develop that and provide a return to the Australian people requires immense investment and most capital-intensive investment in the world because of its features, because of where it's located, 4 kilometres below the subsurface, 250 kilometres off a remote part of the Kimberley coast with no infrastructure anywhere near it. That is why we end up with such large-scale, highly capital-intensive facilities having to be constructed and installed to be able to enable that gas to come.
And it's that point that I want you to expand upon for senators who aren't aware. So we hear a lot from producers about the complexity and the capital intensiveness of the exploration and production. So in regards to Impex project, can you sort of provide some more detail just around that complexity and the capital intensiveness? You've mentioned distance at sea, depth at sea, etc. So you can just expand upon what elements of the Impex project is complex and what elements are capital intensive, just to give senators a better understanding of the scale of what we're talking about.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for the question, and perhaps Bill may choose to add a little afterwards. But I mean, if you think back to these projects require the resource to be discovered in the first place. So that, in the case of Ichthys, was more than 20 years prior to any revenues being generated. The wells being drilled, the exploration wells, could be of the order of $100 million to drill wells like that, and not all of them are going to be successful. So Impex and the Ichthys joint venture partners invested in exploration at their sole risk, very different to the Norway situation, as we've heard, in terms of hundreds of millions of dollars up to 20 years ago to discover the resource. Then, having discovered it and done the appraisal work, it takes a long time to develop the project. And in the case of Ichthys, we have 2 massive offshore facilities. It's really 4 mega projects in one. One being a central processing facility, one of the largest, if not the largest, floating platform in the world at the time that it was developed. Again, billions of dollars US to develop that, and a very, very large floating production and storage facility for the liquids, to handle the liquids, and to process the fluids from the reservoir. Because it's located so remotely, we have a nearly 900-kilometre pipeline, high-pressure subsea pipeline, from that field all the way to Darwin, where we can have the LNG processing trains. So and again, tens of billions of dollars in those facilities in Darwin. So just to give a sense of that's what $76 billion Australian dollars in capital investment has gone into getting those facilities in place, and that's what's required in order to be able to produce the LNG that's exported, and is a high-value product, but it has a lot of cost built into it to go from a resource to a finished product.
As well as operating costs in the order of 1.5 billion Aussie a year, just to keep it going, to produce the resource.
Mr. Gardner, you talked briefly about the Treasurer, Dr. Chalmers' statement of the 7th of May 2023, when the most recent reforms to the PRRT were announced by the government. If there were further reforms to the PRRT, would that be a breach of faith?
We certainly took it as a handshake as it has been put into the room, that we were walking into a climate of fiscal stability, that it was pens down on the PRRT. And that was our understanding with the government at the time, and I think that that was rightly affirmed in the statements that were made in the press release by Mr Chalmers.
Pens down for 2 years, 3 years, 10 years?
Well, I had understood it. It's not in writing, but we were involved in some, of course, consultation. It was quite a rapid consultation in advance of the budget release of that year. I was participating in some of those discussions in support, and we had implicitly understood it to be pens down for 10 years. But it's, here we are.
We're in a dynamic environment. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Gardner.
Thank you. Wish Wilson to have one very short question to
thank
conclude
you.
this. And
I think you're verging on preferential treatment here.
I thought you have. Liberals have had a very long block.
Point of order, Senator.
It was a point of clarification.
Point of clarification. But we've heard a lot today that you guys and other companies take all the risk up front, basically. But if you're not paying a rent until you get a return on investment, in other words, you're not paying for your inputs, which are your gas, which are owned by the Australian people, aren't the Australian people also taking a risk? It's a simple opportunity cost, right? They're not going to get anything for 10, 15 years. So aren't they sharing the risk with you? This doesn't make sense to me, this talking point that the gas industry has been putting out, when the people who own this resource are also taking a risk by getting nothing. I would put it to you that what is the... Thanks for the question, but the way I think about it is the resource itself in a reservoir, in our case, 250 kilometres offshore of the remote part of the Kimberley, isn't worth anything sitting there in the reservoir. And so it does require development in order to monetise, and therefore I think a regime needs to incentivise. But you're not developing that out of the goodness of your heart. You're developing it because you can make money out of it. Your job as a corporation or at a project level is to maximise, the future, the present value of future cash flows. Correct. Unashamedly, money says that you don't have to pay anything for this until you got to a point where you can do that. That was the promise. Is carrying the risk of this project up front as well. So I just want to clarify that. I don't think that talking point's accurate. I'm not sure that I understand the risk. You don't understand the risk.
The
Australian people's risk
is not exposed to a risk. They haven't put any money into it.
What does it cost the Australian people? I'm just trying to understand that risk, because a reservoir that's undeveloped doesn't carry... It requires a huge amount of investment in order to get it going, to get it out of the ground. So it's otherwise worthless without the investment. Well, but your point that you carry all the risks up front is not correct, in my opinion.
Okay, thank you, Senators and witnesses. I remind you to please provide any answers to questions on notice by the 1st of May, and thank you very much for your time here today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I now welcome representatives of the Conservation Council of Western Australia.
Thank you very much.
No? Do you have any questions for this? We might make up some time. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Matt Roberts, and I'm the Executive Director at the Conservation Council of WA.
Greta Carroll, I'm a Senior Campaigner at the Conservation Council of Western Australia.
My name's Liam Lilly. I am a Research Coordinator at the Conservation Council of WA.
I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite committee members to ask questions.
Thank you. Thank you for having us here today. I'd just like to start by acknowledging that we are meeting on Wajak Noongar Butcher and pay our respects to the elders, past, present and emerging. The Conservation Council of WA is the state's foremost non-profit conservation organisation, representing close to 100 environmental organisations across Western Australia, with tens of thousands of engaged individuals statewide. Western Australia is ground zero for the gas export industry. If we were a country, WA would be the world's third largest exporter of liquefied natural gas, LNG, a dirty and polluting fossil fuel. Around 90% of WA's gas is exported, and most of what remains here is used by the gas industry itself to process, cool and store the gas before it's sent overseas. 80% of WA's exports do not attract royalties, and yet the industry continues to receive subsidies from both the state and federal governments. Despite companies making billions of dollars from our natural resources, West Australians are wearing the cost: high energy prices, fossil fuel-driven climate change and climate disasters. West Australians are poorer because of the gas industry. We're told that gas is a transition fuel, but if it was, we'd be using it to fund what we are transitioning to. We'd be taxing our exports and investing that money in the industries and technology that we need for a future beyond fossil fuels. Instead, we're seeing more and more gas exploration, extraction and exporting, and not enough action towards a transition that we actually need. A state government-funded report was leaked last year that warned that Australian gas could crowd out renewables in Asia and delay the energy transition. And that is not just a risk to Asia, that's exactly what we're experiencing here in WA. We're the only state without a renewable energy target, and we're the only state without an emissions reduction target. And we are also the only state with rising emissions. Anthropogenic climate change is already affecting lives, species and ecosystems and economic activity across WA. Marine heat waves have devastated coral reefs and impacted ecosystems and fisheries along the WA coast. Bigger, hotter fires have wrought devastation. A shift in the rainfall regime across the southwest of the state has severely impacted communities and ecosystems. Drought and heat have adversely affected production in the wheat belt, an agricultural hub. Increased rainfall in the state's north have resulted in more intense flooding and throughout the Kimberley. More severe cyclones are moving poleward, making landfall across unprepared coastline in the Midwest. And heat waves continually hit Perth and the Pilbara, placing extra stresses on our health system and most vulnerable people in our communities. Gas, a fossil fuel, is driving climate change and making these events more likely, more severe, more frequent, and extending their time frame of occurrence. This then leads to supply disruptions, reduces productivity, increases costs of everyday goods and services, increases the demand for emergency services, insurance and disaster relief. These costs to communities, to the environment and to the government are growing every year. What better way to pay for the transition we need and simultaneously manage a phase out of fossil fuels than to raise revenue from a dying industry that is actively promoting the destruction of our life support systems. Yet, instead of taxing resources fairly and ensuring a fair return to all Australians, the WA government and Commonwealth government actively subsidise the fossil fuel industry. It pays the industry to take our resources, and in return the industry pays very little for the damage that it causes. Richard Goyder was quoted in the West Australian newspaper as saying that oil and gas companies should get more credit for investing billions of dollars into Australia. But I would note that Woodside Energy benefited from substantial government assistance under the North West Gas Development Agreement Act in 1979, including government funding, contracting the first gas, construction of an airport, construction of the Dampier to Bunbury gas line and building of roads and creation of the Port Authority, the provision of utilities and housing for workers. Treasury had estimated that figure at being $8 billion of investment. Even then, it needed the federal government to bail it out by waiving its share of the royalties, $117 million at the time, or about $426 million in 2025. These subsidies continue today. Fossil fuel subsidies cost the Australian government approximately $16.3 billion in 2025 to 2026, And it is estimated that the WA government is spending $271 million this year on support to gas and $1.3 billion in capital spending and forward estimates spending on gas. And yet we estimate that 76% of WA gas exports attract zero royalties. This is set to increase and comes amidst a pending $60 billion clean-up and decommissioning bill deductible against the PRRT. The WA gas industry is built on the back of taxpayer dollars, yet it gives barely anything back and actively tries to minimise what it does give back. CCWA is calling on the government to tax the industry properly and make it pay a fair share for our gas and, as promised, stop throwing public money at gas projects. Just this week, Madeleine King indicated that the federal government would provide subsidies for Beetaloo gas to connect to export hubs. We have more than enough gas. Our trading partners have more than enough gas. What we don't have is a meaningful transition plan or a meaningful way to fund the impacts we are experiencing from the fossil fuel industry. Our elected officials have a chance to correct this based on the information from independent experts rather than listening to the corporations that will directly benefit from the subsidised expansion trajectory that we are on. This is not a complex issue, but those who would have business as usual would have us think it is.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. I'll kick us off. And you've done a lot of work. We've heard about. You've done a lot of work in communities across Western Australia. What is the sentiment in the community about a gas tax?
I mean, in the conversations that we've been having in the community, and we've been discussing gas across the community, people do realise that there is more that needs to be paid, and you know, obviously people also hear that it's a complex issue, but when they're actually given the information that they need, they're very supportive of it.
And
can I also just add
yes.
on the polling front? There's only in WA 9% of WA's population, of the people polled at least, disagree with the gas exports tax, and in Australia that drops down to 5% who outright disagree with the gas tax.
9% of Western Australians that were polled.
9% of Western Australians that were polled.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
And can you maybe pop that poll provided on notice, please?
Yep, great.
And I will also just add to that broader conversations we've been having with people in and around Perth over the last 4 months. We've been doing door knocking, and our data shows that less than 20% of everyday West Australians think the gas industry makes a fair contribution to the West Australian economy.
Thank you. And there's no doubt demand for gas will decline as we transition to net zero and Western Australia will be affected. How do you think a gas tax could help to lessen those impacts?
The decline for gas under climate scenarios that government supports at 1.5 degrees Celsius is a necessary decline, and we see the opportunity here through a gas tax to manage that because there is numerous underfunded areas of our community and of the transition that need money in order to reach these goals and in order to adapt to the climate change that is coming and the climate change that is already with us.
I would also note that, you know, I mentioned that decommissioning can be written down against the PRRT, and we have a huge liability sitting off the coast of Western Australia. And actually we have a significant opportunity to really actually build an onshore recycling, you know, to transition that industry, which we've been working on. You know, I mean, I say that because people hear Conservation Council of WA, and I understand that they might think that we're coming here with some sort of, you know, nature-based idea, and there's a lot of that which has validity to it. But we know that the industry needs something to transition to. We're not asking for gas to be turned off overnight, but the longer we delay it, the more impact and the quicker we're going to have to transition. That's the reality. And we have the expertise for heavy industry, and we've been working across civil society with union groups as well on plans around decommissioning and bringing the remains onshore and looking at a recycling industry, even working towards a green steel industry, not a blue steel industry that likes to dress itself up as a green steel industry, but a meaningful one that is a real opportunity for Western Australia.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. You talked about gas projects being able to claim deductions for decommissioning and clean-up expenses. We also heard that the government might actually have to refund companies for decommissioning, which sounds just outrageous, I think, to the everyday person. What would the Conservation Council like to see changed in that regard?
Well, we need to have a proper conversation about decommissioning, and, I would suggest that would be a job of a whole inquiry itself, because the liability of the coast is significant, not just from the big gas companies, but even from smaller gas companies who are out there who suddenly find themselves not as profitable anymore. With the Northern Endeavour, we saw the sort of financial impact that can come from decommissioning gone wrong or companies selling assets in bad faith. But we're also having companies who are now trying to tell us that leaving actual waste in our waters in situ is somehow an artificial reef and doesn't actually meet the standards that we require under international law that Australia is signatory to. So, there's so much going on in that area. Like I said, that's just sort of the scratching the surface.
Yeah, thank you. I know in my home state there's been Woodside artefacts washing up onto the shores of Anglesea and coastlines, and beach crews out very early in the morning cleaning it up, so the community don't see it. So I think another inquiry. You're right, Mr. Lilly.
Just on the Northern Endeavour facility, that was sold by Woodside in 2016 to a small operator that later went bankrupt, and that left a massive environmental and financial liability that was transferred to the Australian government, also known as the Australian public, and is estimated that could cost up to $1 billion in terms of decommissioning and remediation. And according to the Centre of Decommissioning Australia, there's 5.7 million tonnes of material that must be removed from offshore oil and gas infrastructure, 89% of which lies off the coast of WA. Without strong regulation and targeted investment in decommissioning, Australia faces two urgent risks on this front, one being the environmental damage that it causes, that you've just alluded to, and many other examples, as the ageing infrastructure corrodes and pollutes marine ecosystems. And also the lost economic opportunity as other regions move fast to lead the global decommissioning market, which Australia is lagging on at the moment. I should also just note that that cleanup work coming in WA and Australia is deductible against the PRRT, so the government looks like paying for that.
And why would you leave it to the end of your life to deduct it when you can deduct it halfway through and get all your uplift?
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. I will rotate the call to Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. Just quickly, in your submission where you suggest ways the revenue generated by a 25% tax on gas exports could be used, you say, and I quote, investing 1% of the federal budget in nature could boost Australia's annual productivity growth by over 40%, an economic return that rivals the most effective pro-growth reforms. Now, could you tell the committee a bit more about how such an investment could generate the productivity growth, given that we've seen productivity to be quite stagnant lately?
Yeah, that particular figure comes from a 30 by 30 report that was released last year. It was launched at Parliament. So essentially, the report itself strips out some of the subsequent benefits that we get from nature. It was done by, I can't remember which university economist, but it was done on the basis of stripping out all of the incidental benefits, just the direct benefits from nature. And it just goes to say that, speaks to the fact that, and I'm happy to give sort of the detail on notice from the report itself, but it does speak to the fact that we're under-investing in nature, and it's not just that nature can have a material or even financial benefit for the coming climate sort of impacts that we're seeing, but that there is a direct financial and productivity gain from nature itself. But happy to provide on notice the details from the report.
Yes, please. What do you think would be the reason that this sort of investment hasn't been made already, given that, it would benefit productivity so much?
It's a complicated question. And I would say that really when it comes to nature and when it comes to the people that I get to work with, I get to work with people from across the political spectrum in terms of the constituents that belong to particular political parties. I would say one challenge that we do face is that investment in nature or conversations around conservation have become politicised in a way that is not terribly useful and not realistic about the challenges that we face. So I would say that that is certainly something that is contributing to it. As to what else there might be, I would be asking those questions around the building in Canberra.
Thank you, Mr. Roberts. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Payman. Is there anyone on the line that would like to ask a question? Speak now, or for... Doesn't sound like there's any more there. Thank you for your patience today. I know that it did take a while to get you up and really appreciate your evidence. If you've taken questions on notice, could you please respond to those by the 1st of May? And thank you once again.
Yes, thank you for your submission. It was very clear.
Thank you very much. I
now welcome a representative of the Chamber of Minerals and Energy of Western Australia. Okay, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Aaron Morey, Chief Executive Officer of the Chamber of Minerals and Energy, WA.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, committee members will be invited to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair. I would like to begin by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the lands on which we meet, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, pay my respects to their elders, past and present. Chair, thank you for the opportunity to appear today. I represent the Chamber of Minerals and Energy of Western Australia, the peak body for a sector that underpins Australia's economy, energy security and strategic relationships in our region. This inquiry is taking place at a time when our country is learning lessons in real time. In a more contested world, it is not enough for a country to be resilient, to be secure. You must be indispensable. For Australia, that means continuing to develop and supply the energy and resources that other countries rely on. Gas is central to that mission. It supports domestic industry, including the production of fertilisers that ensures the world's population is fed. It ensures the reliability of renewable energy, without which electricity systems and societies cannot operate. And it anchors relationships with trading partners that in turn supports our own security. If we step back from developing those resources, we reduce our relevance and expose ourselves in a more dangerous world. The core issue before the committee is investment. This is already a heavily taxed sector. The effective tax rate sits at around 54 to 58%. It is the second highest contributor of company tax in the country. On top of that, projects are navigating increasingly complex industrial relations settings and lengthy approvals processes. Taken together, it is becoming harder to attract the next wave of investment. There is also a fundamental misunderstanding in parts of this debate. Australia already has a windfall tax on gas. It is the Petroleum Resource Rent Tax. It sits on top of company tax and is designed to ensure the community shares in profits once projects have recovered their very large upfront costs. Those costs and risks matter. These are multi-decade, capital-intensive investments where private investors carry the full upfront risk. That is very different to countries like Norway and Qatar, where governments share in both the risk and the reward. Against that backdrop, proposals for further tax increases risk irreversible damage. A blunt increase, particularly something like an export levy, would cut directly across future investment decisions. At the margin, it will determine whether projects proceed in Australia or not at all. And that is why we say this would be a folly of the highest order. If the objective is to raise more revenue, the answer is not to tax the same projects more heavily. It is to have more projects. Work with the sector to bring new supply online, attract capital, and put more Australians into high-paying jobs. That's how you grow the tax base and secure the country's economic future and geopolitical security. The alternative is clear: less investment, less supply, weaker energy security, and ultimately less tax revenue. That is not good for the country, not good for working Australians, and not good for the world. Thank you, Chair. I look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Mr Morey. How many meetings or phone calls did you have with Roger Cook or the Western Australian Minister about a potential gas tax before he called Albanese this week?
Zero.
Zero. Have you met with the Federal Treasurer to try to kill an export tax being included in the budget?
No.
As a peak body, are you concerned about the declining social licence of the gas industry here in Western Australia?
Apologies.
There is, I think, white-hot anger in the community, it's safe to say, about multinational gas companies taking resources for free and paying very little tax, while everyday Australians are being absolutely smashed in a cost of living crisis. Are you concerned about the social licence of the gas industry?
I've spent the past 3 days in the Pilbara, including time in Karratha, and I'm up there many times a year, and I see firsthand the contribution that that sector makes to those communities. I see the generations of families who have worked in that sector. I see the relationship with traditional owners. I see the support for various and multitude community initiatives. I see the royalties, I see the taxes that are raised. I'm proud of the contribution that sector makes to the community.
And do you see the climate impacts on those communities as well? I know you said we need more projects at the start. That's how to make more money. Do you believe in climate change and the impacts of climate change on communities?
Absolutely believe in climate change, anthropogenic climate change, and support net zero by 2050. I also understand that gas, when used to generate electricity, has half the life cycle emissions of coal, and so I'm very proud of the role that gas plays in helping to offset coal being burned, particularly in Southeast Asia, for the purposes of generating electricity.
And what did you make of the fact that only 9% of Western Australians in that poll that was referred to don't support a tax on more tax on our gas exports, or a tax on our gas exports?
My view is that public policy should be determined on what's right by the economics, the social and the environmental benefits of projects.
Completely agree. That's why I'm asking you.
7 years at the Productivity Commission, a really strong framework about balancing the environmental, the economic and the social benefits of public policy. That is what should be used to determine public policy in this country.
I wonder if the residents of Exmouth would agree with you that that it is being balanced. But I just want to know, can you really sit here and tell this committee that it's fair that the gas industry is contributing less to government revenue through the petroleum resources rent tax than people paying back their HECS debts in this country?
I think there's been a lot of disingenuous information
Are you saying that's disingenuous?
through this period of time. And I would like to quote the Prime Minister, who said, "I've seen there are reports suggesting that there's more."
This is in response to this question.
That there's more on beer tax than gas. It's just not true. I understand that people would like to see more taxes paid, but we need to have an honest debate about it as well. And some of the debate has distorted some of the facts which are there. I agree with the Prime Minister of this country.
Sorry, Mr Morey, on HECS, that less is being paid, the gas industry is contributing less to the government revenue through the PRRT than people are paying back in their HECS debts. And I don't know if you can quote the Prime Minister on this one, but I'm interested, have you...
Well, it certainly goes to what the Prime Minister was talking about in terms of erroneous comparisons between the PRRT and individual expenditure parts of the budget, recognising that the PRRT is a Commonwealth tax that's paid on in Commonwealth waters, and one must, of course, account for the royalties that are paid on state lands, as well as the substantial company tax paid by the sector. And when one builds up the full picture of the contribution that the sector makes to the Australian budget, it is one that is certainly proud of.
Okay, so I'm not going to get an answer to that question today. Feel free to please take it on notice, Mr. Morey, and I'll rotate the call to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. One of the key issues that's been before this inquiry is the impact of tax changes on investment. And what I am interested in understanding is what is the sensitivity to tax changes of investments in oil and gas in Australia?
Thank you, Senator, for the question. Highly sensitive. As I said, we are currently in an environment in which it is becoming more and more difficult to attract investment into this country. We're seeing significant capital investment flow into places such as the United States in the oil and gas sector. We have an environment where every pillar of public policy is lining up against the gas sector, whether it be weaponisation of the courts, whether it be lengthy approval processes, whether it be other policy settings, and the continued uncertainty over this area of public policy, which has been reviewed 5 to 6 times since 2008 and has undergone substantive changes on nearly every occasion, all contribute to a deteriorating investment environment in this country. And so we could not be more concerned around the current debate and the impact that that would have on investment in this country, which will come at the expense, particularly of hard-working Western Australians in the north of our state. It will come at the expense of our ability to produce fertilisers to feed the world, and it will come at the expense of our ability to underpin renewable investment in our own energy systems, and will come at the expense of the decarbonisation pathway, particularly of Southeast Asian nations that do not enjoy the sort of solar and wind resources that this country enjoys.
There are significant differences in the structure and nature of the gas industry on the East Coast and the West Coast. Are you able to speak to how the Commonwealth should approach taxing an industry that has those differences built into them, and what approach should this committee take to the very different ways in which gas is extracted across the country?
Thank you, Senator. Yes, so I think the Western Australian government, successive Western Australian governments, to their credit, have got the balance right when it goes to ensuring that the community can enjoy the benefits of domestic gas production at the same time as maintaining incentives to invest in the sector. And that stability of public policy, particularly when it comes to the domestic gas reservation policy, is helped to underpin those considerable investments. And so I think the fundamental principle there that is important for all people who are concerned with good public policy in this country is stability of policy settings. And as I said, this particular area of public policy has been reviewed on multiple occasions since 2008, and it's time for some stability in this area of policy.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
I haven't heard from any senators online that would like to ask questions, but if you are online and would like to, please send me a message. Otherwise, Senator Payman, do you have questions?
I was going to put them on notice, but I can ask if we're not.
Look, if you'd like to ask, you're obviously entitled, but we are also happy to press ahead if...
I think we'll press ahead.
Press ahead?
Yep,
okay.
thank you.
Hang on one moment. Let me just check Senator McDonald might... Thank you, Senators McDonald and Pocock, who have said that they'll pop their questions in on notice. If you have taken questions on notice today, please respond by the 1st of May, and thank you for your time, Mr Morey.
Thank you, Chair.
And for your patience this afternoon.
My pleasure.
Okay. I now welcome the Honourable Bill Johnston. Oh, did he? Oh, okay. We'll just suspend until Mr Johnston returns to the room. We might resume now. Mr Johnston, please make your way to the front. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Sure. My full name is William Joseph Johnston. Of course, I just go by the name Bill. And I'm here in private capacity.
Thank you, Mr Johnston. I invite you to make a short opening statement, at the conclusion of which I'll invite committee members to ask questions.
Thank you. I begin by acknowledging that we meet on Noongar country, and I pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. Also acknowledge the Southwest Native Title Settlement and the Noongar Kura Nitja Burdawan Past, Present, Future Act 2016, which is often described as Australia's first treaty. I'd like to thank the committee for allowing me to give evidence. It's difficult to underestimate exactly how bizarre this committee process is. Here we have one of the most complex public policy challenges facing our nation, and yet the Senate allows us 39 days for the entire process. You can't make this up. Let's consider a massive industry that impacts our entire economy, complex interdependent investments that support the energy transition, not just in Australia but also in our key economic partners throughout Asia. 6 separate terms of reference impacting hundreds of separate policy issues, plus an extra catch-all and other related matters. When the West Australian Parliament inquired into just some of these same issues, our inquiry was given more than a year to allow all the details to be considered. But this inquiry has just 39 days. If the Senate wanted to make a genuine contribution to our public policy debate, it could have provided the committee with meaningful terms of reference, a reasonable amount of time, sufficient resources and capacity to gather detailed evidence away from the daily media cycle. And every committee member could have brought an open mind and a commitment to forming a consensus. Unfortunately, watching just some of the committees made for TV theatre this week has not raised any expectations that this committee will advance Australia's public policy. But there is a real risk that the committee will damage our national interest. I'd now like to cloud your committee's deliberations with a few facts. Number one, the Queensland LNG industry pays royalties to state governments for the gas it consumes. It is beyond the power of this committee to recommend changes to state royalty arrangements. Number two, Norway's oil and gas industry is structurally different to Australia's industry. Norway has a national oil company. Almost half of their hydrocarbon production is oil, not natural gas. Oil production has very different financial structures to gas production. And of Norway's natural gas production, only 5% is sold as LNG. The other 95% is pipeline gas. Again, the financial structure of pipeline gas is different to LNG. Trying to compare Australia's industry to Norway's industry is a fool's errand. Number three, Western Australia's future gas supply and demand has been thoroughly mapped by different organisations, and the findings are clear and irrefutable. Western Australia will have a gas supply crisis from 2032. This supply crisis will impact the standard of living of every Australian, not just Australians living in Western Australia. If this committee wants to put Australia's national interests first, it must make recommendations that allow the Browse project to proceed, because only Browse can supply sufficient domestic gas to ensure supply exceeds demand. And I'll briefly conclude with some comments about this untested, unresearched and ridiculous suggestion to add an additional tax of 25% on the revenues of LNG exports. No one on this committee can produce any evidence of the impact this crazy scheme would have on any specific project. No sensible policy is made on the basis of speculation and innuendo. Public policy can't be made by emotion. How the committee can suggest it apply to Queensland LNG exports, exports that are already taxed by state governments, just beggars belief. And if it applies to Queensland LNG exports, what is the public policy reason it won't be extended to other exports that have also been taxed by state governments, not just in Queensland, but in every state of our nation? In respect of Western Australian and Northern Territory LNG exports, I recognise they are taxed by the Commonwealth, but not a single member of this committee can say how this crazy proposal will impact LNG exports to our Asian energy partners, or perhaps some in the committee just don't care. Australia's LNG exports benefit our nation, not just our Asian energy partners that rely on our exports. And such a tax would kill the Browse project stone dead, leaving Australia's domestic gas supply in crisis. Perhaps that is the actual ambition of those who have proposed this harebrained scheme, many of whom are campaigning against the Vital Browse project. I look forward to responding to any questions from the committee.
Thank you. I will invite Senator Diamond to kick us off.
Thank you. Thank you for your submission. Maybe start with whether you've got any comment to make about how you think the Middle East energy supply crisis has affected gas prices in different markets around the world?
Yeah, that's actually quite an interesting question. It's not understood by many people that gas is not what they call fungible. That is to say, the price in one location doesn't impact the price in another location. Because of the difficulty of transporting natural gas, because you either do it through a pipeline or through LNG, it can't be moved from one market to another, which makes it very different to liquid fuels. So whilst there has been impacts, like in Europe, where there's fuel switching from liquid fuels to gas, and there's impacts in Japan because the price of LNG in Japan is linked to the price of fuel oil. In the United States, where gas competes with other gas supply, the gas price has basically not moved, even though the petrol price in the United States has gone up very significantly. The price of natural gas is still below $4 US in the United States at what they call the Henry Hub, where the price is set. So that's one of the issues. If you have, like the United States, if you have an oversupplied market for natural gas, in other words, there's more supply than demand, the price stays low, even if there's crisis in other energy sources. So that's why here in Western Australia our gas price is lower than the East Coast, because we have more gas supply than demand, whereas on the East Coast it's the other way around. So you can see why it's important for the nation to have a sufficient domestic supply that exceeds demand, because then the price will be low.
Thank you. One of the issues that you put forward in your submission is that policies and actions to prevent the production of natural gas will have the effect of preventing the collection of tax revenue. Is this how you'd classify a 25% export on tax on gas?
No, I mean, that was specifically about those people who oppose the production of natural gas per se. The 25% tax on exports may well ruin the economics, like Browse, ruin the economics of a project and prevent it proceeding. But there are other people who just oppose natural gas. And that's why I also made the comment that it's a bit bizarre that you have people complaining about a shortage of gas while opposing the production of gas. Those two things are, by definition, contradictory, and how people can argue both things is beyond reason.
Okay, thank you. It sounds. What do you think an ideal tax regime for the gas industry would look like? Because you've made it very clear your views on the 25% export tax. But, you know, and we've heard a range of alternatives from a number of witnesses over the last 3 days. What's your view?
Yeah, you know, there's that old saying about if you want to get to there, don't start from here. And that's one of the challenges we have in Australia. We're not starting with a blank sheet of paper. We've allowed these billion-dollar investment, multi-billion-dollar, I mean, Gorgon is a $70 billion project. We've allowed those investments to take place. Are we saying that the next LNG project needs to have a new tax regime, or the last one needed to have a new tax regime? There was actually a window, because we'd only ever had one LNG project in Australia, and that was the North West Shelf. And that actually didn't have the PRRT applied to it until 2012. We actually had a window for changing the PRRT before these large LNG projects proceeded. And that was the early 2000s. Unfortunately, that window was missed. In respect of Queensland, the Commonwealth's not involved in taxing the LNG exports in Queensland. It's the Queensland government. And they're actually, so far as I understand, satisfied with the taxation arrangements. The question in Queensland is about the use of pipeline gas for LNG exports. Again, there was an opportunity for action to manage the use of pipeline gas for export, and all governments missed that opportunity. And now we're trying to backfill that problem. And Madeleine King's doing a great job of trying to work with industry to come up with a plan. But let me point this out. New South Wales, I use terajoules a day because that's what West Australians talk about, not petajoules. But in round figures, there are about 350 terajoules a day average demand in New South Wales. They've got 7 terajoules a day of production. And yet they've turned down gas projects. The former Liberal government brought back an approved gas project, and there's still argument about other gas projects. You know, the way to have sufficient natural gas resources is to produce natural gas, because otherwise, by definition, you don't have enough supply. So in respect of PRRT, there are some specific elements in the PRRT that you could adjust. Okay. So one of those is the carry forward, and all my friends in the gas industry will hate me for this, but the fact is that I think that there are some arrangements in the PRRT that could be adjusted to better reflect the fact that cost of capital is different today to the 1970s when inflation was very high, when the PRRT was invented. So, you know, there are internal things that you could do without radically changing and without taxing, because the whole thing, PRRT taxes profits, not turnover. Turnover is a completely different thing. If you're saying these gas companies make too much money, that's about profit, not about turnover. So if you want to address their profits, address their profits. Don't go off in a different direction and talk about turnover.
So reform of the PRRTs, given we cannot get in a time machine and
Correct.
make a whole lot of decisions differently, that's your view, and there's a range of ways we could do that, yep.
Yes, and sorry, I'll just make a point too, that I don't think we'll see. You might get one additional LNG train in the Northern Territory based on the Beetaloo gas, but basically the LNG industry is the size it's going to be.
Right.
So we're not talking about an expanding industry. Yeah. We're talking about maintaining an industry. Yeah. It's a different scenario.
Okay. One last question. Your submission, you talk about NOPTA, the National Offshore Petroleum Titles Authority.
Yep.
And you've put a few views in there about that. Why do you think NOPTA's commerciality tests haven't been applied correctly? And talk a bit more about the consequences.
Okay, so, you know, disclosure, of course, I was the relevant minister for 7 years. NOPTA is a federal agency, but it's done through a cooperative arrangement with the states. However, in the end, the federal government makes the decisions, not the state government. So I was privileged to confidential information, which I'm not going to share. But basically what NOPTA's processes are, and they'll tell you this themselves, is that they look at, is this project currently financially viable? And if not, will it be within 15 years? Now, the problem I have is that they make an assumption that gas prices in the future will be higher, but actually global gas prices will almost certainly come down as renewable energy expands, because renewable energy and gas are together. Gas in the energy system, because gas is also used in manufacturing, but in the energy system, which most of our energy exports go to energy, as you increase the demand, the supply of renewables, the demand for gas goes down, that means the price comes down. Yeah. So actually NOPTA should say that those projects, if they're not currently viable, they won't be within 15 years, and therefore those leases are let back to the market. And that means the person that takes up that lease will clearly have a lower cost of capital because they haven't had to spend all the money on the exploration, and therefore their project costs will be lower, which means those projects will probably come in. Now, there's a couple of projects like Equus where I think that they could have been developed in the past using existing domestic-only facilities to supply the West Australian domestic market, and that would have had a very significant impact on our gas supply in Western Australia.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I will now rotate the call to Senator McDonald.
Thanks very much, Chair. And thank you very much, Mr Johnson, for coming in your experienced capacity, although a private individual now. Your submission brought joy to my heart because it provided a common sense, real-world approach to this complex issue that we are hearing evidence on. And whilst our politics are not the same, I think our shared interest in achieving the best thing for Australia both now and into the future is shared. So thank you for that. I really only have one question for you. In your time as Minister, you would have engaged regularly with trade partners. What do you think the impact of these trade relations would be if the government applied, whether it be an export tax on gas exports or some other version of change taxes? What do you think that would do to our relationship with these trade partners and, I guess, importantly, investors?
Yeah, so, I mean, this is clearly a sovereign risk, because what is the public policy issue that says you can only do this to the gas sector? Why is it only the gas sector that you'll tax these revenues? Why, tell me why it's okay for the iron ore miners to make a lot of money, but not for the gas companies to make a lot of money? They're both doing exactly the same thing. So what is it that makes the gas industry special? So that's the first thing, because that's clearly everyone outside Australia, because we rely on foreign investment for our resource industry, that would damage our foreign investment position. We're always, we're an expensive jurisdiction. People don't come here for cheap things, they come here for stability. So why would you go and undermine the one thing that gets investors to talk to us, which is our stability? The second thing is, who would pay? So if your argument is that the price paid by the consumers in the other country would not suffer any consequence, that means somebody has to pay it. So who is paying it? And so one of the things would inevitably be that a marginal project like Browse, which is very different. Remember, that gas field was found 40 years ago. It's not new gas. It's not found yesterday. In the last 40 years, nobody's been able to get that project to work. And you're going to cut their revenues by a quarter and think the project's going to proceed? It's just ridiculous. So our foreign partners, our foreign energy partners, would be devastated that we think so little of them that we would do this.
Well, I think, Mr Johnston, your point on why is it gas that's affected, not iron ore, not other profitable industries in Australia. And I think that is the important point to make, is this is a campaign being run by people who are cloaking themselves in more tax for Australians, but actually their end target is to end oil and gas, fossil fuels more broadly in Australia. It's a smart campaign, it's a clever campaign, but it's bad for Australia. And I thank you for your time this afternoon. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Look, I might pick up on Senator McDonald's last statement, because it certainly is a point of difference between the iron ore industry and the gas industry, is its carbon footprint and its emissions profile. While this is a complex subject matter, Mr Johnson, I've been involved in several Senate inquiries into this issue and PRRT, and as have many other senators over a long period of time. So this is not an isolated inquiry. You need to be aware of that. But what isn't complex is that Western Australia's emissions keep rising. It's the only state where that is the case, and the Labor government has refused to set the 2030 emissions target. Given your time in government, why do you think that is the case? Why do you think WA Labor has not set a 2030 emissions target?
Yeah, I was here before when the CCWA were making their comments, and they said that there wasn't a state target for renewable energy. That, of course, isn't correct, because the state government, when I was minister, I did this. We adopted the Commonwealth Government's target of 82% of renewable energy in the grid by 2030. So I just want to correct the record and put aside something that was said that was incorrect. But in respect of the carbon emissions, we have a different structural. Most of our emissions, so what is it, 70 out of the 210, whatever it is, it's about over a third of all the National Emissions Scheme projects, the Safeguard Mechanism projects are in Western Australia. But we have a completely, so decarbonising our electricity grid, and remember, our electricity grid is less carbon intensive than the grid in Victoria. Okay, so we're ahead of the curve on electricity. It's not our energy system that causes the challenge, it's our broader economy. And I'll give you the example of Alcoa. In Western Australia, Alcoa uses natural gas, turning bauxite into alumina. There is currently no way of doing that with renewable energy. There are some experiments, I acknowledge that, they're in demonstration projects, and if those demonstration projects work, I look forward to them being implemented. But in Victoria, they turn alumina into aluminium using electricity. So they can decarbonise that electricity supply, but you can't decarbonise Alcoa unless you do carbon capture and storage. Right. And yet you sit there opposing carbon capture and storage. So what do you want us to do?
Mr Johnson, carbon capture and storage hasn't worked.
Where has it
or anywhere?
Tell me where.
Especially in the oceans. You tell me where it's worked in the
Okay,
oceans.
I'll tell you, 11 million tonnes at the Gorgon project. It's the single largest geosequestration project in the world. No, it's not in the ocean.
I said offshore.
No, I'm sorry, you said your question to me. If it was the wrong question, you should apologise, but I'll make it clear.
Let me rephrase it for you, Mr Johnson. Where has it worked offshore in Australia? Like it's being planned for Gorgon, it's being planned for Bonaparte Basin.
Sorry.
Where has it worked offshore in the ocean?
Anyway. You're a little confused in the question, but let me make it clear to you.
I don't think you
sorry, because you said Gorgon and offshore.
Reflecting on me
Gorgon
either,
is
Mr.
not.
Johnson.
I'm sorry, Senator, you're wrong. Gorgon does not do it offshore.
No, it does it on Barrow Island.
Correct. No, it does
so
it underneath
where
Barrow
has it worked offshore,
Yes.
Mr Johnson? Do I need to say it 6 times?
Okay, in Norway. Why don't you
the Sleipner project?
Why don't you go and visit Norway? Why is it that Equinor?
Have you visited Norway, Mr Johnson?
No, but I've had Equinor come to my office and talk to me about their projects. Right. Okay, why don't you go and talk to it? You're the one saying we should model our.
And you think that's successful? Do you? Do you think the Sleipner project's been successful?
Well, I'll put it to you like this: 11 million tonnes of CO2 has been sequestered by Gorgon. 300,000 tonnes has been sequestered by the Kimberley Land Council in the the cultural fire practices in the Kimberley. The total expected carbon abatement of the entire rangeland recovery is 850,000 tonnes over the entire life of the project.
Did you sign off on the Gorgon project as a matter of interest? Did you sign off on the carbon capture and storage project?
No.
Right.
As you know, Senator, because you know these things, it was included in the bill done by the Gallop government in the early 2000s. Do you know that? So I don't know why you asked me that question.
Let's get back to the questions. Are you saying that it's too hard for Western Australian government to have a 2030 target? I don't quite understand where you're going with your
No, what I'm saying to you is that Australia will reach its 2030 target, and the way it will do that is different in every region. Every region of Australia will contribute the way it can.
Is it too hard for them to actually come up with it?
It's not a question of being too hard. I'm
The
sorry,
clock's
I'm an Australian.
ticking, it's 4 years away. Why isn't the Western Australian government able to put even with all these technical problems you've outlined, I'll assume they're all correct, why can't they actually still come up with a target? Even if it's higher than other states, so be it. What is stopping them having a target? Is it because the Western Australian government is too close to the gas industry?
Well, I'm not quite sure what that means, but let me put it this way to you.
Work it out.
I'm an Australian. I'm good friends with Chris Bowen, and I admire his work. Chris Bowen has made it clear that Australia will meet our carbon abatement targets. And I don't know about you, Senator, I'm proudly Australian, and I'm proud that Australia will be able to achieve those targets.
Are you inferring something in that comment, Mr.
I'm just saying that Australia will reach its carbon targets. I don't understand why you're disappointed that Australia will reach its carbon targets.
The Australian government.
But Australia
which has a very big sway, as you know, Mr. Johnson, has a very big sway on the Australian government, particularly on senators on this committee all the way through to the federal government.
Senator, I don't know why you're opposed to pricing carbon. I mean, the Greens political party voted against it. It would be nearly 20 years we would have had carbon abatement in this country. It wasn't for the Greens in Australia.
You know what I'm sick of?
I'm sorry.
I'm sick of old white men in the Labor Party treading all over Julie Gillard's legacy. Isn't it funny how you forget?
I'm sorry to point this out
about the price on carbon that we
I'm sorry,
implemented.
that was a carbon tax, not a price on carbon, and it was
Clean Energy Finance Corporation, $10 billion through Renewable Energy Agency, a price on carbon, a fixed price and a trading price. Funny how you forget that, isn't it?
$3 billion.
Mr. Johnson.
One speaker at a time, please.
Okay, $3 billion of the Rewiring the Nation, I negotiated with Chris Bowen to get that money available for the decarbonisation processes in the Pilbara. Now, the Pilbara is one of the...
What's this got to do with the CPRS?
Well, you said that, that you talked about the Clean Energy Finance Corporation.
You just brought up the CPRS and the fact we oppose carbon pricing, and I've just reminded you, with the Labor government, we legislated the world's gold standard package in pricing carbon.
You think that, and Senator Smith sitting next to you voted to repeal it.
Yeah, exactly. But why did you omit that? in your statement.
I didn't. I mean, you're the one talking about carbon tax. I talked about a cap and trade, a price on carbon.
Yeah,
they're different issues.
By the way, a carbon price was fixed for 3 years. You should have known this, given your eminence in this field, that it was fixed for 3 years and then it became a cap and trade.
Yeah.
Right. So anyway, once again, you raise an irrelevant point.
I don't say that I know everything about this issue. I'm always interested to learn, and most days when I go to work and I talk to people in the sector, I learn new things. So, Senator, what have you learned over this time?
I'm happy to learn things, and I'm pleased that you urge some caution about unintended consequences from policy, and maybe that's your learned experience too, Mr. Johnson. You changed the export scheme for gas in Western Australia. Is that correct, when you were Minister?
No.
My understanding was that you approved export the gas for a particular company.
No.
The Waitsia project, which is owned by Kerry Stokes.
No.
And that changed all the dynamics of pricing here in Western Australia. A gas shortage, higher prices, and that happened under your watch.
No. Well, first,
you learned from that experience.
Well, firstly, let me correct a few things. I didn't approve it. The question of the export arrangements was the purview of the Premier. The Premier was the one who put out the media statement. You go back and have a look.
You're throwing him under the bus.
No, I'm just making. You asked a question. You said, "Did I approve it?" No, I had no power to approve it.
Okay.
Okay. So I hate to cloud the issue with facts. Okay.
No.
Next thing is, Waitsia still has never exported LNG. So the idea that Waitsia's LNG exports have changed the price of domestic gas cannot be true, because it's never happened. Again, I keep saying, I apologise for clouding the issue with facts.
You're not
and that's
clouding the issue with facts.
Tell me, Senator, how could something that's never happened change something else?
You are clarifying a point that I raised.
That you got wrong. Yeah, I agree.
Clouding the issue with facts.
No, look,
I asked you whether you learned from that experience, and now you've explained yourself.
And look, I also make this point. Now, after I left the government announced a new policy that said, during the period between now and 2030, onshore gas projects can export through the ullage at the North West Shelf. But that means they have to start the production. One of the challenges we have with the onshore projects is they're slow to being developed. So giving them a window, because there isn't currently excess domestic demand. There's domestic demand, but there's not excess domestic demand, but we still want those projects to come ahead. So what the government did after I left the government, what they did was they said, if you can get your project done quickly, you have a small window for LNG export. That means that gas will become more available, not less available.
Two more quick questions, and I'm sorry we don't have more time to prosecute this.
I look forward to answering every question.
Why did your government, let's say it was a Premier, why did you give an exclusion for Beach Energy and Mitsui and no other company? What was the rationale?
Because at the time they were the only project that was advanced. Did they
need higher prices?
Yeah, everybody knows that export in Western Australia, because we have the domestic reservation policy, our domestic price is one of the lowest in the world. That's a good thing, Senator. Everybody thinks that's a good thing. If you're the only one who thinks it's a bad thing, I apologise again. What we said was that if they could get through that short window, then they had that opportunity. That meant they had to get into production. But they never got into production. Right. Go and have a look at all the problems they've had.
That's not what I'm asking, Mr. Johnson. I'm asking why did you give them an exemption and no one?
Firstly, I answered both those questions. The first one is, why only them? Because they were the most advanced project. No other project was in the same state. That's the first issue.
So you could have given exemptions to other companies?
We did. In 2024, after I stopped being a minister, the government did exactly what you asked.
Good. Thank you for explaining that.
And the second thing was, it gave them an incentive to get into production quickly, because you have all these onshore projects. Some of these gas fields have been found over 20 years ago, and they've never produced. They've never helped Western Australians' energy supply.
Last question for me, given my time. On browse in particular, we have had a look at this through Scope 1, 2 and 3 emissions. Yeah. I mean, it's going to be one of the biggest carbon bombs in this nation's history if it goes ahead. And as you know, even assuming under safeguard that offsets work for Scope 1 and 2 emissions, do you have concerns about its massive emissions profile?
So firstly, I make it clear that most of the discussion of the carbon emissions from browse refer to the Scope 3 emissions.
Correct.
The point I make in my own submission to this inquiry is those Scope 3 emissions are covered by the transition plans of our trading partners, Japan, Korea, China, etc. So it does not increase global emissions. In fact, it's set, according to the Japanese, Korean and Chinese government and the Singapore government, it's essential to their transition plan, not just part of it,
We've
essential.
had that thoroughly debunked today.
Oh, look, you know.
By a number of professional witnesses. Look, well, you may, but you know better than everyone, I think. Mr.
I don't know,
Johnson,
but
so
no, as I
get
say,
that feeling.
Senator, I'm always happy to learn from people that talk sense.
Right, well.
That's why when I talk to the Korean government, when I talk to the Japanese government, when I talk to the Singapore government, when I talk to representatives of the Chinese government, and they tell me that they need Australian LNG as part of their energy transition, I believe them. Now, if you think they're lying, you go and tell them that. You go tell the Chinese government, the Japanese government, the Korean government that they're lying. But don't tell me I'm lying, because I'm not.
I'm not saying you're lying, Mr. Johnson. I'm saying we heard evidence today from...
Yeah, and now you're hearing different evidence.
Here at Climate Analytics thoroughly debunked that they need this.
Well, I don't understand why some Australian firm thinks it knows more about Japanese energy policy than the Japanese government. I mean, talk about colonial attitude. Here are a bunch of Australians telling Japan how they should behave. That's what colonialism is.
It's the law of physics.
Senator Gosh, afterwards, Senator Gosh can explain what colonialism is about.
It's the law of physics.
This is the thing here, Senator. When you tell Japan how to behave, that's called colonialism.
I understand the law of physics, and so does Mr. O'Hare, including that gas can have a much bigger emissions profile than coal, for example. These things are fundamentally science. And if you don't understand science,
I tell you what
hope do we have?
I tell you what, I've read this.
Please let the senator finish.
I thought it was a statement, not a question.
Science here, Mr. Johnson, right?
Let's talk about science.
Simple science, okay? And so maybe I invite you to have a look at the evidence that was provided this morning about this exact issue, and then perhaps respond on notice, if you don't mind.
Well, I'll tell you what, Senator, why don't I respond now by drawing your attention to the IPCC? Remember the IPCC? The IPCC says that 30% of the carbon reduction by 2050 will be done by carbon sequestration. All right? That's not me. That's the IPCC scientists.
A number of caveats.
The IPCC scientists are saying that.
I read
That's what they say, not me. You asked me to look into the science. That's exactly what I'm doing.
It expressed extreme caution around the use of carbon capture and storage too, Mr. Johnson, which you conveniently left out of that statement.
Thank you, Senator Whish-Wilson. Thank you, Mr. Johnston. I don't believe there are any more questions from the committee, so I remind you that any questions taken on notice, please respond to by the 1st of May.
Did I get a question on notice?
Yes, I asked you to look at Mr. O'Hare's evidence this morning on this issue to give you.
I'm very unlikely to do that.
No, I'm asking you to reflect on his evidence.
I'm sorry. I mean, I'm not going to. As I keep saying to you, Senator, I am not going to. No, it's not. I listen to the scientists. The IPCC has made its decision on these matters. I don't know why you're turning your back on the IPCC, but I'm not.
Nice try, Mr. Johnson.
Dr. Bill does advise to the US Secretary General, so he is a global expert on this matter. I see you shaking your head. I don't think we're going to get much further with this. So thank you for your time today. Farewell. Next up, I now welcome a representative of the Asia Natural Gas and Energy Association, who is appearing by teleconference. Have we got you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Wonderful. I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
David Warren, Senior Advisor with the Asia Natural Gas and Energy Association, or ANGIA for short.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of remarks, I'll invite any members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you, Chair. First, just to explain who ANGIA is, we're a regional industry association, Asia Pacific Industry Association based out of Singapore. Many of our members are large gas producers in Australia, but we also include Japanese gas buyers and infrastructure builders and traders. We deal a lot with governments in East Asia on LNG and decarbonisation issues. Just listening to the question today, it strikes me this inquiry has been set up on a false premise. The false premise is that the contribution of the gas industry should only be measured by the value of the PRT that the industry is currently paying. That's a false premise because it completely ignores every other benefit the industry delivers. Other taxes, especially company tax, employment, local content, regional development, Indigenous employment, and in particular domestic gas, with all of its downstream uses, particularly here in Western Australia. Issues for things like gas power generation, mining, minerals processing, and other industry like fertilisers. And the original architects of the PRT back in 1983 understood all of these downstream benefits. And so the architects of the PRT were Paul Keating as Treasurer and Ross Garnaut as the PM's Economic Advisor. And they understood that they needed to balance revenue raising with investment attraction. So they deliberately designed a tax that would defer major tax payments for many years in return for higher tax payments in the later years. So just to give one quote that Ross Garnaut made back in 1983, which I think is relevant to this inquiry. He said, and I quote, "Many people believe that the only important characteristic of a tax is how much it takes. This is far from true." So that's Ross Garnaut. And then that view was corroborated in 2017 when the Callaghan Review looked again at the PRRT. And to quote from the Callaghan Review, it said, and I quote, "Relatively low PRRT revenue does not necessarily mean that the Australian community is not receiving an equitable return from the use of its resources. The other objective of the PRRT is not to discourage investment." So, unlike Norway and Qatar, our PRRT was designed to look like a hockey stick. No payments in the early or medium years, but with large payments in the later years. So think of it like a future fund, where the funds aren't available for expenditure now, but there'll be a large pot of money available in the future. And finally, those benefits of gas investment don't just accrue to Australia, they benefit all our friends and allies across Asia when we're supplying the gas needed for their energy security and their decarbonisation. Indeed, the Iran war has shown that Japan's strategy of contracting for more gas than it may need for a strategic reserve of gas has proved to be very prudent. The Australia Institute and Senator Pocock have been very critical of gas's strategic gas buffer, but it's proved to be very valuable in the current circumstances. And in return for our LNG contract with Asia, we're in a position to negotiate for reliable supplies of liquid fuels, as the Prime Minister has appreciated. Another benefit of LNG that this inquiry needs to recognise. Thank you.
Thank you. I will now rotate the call to Senator Ghosh.
Thank you very much. May I just explore what your view is, given your membership and the inputs you're having in relation to how this debate and the various options that have been proposed to this committee in terms of changing taxation of gas resources in Australia is considered in the region?
I think the region's very worried about these changes and previous changes in Australian gas policy. So I can really, the best words for me to use are the words of the Japanese ambassador just a couple of weeks ago. If you saw his quote, I'll read it in full. Japanese investors are saying so that if there's a surprise, they just go to other countries. Of course, we love Australia, so Australia should be the first country where we should invest. But if there's a big surprise, then because we hate surprises, that would cause a problem. I mean, that's a direct warning from the Japanese ambassador about these sort of threats.
In terms of, so that's really an investment sensitivity to tax changes. In terms of evaluating evaluating the extent of the sensitivity to various different types of changes, is there a particular concern in relation to a particular model of taxation that's been expressed to you?
I think any change to the tax regime that investors on the basis of is the concern. So investors who put their money into an Australia 15 years ago, understanding that there was a PRRT and a company tax to be paid, have done their project economics on that basis. So any change to another model would be very concerning. I think as previous witnesses from Impex said, if you move to a revenue-based tax, you could be paying a lot of tax even when your project is losing money. So that would be a high level of concern.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. Senator McDonald, are you online? Do you have any questions?
Look, I'll just ask one question. Thanks for coming on, Mr. Warren. I wanted to ask about your discussions with our trade relations and overseas investors. what sort of feedback are you getting on Australia's very public examination of changing tax policy again for gas? Is that leaking out into other projects and other industries? And specifically, how's it playing out for gas investors and trade?
No, they're very concerned. The trouble is it comes on top of a lot of other changes that have been made in Australian policy in the last decade or so. The approvals delays, the NOGA levy, increased abatement obligations through the safeguard mechanism, the threat of greater export controls. All of these builds cumulatively into making Australia a more expensive place to invest. So that's a big concern for investors. And they have choices about where they put their money. So suddenly, in places like the US, gas industry become a lot more attractive to Japanese investors than Australia. And you can see where they're currently putting their new investment and exploration expenses. It's not into Australia.
All right, that's a significant concern. Thank you, Chair. I'll leave it there in the interest of time.
Thank you, Senator McDonald. Senator Payman.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. I'll keep my questions short. Just in an article that was published in The Australian this month, your CEO recently said activists have demonised Japan's approach to buy extra LNG, but the data tells a different story. In 2024, Japanese companies resold up to 812 petajoules of Australian gas, which is more than the entire East Coast uses in a year. And IEFA estimates this generated up to $14 billion in revenue and around $1 billion in profit. So, Mr. Warren, I would love to understand if you can provide your own figures, and is it really accurate to say this isn't about profit?
Yes, I'm very happy to take this question because IEFA is completely wrong. We've actually commissioned some research on this, which we're almost about to release. So I'll be able to provide you some finite data on this shortly. But the principle is that going back to when the tsunami happened in Japan, Japan was caught short with not enough energy. So it decided at the time that it would build a strategic gas reserve by contracting for more gas than it would need for a worst-case scenario, like an Iran war. But in those years where it didn't need that full buffer, it would then resell it. Its motivation is not to make a profit out of it. In fact, it often sells those volumes at the same price or even at a loss to when they bought it. But it's just a prudent way of managing possible demand. So I think IEFA is completely wrong that the Japanese do this to profiteer, and they're wrong on the amount of gas that is involved here.
So on notice, can you provide your own figures to the committee?
When we release that report, we're very happy to provide that report to the committee.
Thank you. And okay. Yeah, no, I think that's all from me, Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Warren.
Thank you, Senator Payman.
Thank you.
Mr. Warren, I just want to comment that you did quote Mr. Garneau earlier, and I just want you to note that Mr. Garneau's current view is that we need a new levy. I'm not sure if you saw that evidence provided from him. Japan is our largest gas trading partner, but it's also one of the largest beneficiaries of our current tax settings. They've got direct shares in Impex. They make more money in import taxes than we do selling it to them, and they on-sell our fixed price gas on the most lucrative spot market. It's not really surprising that they don't want our tax settings to change, is it?
Well, I reject all that. I mean, I just discussed their on-selling of gas. It's not for reasons of profiteering. I think the witness from Impex gave a very good answer on why it's a false comparison on Japanese gas excises, and we should be comparing them to Australian petrol excises.
South Korea is Australia's biggest provider of diesel. They've restricted exports to protect their own national interest. Are you aware of anyone that's calling them an unreliable or risky trading partner?
Like I said previously, a lot of these issues are due to cumulative impacts of a range of policy changes which affect Australia. That's what builds a poor reputation when there's repeated impact on an industry.
Sorry, did you answer my question? Are you or anyone you know of, have you seen commentators calling South Korea an unreliable or risky trading partner?
I have not seen any of those comments.
Okay, thank you. Has anyone else got questions? No, I believe that concludes the questioning for you. Mr. Warren, just a reminder, if you've taken questions on notice, to please respond by the 1st of May, and thank you for your time today.
Thank you.
I now welcome a representative of Santos. We're powering through. Yeah. Never doubt me. Right, have we got... Yep, that's happening. Good. Okay, I understand that information on parliamentary privilege and the protection of witnesses giving evidence to Senate committees has been provided to you. For the Hansard record, will you please state your full name and the capacity in which you appear today?
Tracy Winters, Chief Strategy Officer, Santos.
Thank you. I now invite you to make a short opening statement, and at the conclusion of any remarks, I'll invite members of the committee to ask questions.
Thank you. In my opening remarks, I want to concentrate on the risks to Australia of imposing a 25% gas export tax on the country's LNG industry. The war in the Middle East is a stark reminder of the importance of Australia maintaining trusted relationships with our LNG customers closer to home. Closure of the Strait of Hormuz has taken out around 10% of global oil and refined product supply, 20% of global LNG supply, and 13% of global fertiliser supply. No single geopolitical event since the 1970s has simultaneously disrupted so many core commodity systems at this scale. So it is in Australia's interest to nurture our long-standing trade and investment relationships with our East Asian neighbours. A new tax on LNG exports to those countries that have made the inherently risky decision to invest in the development of Australia's gas resources would raise serious questions from our East Asian neighbours about sovereign risk in Australia. Not only would this jeopardise future investment in Australia's LNG industry, it could also call into question why those countries should prioritise Australia for their exports of the refined petroleum products and fertiliser that we need.
Ms. Winters, can I just ask that you, if you're on speaker, can you please actually put the phone up against your ear and speak rather than on speaker so the audio is clearer for us?
Okay, is that better?
Yes, thank you.
Australia imports 80% of its crude oil requirements and 80 to 90% of its refined petroleum products, petrol, diesel and jet fuel. Santos commends Prime Minister Albanese and his ministers for travelling to our regional neighbours to help shore up their supply to Australia of crude oil and petroleum products. Santos has also been playing its part in Australia and the region to support refineries with feedstock in its commercial capacity. It is in Australia's national interest to strengthen trust with our neighbours, but in the circumstances of heightened geopolitical instability that define our times, we would continue to supply each other's needs. Applying a retrospective 25% gas export tax on Australia's LNG industry, which was built on hundreds of billions of dollars of foreign investment from Malaysia, Korea, Japan and China, as well as from countries like the United States, Britain and France, would breach that trust. These are the investors we need not only in traditional energy projects, but to fund the energy transition and many other sectors of the economy. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms Winters. Look, I do want to note that it is disappointing that your CEO is absent, and similarly that you aren't appearing in person. It's an important inquiry, but thank you for joining us nonetheless. Will you or any of the Santos executive team be attending the Treasurer's Budget Night fundraiser at the Hotel Realm in Canberra?
Senator, we generally attend Budget Week functions of both the government and the opposition. When we attend those events, we include them in our electoral disclosures that are publicly available. I'm not going to comment on specific events because it's irrelevant to the terms of reference of this inquiry.
Well, I am asking you to comment on specific events in my role as a committee member on this committee. So that's exactly what I'm asking.
No, Senator, I've given my answer. I've nothing to add.
So you okay? So we'll take it that you are attending that event. And what about the Shadow Treasurer's
Senator,
event?
I gave my answer.
Well,
you can take it that
what
my
is your
answer
answer
is
then?
correct.
Sorry, Ms Winters, what is your answer?
My answer is that Santos usually attends these events. We disclose them in our electoral disclosures that are on the public record, and I'm not going to comment on specific
Okay,
events.
well, we'll just have to join the dots in the absence of your response. How much money have you contributed to the Australian Energy Producers advertising campaign?
Senator, I think the industry has a responsibility to correct the record on the misinformation campaign that many organisations and individuals are running, including some members of the committee. I wish we didn't have to do that, but I'm not going to comment on the cost of that. We do contribute to the AEP campaign, and but I'm not going to comment on the costs of it. Everybody knows that the industry is advertising. I think the public has a right to know who's behind the other campaigns, and there is no transparency in that.
Okay, well, I'm going to request that information on notice, Ms Winters. I think it's called the Economic Education Campaign, to be specific, and we did hear from example from Shell's head of country that they've contributed $1 million to that, and so I think it would be in the public interest for you to declare the amount of money that Santos is contributing towards that campaign. So we'll put that on notice if you're not prepared to answer it now. The Assistant Resources Minister, Senator Chisholm, worked for Santos just before becoming a senator. Would you describe that as a helpful relationship to have?
No, I would not describe it like that, and I think that you are reflecting on one of your colleagues in a very inappropriate way. In my experience, Senator Chisholm is completely transparent, professional, and we do not call on him as if he were a Santos employee.
And Ms Winters, did you yourself?
To Santos and to the senator.
Ms Winter, did you yourself work for Labor's Resource Minister Martin Ferguson? Is that correct?
I did many, many years ago, but I've spent the vast majority of my career working for the oil and gas industry.
And did you work for Mr. Did you work for Mr. Ferguson at the time he decided to put no restrictions whatsoever on reserving gas for the domestic market and just let the gas companies rip? Were you working for the Resources Minister Martin Ferguson at that time?
Senator, that's a false and misleading representation. I have to correct you there. Minister Ferguson didn't ever make such a decision. I remind you that the gas that you're talking about belongs to Queensland, not the Commonwealth. Any domestic gas reservation decisions were matters for the Queensland government, not the federal government.
Okay, so who do you think we blame then for the mess that was made to the East Coast gas market? Are you saying that he wasn't the responsible minister at that time?
Senator, your proposition is completely disingenuous. The reason that people fear a shortfall in the East Coast domestic gas market is that for more than a decade, there have been moratoriums and bans on gas development in states that desperately need gas supply. As Bill Johnson just said, New South Wales produces virtually no gas to meet its own requirements. So
Just to be clear,
a failure of investment in new gas supply.
Ms Winters, to be clear, were you working for the minister at the time he chose not to put restrictions to reserve gas for the domestic market? Can you please answer the question?
The question's nonsensical. The minister didn't make such a decision, so the question is nonsensical.
Okay, Ms Winters, please tell me what years you worked for the Resources Minister, Mr Martin Ferguson.
I worked for the Resources Minister.
No, I'm sorry, Ms Winters. It's not up to you to cherry-pick when you do or don't provide answers. I'm asking you a question of what years you worked for.
I think she was answering the question.
Oh, my apologies. I thought you said you weren't. My apologies. My apologies, Ms Winters. Please, can you please state the years that you worked for the Resources Minister, Martin Ferguson?
Senator, I just did, and that it was from 2007 to 2010.
Thank you, Ms Winters. Now, look, I hope Senator Pocock doesn't mind me asking this here, but why do you sponsor the Wallabies when no one in Australia is even a customer of yours for gas? What's the point of advertising with them?
Santos' sponsorships of sport and other community initiatives are something that we do to support the communities where we operate. We're part of those communities. We appreciate their support and we show it through these initiatives. In the case of the Wallabies sponsorship, it's not just about the games you see on television. It's about taking elite sport into the regions where we operate, into Narrabri, into Roma, into many other cities where kids don't generally get the opportunity to do coaching with their sporting heroes and things like that. So it is a community initiative. It's about much more than the games you watch on television.
Ms Winters, I have run out of time, but what I will ask is that you do respond to the questions put on notice that you have so far avoided answering today, and I will rotate the call to the Deputy Chair.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for appearing electronically today, Ms Winters. Can I just ask about investment sensitivity to tax changes? So what is the level of sensitivity in terms of investments in oil and gas projects to changes to the tax regime?
Well, let me just if I can answer with a bit of context, Senator. First, let me say, Santos has no issue with prospective tax reform. In other words, tax reform that applies to future investment and future projects. That way, companies can assess the impact of the tax costs we make before we make final investment decisions. What we do not support is retrospective tax changes after we have invested tens of billions of dollars on the basis of the existing tax regime. Australia prides itself on low sovereign risk and regulatory and fiscal stability for all investors. Retrospective tax changes not only hurt the oil and gas sector, they will make all investors nervous about investing in Australia. And as I said before, stable investment frameworks are important not only for traditional energy investments, they are important for the investments that are also needed in the energy transition.
We've had sorry, continue.
Sorry. No, go. Just remind me of the specific part.
I was going to ask next. We have had a gas reservation policy in Western Australia for a number of years now. There's consideration and work going into the potential design of a federal gas reservation or an East Coast gas reservation policy. How do you think a gas reservation policy interacts with potential changes to the tax regime on gas resources?
Senator, that would be impossible to work out because we don't have detailed design concepts on either the domestic gas reservation proposal or really, we haven't, there has been, I remind you, no tax proposal from the government. I will say Santos has been on the record since about 2018 or 2019 in support of a domestic gas reservation. We are a large gas producer in Western Australia. We supply about 20 to 25% of the domestic market over there. And we have, and so we're part of that system. We see the domestic gas reservation on LNG producers in Western Australia working quite effectively. And as I said, we've always supported a domestic gas reservation that is workable and prospective.
Thank you. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. We'll go to Senator McDonald.
Sorry, Chair, could I ask a point of clarification?
Yes, you may.
On that question. Ms Withers, when you said you support a domestic gas reserve, sorry, it's Senator Whish-Wilson here, are you talking about a particular state-based reserve, or are you talking about a national gas reserve legislated by the Commonwealth?
Well, we haven't seen the concept for the National Domestic Gas Reservation proposal, so I couldn't comment on that. We have always said, though, that we support a prospective domestic gas reservation, and I said we support the Western Australian domestic gas reservation system.
Thank you. Senator McDonald, are you on the line for some questions?
I am. Thank you very much, Chair. Ms Winters, thank you for coming to this inquiry. Your operations in Queensland, by that I mean Santos, of course, are they under a royalty scheme, and does PRRT apply to them?
In Queensland, the Queensland royalty system applies because the gas in Queensland onshore belongs to the state and the people of Queensland. The PRRT only applies to Commonwealth resources which are offshore Australia.
Yesterday, the Prime Minister effectively ruled out a windfall tax levy on gas exports due to the sensitivity of trading relationships and the role gas plays, as well as fuel supply priorities for Australia. What's your reaction to the likely decision to not progress with a gas levy?
Senator, I think I can't. I think I can't comment on the government's decision, which it may or may not make imminently. But we agree with the Prime Minister's comments that much of the debate around this issue has been ill-informed and disingenuous and seriously lacking in facts. So we would agree with that comment.
Do you have any other discoveries in Australia, potential oil discoveries that have yet to be developed in Australia? And of course, in the context of the oil crisis that's playing out currently.
Senator, we do. Santos has a significant oil resource in Western Australia. It was a discovery some years ago at a field called Dorado, which is in the Bedout Basin, northwest of Port Hedland in offshore Western Australia. It's a very important resource. Broadly, the total Bedout Basin potential is nearly 1 billion barrels of oil equivalent, with more than 50% of that being oil and condensate. It is one of the issues with Australia having not developed an oil project for many, many years is that exploration has fallen right away. And if you don't look for oil, you're not going to find it. So I think there is a lot of prospectivity in Australia. There certainly is in the Bedout Basin, which could be developed for Australia's future fuel security. In fact, at a production capacity of 80,000 barrels a day, Dorado alone would almost double Australia's current total oil and gas, oil and condensate production.
Well, that's very exciting. I know that in Queensland, everybody I speak to is very focused on how we can re-secure Australia's domestic capacity in diesel production as well as, of course, fertiliser production. Have you had any interaction with the Albanese government on the current energy crisis?
Senator, as I said in my opening remarks, we have been working or keeping departments informed about what we are doing, and we've made a public announcement, in fact, about providing fuel to meet Viva's requirements before the fire by bringing forward cargoes out of Port Bonython. In addition, we're working with our marketing and trading team is working with refiners in a number of countries, including Korea and Malaysia, about what we could do to supply feedstocks to them to support their refining industries, which in turn support Australia. And those products could come from places like Papua New Guinea, Australia, and in the future, our oil project in Alaska.
Would you consider changes to the tax system for existing gas and LNG projects as a retrospective tax change for these companies?
It would absolutely be a retrospective tax change for these companies. They've made tens of billions of dollars each in investments in Australia's gas and LNG industries. And they did it on the basis that they could trust Australia's stable regulatory and fiscal regime. So, as I said, we would support prospective tax regime where it applies to new projects and new investments before investment decisions are taken, so that people know what they're working with. But a tax change now on this industry, on existing projects, would be retrospective.
Ms. Winters, I have never been involved in a committee that has attacked previous staffers on their employment history like that. I just want to say that that is not my view. I think that politicians are fair game, but I think your work history is not something that is part of the terms of reference of this inquiry. And I think that line of questioning should be struck from the record. I thought it was beneath the Senate, and I apologise to you personally. Chair, I'll hand back to you.
Senator, thank you very much. I appreciate it, and I agree, considering you going back 16 years.
Senator Bush-Wilson.
Yeah, thank you.
Yes. Sorry, then I'll go to Senator Pocock.
Oh, look, I just wanted to clarify. Look, I did ask a clarification question earlier about a national domestic gas network. Ms. Withers, you mentioned you weren't aware of any such policy, or you hadn't seen any details of such policy. I'm just a bit confused.
I didn't say I wasn't. I wasn't aware of the policy. I said that the government hasn't yet provided detailed design concepts, which is accurate, Senator.
Okay, I misheard what you said. I wanted you to clarify that. So, have you been part of the consultation on this?
Senator, we've made submissions on the discussion paper, yes, and they're on the public record.
Okay, but look, I remember when we got brought back to Parliament in December. I think it was 2022 or 2023. I can't quite remember now. To legislate this, and it's taken some time. So you haven't, over that period of time, a company as important as Santos hasn't had any detailed discussions with the government about this. Is that what you're telling us today?
Senator, there was a public consultation process in December last year, I can't remember what happened back in 2022 and 2023, but the current domestic gas policy reservation policy is an artefact of the gas market review outcomes. The gas market review only started last year and reported in December 2025.
Yes, that's right, but it was legislated earlier than that. That's why Parliament was recalled for a special.
No, it wasn't. I don't know what you're talking about being legislated, but no, it wasn't.
Right, I'll provide you the details of that. And look, just also to clarify the Chair's questions about your employment with Martin Ferguson, you dismissed that the federal government had any. Once again, I ask you to clarify this because I can't remember the exact words you used, but you said it was a nonsensical question because the federal government didn't have the power to do such a thing.
That's right.
Right. Okay. Well, we are doing that now, so the federal government does have the power to do that. And also at the time, you may remember, I remember I was in Parliament, February 2013. There was a very big hoo-ha about this, especially within the union movement, about the fact that Martin Ferguson, as Resources Minister, opposed a push to have a domestic gas reserve.
Senator, excuse me, I didn't work for Martin Ferguson in 2013.
No, I'm not saying you did. I'm not saying you did.
What happened then?
Okay, I'm not saying you did, Ms Withers. That wasn't my question. I just wanted to make you aware that this was an issue while he was Resources Minister. Whether you work for him or not is immaterial to my question. My point was the federal government does have the power to do this, and there was a push to do this in 2013. The Chair's question was whether you did work for him at the time, and you responded that you didn't. And I think the question...
No, actually, no, that wasn't the Chair's question. That wasn't the Chair's question, Senator.
The Chair's question, she asked when you worked for him, correct?
Amongst other things, yes.
Yes, okay. Well, and then you provided, what were the dates, 2007 to 2010? So you clearly weren't there when
That's correct.
When this was an issue, so that's been established. But had you been there, I think it's a reasonable question to ask whether your experience having worked for oil and gas companies influenced the Minister's decision. I don't think that's a controversial question to be asking. This inquiry is about, I suppose, what's in the public interest. And clearly, oil and gas companies have obligations to your shareholders to maximise profits. That doesn't mean public policy has to follow what oil and gas companies want, and that's really why we're having such a big national discussion about this. So I think any questions about the influence of oil and gas companies on public policy are absolutely valid to this inquiry. I'm just getting my point, my comments on record.
Well, that's a convenient construction for you, Senator. I don't agree with you. I think, all senators should be treated with respect, and all members of Parliament, and that includes former and previous members of Parliament and ministers. I think you are being completely disrespectful to Senator Chisholm and Martin Ferguson, and I don't accept that it's a genuine question. I think it's deliberately disrespectful.
With respect, Ms Winters, there is enormous public interest in the fact that we've got ministers going and working. It's a revolving door between ministerial jobs and the mining industry.
Senator, where is your evidence for that? There's a lot of interest by Greens senators and
evidence.
Senators Pocock.
Okay.
I haven't seen any evidence of that anywhere else.
That's the question to you, Ms Winters. Are you aware of how many resources ministers have gone on to work with the oil and gas industry? Because from my understanding, it's all bar one.
Excuse me, if I might. We are fast running out of time.
Yes,
I certainly have some questions to ask rather than adjournment speeches to give. I think Senator
Understood.
Pocock might take note. So
Senator.
if we could just stay focused on the terms of reference and affording witnesses the appropriate courtesies that they've deserved, and then we'll get close to the adjournment time, which is 5 o'clock.
Yes.
And I understand that there's no proposal to extend past 5.
It's not.
Yep.
I think it goes.
Thank you.
Senator Pocock, then
Thank
Senator
you.
Smith, and then we're wrapping up.
Thank you, Chair. Hi, Ms Winters. Thank you for your time. Not sure why you had to sneak my name in there, but sure. I'm interested in how much gas Santos has purchased from other gas producers on the spot market and then exported through the GLNG facility.
Okay, Senator, I don't have all of the historic information, but I can give you
An
the
estimate
numbers.
is sufficient.
I can give you the numbers in 2025 and 2026. Last year it was 12 petajoules, and we expect to purchase around 6 petajoules in 2026, mostly for operational reasons. GLNG
What about
has.
2024?
I don't have those figures to hand. I can do
Why do you only have 2025?
Because Senator, I've only got 25 and 26. I can't cart around 1,000 numbers. So I've carted around
if you can take it on notice,
a reasonable period.
That would be great. Do you accept that Santos doing this has pushed up prices for everyday Australians and Australians?
No, I absolutely do not. The problem in the East Coast, the problem in the East Coast domestic gas market has been moratoriums, bans, and approvals processes delays over very many years that have stopped investment in planned domestic gas projects. That is the reason that there have been price spikes in recent years.
It's a very convenient line from Santos. I think there are a number of gas producers who would say that Santos has been hiking the price because you've been buying from the domestic market.
They may do, but I would dispute that, and I don't think the evidence supports it.
Okay. So additional demand for domestic gas hasn't affected availability or prices at all?
I think there have been times when prices have spiked. I don't think it's been the LNG companies at all. And if I take you back to June 2022, which often people quote, that those price spikes occurred because of a confluence of factors that had coal-fired power generation out, very cold weather conditions with no wind generation, and a host of other factors.
Sure.
They were not the fault of the LNG producers.
Okay. So I just want to confirm that it's Santos's view that buying gas from the domestic market, which means that there's less gas in the domestic market, has had no effect on prices.
Senator Pocock, that's not what I said. I said the LNG producers, including GLNG, have not had any effect on prices. I gave you the numbers for
No, I'm asking if Santos
purchases.
has had an effect on prices by buying up gas from the spot market and then exporting it to meet your contracts.
No, I don't believe it
Okay.
we have.
That's fine. That's it's interesting. Ms. Winters, do you hold a sponsored pass for Parliament House?
Senator, the parliamentary pass system is administered by the Department of Parliamentary Services. And Santos operates under that system. I'm not going to talk about sponsored passes. If you've got issues with that system, you should take that up with the Department of Parliamentary Services.
I have done that. Thank you, Ms. Winters, for the advice. I'm interested if you have a parliamentary pass. You've told me at a previous hearing that you did.
Senator, I do.
And who gave you that pass?
Senator, I am not going to assist you to conduct witch hunts against your fellow parliamentarians.
It's not a witch hunt at all. It's simply transparency. This is the People's House, and I think Australians have...
As I said, there's a parliamentary, the Department of Parliamentary Services operates the pass system, and
Ms. Winters, I think you don't need to explain the pass system to
system.
parliamentarians. How many other people at Santos hold sponsored passes?
I don't know, Senator.
Maybe if you take that on notice, thank you. I read in your submission that you paid around $160 million in PRRT and royalties from Barrow Island in 2024. How much of that was PRRT?
Oh, the vast majority. So it would have been well over 100 million, probably closer to well over, yeah.
Is that the first year that you've paid
about
PRRT?
70. No, it isn't.
when did Santos first start paying PRT?
Senator, I would have to go back and have a look at when we first started paying it, but I think we've paid it for quite some time. About 70% of the PRT that we paid in 2024 and 25 is on domestic gas projects offshore Western Australia. We have no offshore LNG project, only GLNG, which uses onshore gas.
Mm-hmm. And how much company tax has Santos paid in the last 10 years?
Over the last decade, the taxes were around $4.8 billion in Australia.
In corporate tax?
In total taxation, and I want to comment on the
I'm just
tax.
interested in corporate tax. You know, the kind of tax that companies pay when they make a profit? That kind of tax.
Senator, I do actually, yes. First, company tax in Australia is payable on taxable income, not sales revenue. Second, over the 10 years referred to, only around 60% of Santos's revenue came from Australia. Most of the remaining 40% came from Timor-Leste and Papua New Guinea.
I was just after a number, Ms. Winters.
Thirdly,
not an explanation.
Santos had no or a small assessed liability for company tax in Australia over the 10 years referred to because of allowable income tax expenses, most notably historic carried forward tax losses generated as a result of the deterioration in oil prices from late 2014 and the significant past investment made by the company in exploration and development projects, including GLNG and Barossa. But we complied with our obligation.
Before I rotate to Senator Smith.
Can I just have one more? The answers have been very long.
Yes.
And Ms. Winters, during that 10-year period where Santos hasn't paid any corporate tax, what was the revenue that you received from LNG exports?
From LNG exports?
From selling Australian gas.
Right, okay. It would be... so the only LNG exports from Australia over that 10-year period for Santos were from GLNG, Gladstone LNG. Last year we exported about 6 million tonnes, and I don't think we would have exported any more than that during the period of production from 2015. Our revenue, I don't have all of the figures in the form that you're asking. Our revenue last year was about $2.5 billion. And I think about 45% of that was from onshore Queensland gas and GLNG. So from that, there's a calculation to be done, but you have all of the numbers you need.
Thank you. So do you accept the frustration that we hear from the gas industry that, don't worry about a royalty or don't worry about the PRT system because we pay a lot of corporate tax? When it comes to Santos, for a decade, you haven't paid corporate tax.
Senator Pocock, you're taking the whole tax system out of context. We've paid.
Well, I think average Aussies wish we could do that too.
And we pay, Senator. We pay in accordance with the company tax system, and we comply with the law. We have had a long period of losses, and we are now in a position where we are paying company tax.
Thank you, Ms. Winters. I need to rotate.
Thank you very much, Ms. Winters. Appreciate it. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Over to Senator Smith.
Thank you, Ms. Winters, for your evidence, and thank you very much for your support of community and regional sport. On notice, could you just provide the committee with a more expansive description of the community development and sponsorship programs that Santos delivers to communities, particularly regional communities? I'm curious to know, given your wide experience, we've heard a lot about the complexity and capital intensiveness of oil and gas projects in Australia as a result of a variety of factors, geographical factors, etc. What, in your experience, would have been the impact on those projects or the development of those projects had there been a levy in place like that is being proposed by the Greens and others?
Senator, that's a difficult question to answer because had the tax been in place historically, it would have been taken into account during the original investment decision, and some projects might have proceeded, others may not have. But it is very difficult to look back, which is why I said the important thing is that we have stability in the fiscal and regulatory system, and that investments that were made under a tax regime can be relied upon to remain under that tax regime. We know that there will be reform of tax systems at some time, for future projects, maybe even for new industries. The important thing is prospectivity, so that investors, when they are making investment decisions, know what their future cash flows are going to look like, and profits and so forth.
What is Santos's tolerance for further changes in the fiscal settings?
Senator, we don't support retrospective tax changes at all. Where investments have been made, like our GLNG project, like our Darwin LNG project, we expect to be able to rely on the tax settings that were there when those multi-billion-dollar investments were made. If we were building new projects and the government wanted to introduce a different tax system, that would be another thing. We would take into account that tax system when making the investments. The important thing is to have stability after you've made multi-billion-dollar investments.
When the PRRT reforms were announced by the Treasurer, Dr. Chalmers, in May 2023, what was your understanding of that decision in terms of the stability of those new reforms? Was it your expectation, like we've heard today from others, that those reforms that he announced in 2023 would be in the system, given a chance to mature in the system for a period of up to 10 years, or was your expectation that there was a possibility of further reforms or refinements to the PRRT in following years?
Senator, at the time, the industry worked very constructively with Treasury and the Treasurer's office on those reforms, and that was on the basis that the industry could rely on those settings to be maintained for some time into the future, and on that there was no agreement. In some countries, particularly in Africa and South America, investors would often go to the government and ask for a fiscal stability agreement, which would be governed by an international court or a jurisdiction other than the country in which the investment's being made. We don't do that in Australia. We think of Australia as being low sovereign risk. That's the history of our country, and we rely on the word of the Treasurer and the Treasury officials.
You rely on the good faith negotiations and outcomes that have been struck.
That's right.
And the good faith outcome consultation that was struck, that is captured in the May 2023 media statement from Dr. Chalmers, is that there would be no further PRRT reforms or refinements for some time. What do I take some time to mean?
Senator, I couldn't. I'm sorry, I couldn't.
Pretend that I'm the chairman.
Question,
Pretend that I'm the chairman, Ms. Winters, and the chairman is asking you, the CEO, what do you mean by some time?
I would say that it's a period of many years. It's
Of many years.
A day's a long time in politics.
Thank you very much for your cooperation and your participation, Ms. Winters.
Thank you, Senator Smith. Thank you, Ms. Winters. Please respond to any questions on notice by the 1st of May, and we appreciate your time here online today. That concludes today's hearings. Thank you to all witnesses who appeared and to Hansard and Broadcasting for their assistance. The committee has agreed that responses to questions on notice should be provided by next Friday, the 1st of May, and this committee now stands adjourned. Thank you for your help today, and thank you.